River's end, the woods are lovely, dark and deep, but I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep, and miles to go before I sleep. Robert Frost prologue. The monster was back. The smell of him was blood. The sound of him was terror. She had no choice but to run, and this time to run toward him. The lush wonder of forest that had once been her haven, that had always been her sanctuary, spun into a nightmare. The towering majesty of the trees was no longer a grand testament to nature's vigor, but a living cage that could trap her, conceal him. The luminous carpet of moss was a bubbling bog that sucked at her boots. She ripped through ferns, rending their sodden fans to slimy tatters, skidded over a rotted log, and destroyed the burgeoning life it nursed. Green shadows slipped in front of her, beside her, behind her, seemed to whisper her name. Livy, my love, let me tell your story. Breath sobbed out of her lungs, set to grieving by fear and loss. The blood that still stained her fingertips had gone ice cold. Rain fell, a steady drumming against the wind-swept canopy. A sly trickle over lichen-draped bark. It soaked into the greedy ground until the whole world was wet and ripe, and somehow hungry. She forgot whether she was hunter or hunted. Only knew, through some deep primal instinct, that movement was survival. She would find him, or he would find her, and somehow it would be finished. She would not end as a coward. And if there was any light in the world, she would find the man she loved. Alive. She curled the blood she knew was his into the palm of her hand and held it like hope. Fog snaked around her boots, broke apart at her long, reckless strides. Her heartbeat battered her ribs, her temples, her fingertips in a feral, pulsing rhythm. She heard the crack overhead, the thunder snap of it, and leaped aside as a branch, weighed down by water and wind and time, crashed to the forest floor. A little death that meant fresh life. She closed her hand over the only weapon she had and knew she would kill to live. And through the deep green light haunted by darker shadows, she saw the monster as she remembered him in her nightmares. Covered with blood and watching her, Olivia, a simple child that lightly draws its breath and feels its life in every limb. What should it know of death? William Wordsworth on Beverly Hills, 1979. Olivia was 4 when the monster came. It shambled into dreams that were not dreams and ripped away with bloody hands the innocence monsters covet most. On a night in high summer, when the moon was bright and full as a child's heart, and the breeze was softly perfumed with roses and jasmine, it stalked into the house to hunt, to slaughter, to leave behind the indifferent dark and the stink of blood. Nothing was the same after the monster came. The lovely house with its many generous rooms and acres of glossy floors would forever carry the smear of his ghost and the silver-edged echo of Olivia's lost innocence. Her mother had told her there weren't any monsters. They were only pretend, and her bad dreams only dreams. But the night she saw the monster, heard it, smelled it, her mother couldn't tell her it wasn't real. And there was no one left to sit on the bed, to stroke her hair and tell her pretty stories until she slipped back into sleep. Her daddy told the best stories, wonderfully silly ones, with pink giraffes and 2-headed cows. But he'd gotten sick, and the sickness had made him do bad things and say bad words in a loud, fast voice that wasn't like Daddy's at all. He'd had to go away. Her mother had told her he'd had to go away until he wasn't sick anymore. That's why he could only come to see her sometimes. And Mama, or Aunt Jamie, or Uncle David had to stay right in the room the whole time. Once, she'd been allowed to go to Daddy's new house on the beach. Aunt Jamie and Uncle David had taken her, and she'd been fascinated and delighted to watch through the wide glass wall as the waves lifted and fell, to see the water stretch and stretch into forever, where it bumped right into the sky. Then Daddy wanted to take her out on the beach to play, to build sand castles, just the two of them. But her aunt had said no. It wasn't allowed. They'd argued at first in those low, hissing voices adults never think children can hear. But Olivia had heard, and hearing, had sat by that big window to stare harder and harder at the water. And as the voices got louder, she made herself not hear because they hurt her stomach and made her throat burn. And she would not hear Daddy call Aunt Jamie bad names, or Uncle David say in a rough voice, "Watch your step, Sam. Just watch your step. This isn't going to help you." Finally, Aunt Jamie had said they had to go and had carried her out to the car. She'd waved over her aunt's shoulder, but Daddy hadn't waved back. He'd just stared, and his hands had stayed in fists at his sides. She hadn't been allowed to go back to the beach house and watch the waves again. But it had started before that. Weeks before the beach house. More weeks before the monster came. It had all happened after the night Daddy had come into her room and awakened her. He'd paced her room, whispering to himself. It was a hard sound. But when she'd stirred in the big bed with its white lace canopy, she hadn't been afraid. Because it was Daddy. Even when the moonlight spilled through the windows onto his face, and his face looked mean and his eyes too shiny, he was still her Daddy. Love and excitement had bounced in her heart. He'd wound up the music box on her dresser, the one with the blue fairy from Pinocchio that played "When You Wish Upon a Star." She sat up in bed and smiled sleepily. "Hi, Daddy. Tell me a story." "I'll tell you a story." He turned his head and stared at his daughter, the small bundle of tousled blonde hair and big brown eyes. But he'd only seen his own fury. "I'll tell you a goddamn story, Livy, my love, about a beautiful whore who learns how to lie and cheat." "Where did the horse live, Daddy?" "What horse?" "The beautiful one." He turned around then, and his lips had peeled back in a snarl. "You don't listen. You don't listen any more than she does. I said whore, goddammit." Olivia's stomach jumped at his shout, and there was a funny metal sting in her mouth she didn't recognize as fear. It was her first real taste of it. "What's a whore?" "Your mother. Your fucking mother's a whore." He swept his arm over the dresser, sending the music box and a dozen little treasures crashing to the floor. In bed, Olivia curled up and began to cry. He was shouting at her, saying he was sorry. "Stop that crying right now." He'd buy her a new music box. When he'd come over to pick her up, he'd smelled funny, like a room did after a grown-up party, and before Rosa cleaned. Then Mama came rushing in. Her hair was long and loose, her nightgown glowing white in the moonlight. "Sam, for God's sake, what are you doing?" "There, Livy, there, baby. Don't cry. Daddy's sorry." The vicious resentment all but smothered him as he looked at the two golden heads close together. The shock of realizing his fists were clenched, that they wanted, yearned to pound, nearly snapped him back. I told her I was sorry. But when he started forward, intending to apologize yet again, His wife's head snapped up. In the dark, her eyes gleamed with a fierceness that bordered on hate. "Stay away from her!" And the vicious threat in her mother's voice had Olivia wailing. "Don't you tell me to stay away from my own daughter. I'm sick and damn tired of orders from you, Julie. You're stoned again. I won't have you near her when you've been using." Then all Olivia could hear were the terrible shouts, more crashing, the sound of her mother crying out in pain. To escape, she crawled out of bed and into her closet to bury herself among her mountain of stuffed toys. Later, she learned that her mother had managed to lock him out of the room, to call the police on her Mickey Mouse phone. But that night, all she knew was that Mama had crawled into the closet with her, held her close, and promised everything would be all right. That's when Daddy had gone away. Memories of that night could sneak into her dreams. When they did, and she woke, Olivia would creep out of bed and into her mother's room down the hall, just to make sure she was there, just to see if maybe Daddy had come home, because he was all better again. Sometimes they were in a hotel instead, or another house. Her mother's work meant she had to travel. After her father got sick, Olivia always went with her. People said her mother was a star, and it made Olivia giggle. She knew stars were the little lights up in heaven, and her mother was right here. Her mother made movies, and lots of people came to see her pretend to be somebody else. Daddy made movies too, and she knew the story about how they'd met when they were both pretending to be other people. They'd fallen in love and gotten married, and they'd had a baby girl. When Olivia missed her father, she could look in the big leather book at all the pictures of the wedding when her mother had been a princess in a long white dress that sparkled, and her father had been the prince in his black suit. There was a big silver and white cake, and Aunt Jamie had worn a blue dress that made her look almost as pretty as Mama. Olivia imagined herself into the pictures. She would wear a pink dress and flowers in her hair, and she would hold her parents' hands and smile. In the pictures, everyone smiled and was happy. Over that spring and summer, Olivia often looked at the big leather book. The night the monster came, Olivia heard the shouting in her sleep. It made her whimper and twist. "Don't hurt her," she thought. "Don't hurt my Mama. Please, 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 Daddy." She woke with a scream in her head, with the echo of it on the air, and wanted her mother. She climbed out of bed, her little feet silent on the carpet. Rubbing her eyes, she wandered down the hallway, where the light burned low. But the room, with its big blue bed and pretty white flowers, was empty. Her mother's scent was there, a comfort. All the magic bottles and pots stood on the vanity. Olivia amused herself for a little while by playing with them and pretending she was putting on the colors and smells the way her mother did. One day, she'd be beautiful too. Like Mama, everyone said so. She sang to herself while she preened and posed in the tall mirror, giggling as she imagined herself wearing a long white dress like a princess. She tired of that, and feeling sleepy again, shuffled out to find her mother. As she approached the stairs, she saw the lights were on downstairs. The front door was open, and the late summer breeze fluttered her nightgown. She thought there might be company, and maybe there would be cake. Quiet as a mouse, she crept down the stairs, holding her fingers to her lips to stop a giggle, and heard the soaring music of her mother's favorite, Sleeping Beauty. The living room spilled from the central hall, flowing out with high arched ceilings, oceans of glass that opened the room to the gardens her mother loved. There was a big fireplace of deep blue lapis and floors of sheer white marble. Flowers speared and spilled from crystal vases, and silver urns and lamps had shades the colors of precious jewels. But tonight, the vases were broken, shattered on the tiles, with their elegant and exotic flowers, trampled and dying. The glossy ivory walls were splattered with red, and tables the cheerful maid Rosa kept polished to a gleam were overturned. There was a terrible smell, one that seemed to paint the inside of Olivia's throat with something vile, and had her stomach rippling. The music crescendoed, a climactic sweep of sobbing strings. She saw glass winking on the floor like scattered diamonds and streaks of red smearing the white floor. Whimpering for her mother, she stepped in, and she saw, behind the corner of the big sofa, her mother lay sprawled on her side, one hand flung out, fingers spread wide. Her warm blonde hair was wet with blood, so much blood. The white robe she'd worn was red with it, and ripped to ribbons. She couldn't scream, couldn't scream. Her eyes rounded and bulged in her head. Her heart bumped painfully against her ribs, and a trickle of urine slipped down her legs. But she couldn't scream. Then the monster that crouched over her mother. The monster with hands red to the wrists, with wet red streaks over his face, over his clothes, looked up. His eyes were wild, shiny as the glass that sparkled on the floor. "Livy," her father said. "God, Livy." And as he stumbled to his feet, she saw the silver and red gleam of bloody scissors in his hand. Still she didn't scream, but now she ran. The monster was real, the monster was coming, and she had to hide. She heard a long wailing call, like the howl of a dying animal in the woods. She went straight to her closet, burrowed among the stuffed toys. There her mind hid as well. She stared blindly at the door, sucked quietly on her thumb, and barely heard the monster as he howled and called and searched for her. Doors slammed like gunshots. The monster sobbed and screamed, crashing through the house as it called her name. A wild bull with blood on his horns. Olivia, a doll among dolls, curled up tight and waited for her mother to come and wake her from a bad dream. That's where Frank Brady found her. He might have overlooked her huddled in with all the bears and dogs and pretty dolls. She didn't move, didn't make a sound. Her hair was a golden blonde, shiny as rain to her shoulders. Her face a colorless oval, dominated by huge amber eyes under brows as dark as mink pelt. Her mother's eyes, he thought, with grim pity. Eyes he'd looked into dozens of times on the movie screen. Eyes he'd studied less than an hour ago and found filmed and lifeless. The eyes of the child looked at him, looked through him. Recognizing shock, he crouched down, resting his hands on his knees, rather than reaching for her. "I'm Frank." He spoke quietly, kept his eyes on hers. "I'm not going to hurt you." Part of him wanted to call out for his partner, or one of the crime scene team. But he thought his shout might spook her. "I'm a policeman." Very slowly, he lifted a hand to tap the badge that hung from his breast pocket. "Do you know what a policeman does, honey?" She continued to stare, but he thought he caught a flicker in her eyes. Awareness, he told himself. She hears me. We help people. I'm here to take care of you. Are these all your dolls? He smiled at her and picked up a squashy Kermit the Frog. I know this guy. He's on Sesame Street. Do you watch that on TV? My boss is just like Oscar the Grouch. But don't tell him I said so. Lepolis. When she didn't respond, he pulled out every Sesame Street character he could remember, making comments, letting Kermit hop on his knee. The way she watched him, eyes wide and terrifyingly blank, ripped at his heart. You want to come out now? You and Kermit? He held out a hand, waited. Hers lifted, like a puppet's on a string. Then, when the contact was made, she tumbled into his arms, shivering now, with her face buried against his shoulder. He'd been a cop for 10 years, and still his heart ripped. There now, baby. You're okay. You'll be all right. He stroked a hand down her hair, rocking for a moment. The monster's here. She whispered it. Frank checked his motion then, cradling her, got to his feet. He's gone now. Did you chase him away? He's gone. He glanced around the room, found a blanket, and tucked it around her. I had to hide. He was looking for me. He had Mama's scissors. I want Mama. God, dear God, was all he could think. At the sound of feet coming down the hall, Olivia let out a low, keening sound and tightened her grip around Frank's neck. He murmured to her, patting her back as he moved toward the door. Frank, there's you found her. Detective Tracy Harmon studied the little girl wrapped around his partner and raked a hand through his hair. The neighbors said there's a sister, Jamie Melbourne. Husband's David Melbourne. Some kind of music agent. They only live about a mile from here. Better notify them. Honey, you want to go see your Aunt Jamie? Is my mama there? No, but I think she'd want you to go. I'm sleepy. You go on to sleep, baby. Just close your eyes. She see anything? Tracy murmured. Yeah. Frank stroked her hair as her eyelids drooped. Yeah, I think she saw too damn much. We can thank Christ the bastard was too blitzed to find her. Call the sister. Let's get the kid over there before the press gets wind of this. He came back. The monster came back. She could see him creeping through the house with her father's face and her mother's scissors. Blood slid down the snapping blades like thin glossy ribbons. In her father's voice, he whispered her name over and over again. Livy, Livy, love. Come out and I'll tell you a story. And the long sharp blades in his hands hissed open and closed as he shambled toward the closet. No, Daddy, no, no, no. Livy, oh honey, it's all right. I'm here. Aunt Jamie's right here. Don't let him come. Don't let him find me. Wailing, Livy burrowed into Jamie's arms. I won't. I promise. Devastated, Jamie pressed her face into the fragile curve of her niece's neck. She rocked both of them in the delicate half-light of the bedside lamp until Olivia's shivers stopped. I'll keep you safe. She rested her cheek on the top of Olivia's head and let the tears come. She didn't allow herself to sob, though hot, bitter sobs welled and pressed into her throat. The tears were silent, sliding down her cheeks to dampen the child's hair. Julie. Oh God, Julie. She wanted to scream out her sister's name, to rave it, but there was the child, now going limp with sleep in her arms, to consider. Julie would have wanted her daughter protected. God knew she had tried to protect her baby. And now Julie was dead. Jamie continued to rock, to soothe herself now as Olivia slept in her arms. That beautiful, bright woman with the wickedly husky laugh, the giving heart and boundless talent, dead at the age of 32. Killed, the two grim-faced detectives had told her, by the man who had professed to love her to the point of madness. Well, Sam Tanner was mad, Jamie thought, as her hands curled into brutal fists. Mad with jealousy, with drugs, with desperation. Now he'd destroyed the object of his obsession, but he would never, never touch the child. Gently, Jamie laid Olivia back in bed, smoothed the blankets over her, let her fingertips rest for a moment on the blonde hair. She remembered the night Olivia had been born, the way Julie had laughed between contractions. Only Julie MacBride, Jamie thought, could make a joke out of labor. The way Sam had looked, impossibly handsome and nervous, his blue eyes brilliant with excitement and fear. His black hair tousled so that she'd smoothed it with her own fingers to soothe him. Then he'd brought that beautiful little girl up to the viewing glass, and there'd been tears of love and wonder in his eyes. Yes, she remembered that, and remembered thinking, as she smiled at him through that glass, that they were perfect. The three of them, perfect together. Perfect for one another. It had seemed so. She walked to the window, stared out at nothing. Julie's star had been on the rise, and Sam's already riding high. They'd met on the set of a movie, fell wildly in love, and were married within 4 months, while the press raved and simpered over them. She'd worried, Jamie admitted. It was all so fast, so Hollywood. But Julie had always known exactly what she wanted. And she'd wanted Sam Tanner. For a while, it had seemed as happy ever after as the stories Julie told her daughter at bedtime. But this fairy tale had ended in a nightmare, blocks away. Only blocks away while she'd slept, Jamie thought, squeezing her eyes shut as a sob clawed at her throat. The sudden flash of lights had her jumping back, her heart pumping fast. David, she realized, and turned quickly to the bed to be certain Olivia slept peacefully. Leaving the light on low, she hurried out. She was coming down the stairs as the door opened and her husband walked in. He stood there for a long moment, a tall man with broad shoulders. His hair of deep brown was mussed. His eyes, a quiet mix of gray and green, full of fatigue and horror. Strength was what she'd always found in him. Strength and stability. Now he looked sick and shaken, his usual dusky complexion pasty, a muscle jumping in his firm square jaw. God, Jamie, oh sweet God. His voice broke, and somehow that made it worse. I need a drink. He turned away, walked unsteadily into the front salon. She had to grip the railing for balance before she could order her legs to move, to follow him. David? I need a minute. His hands shook visibly as he took a decanter of whiskey from the breakfront, poured it into a short glass. He braced one hand on the wood, lifted the glass with the other, and drank it down like medicine. Jesus God, what he did to her. Oh, David. She broke. The control she'd managed to cling to since the police had come to the door shattered. She simply sank to the floor in a spasm of sobs and shudders. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He rushed to her and gathered her against him. Oh, Jamie, I'm so sorry. They stayed there, on the floor in the lovely room, as the light turned pearly with dawn. She wept in harsh, racking gasps until he wondered that her bones didn't shatter from the power of it. The gasps turned to moans that were her sister's name, then the moans to silence. I'll take you upstairs. You need to lie down. No, no, no. The tears had helped. Jamie told herself they'd helped, though they left her feeling hollowed out and achy. Livy might wake up. She'll need me. I'll be all right. I have to be all right. She sat back, scrubbing her hands over her face to dry it. Her head throbbed like an open wound. Her stomach was a mass of cramps. But she got to her feet. I need you to tell me. I need you to tell me everything. When he shook his head, her chin came up. I have to know, David. He hesitated. She looked so tired, so pale and so fragile. Where Julie had been long and willowy, Jamie was small and fine-boned. Both had carried a look of delicacy that he knew was deceptive. He'd often joked that the MacBride sisters were tough broads, bred to climb mountains and tramp through woods. Let's get some coffee. I'll tell you everything I know. Like her sister, Jamie had refused live-in staff. It was her house, by God, and she wouldn't sacrifice her privacy. The day maid wouldn't be in for another 2 hours, so she brewed the coffee herself while David sat at the counter and stared out the window. They didn't speak. In her head, she ran over the tasks she would have to face that day. The call to her parents would be the worst, and she was already bracing for it. Funeral arrangements would have to be made carefully to ensure as much dignity and privacy as possible. The press would be salivating. She would make sure the television remained off as long as Olivia was in the house. She set 2 cups of coffee on the counter. Sat. Tell me. There isn't much more than Detective Brady already told us, David began. There wasn't any forced entry. She let him in. She was dressed for bed, but hadn't been to bed. It looked as though she'd been in the living room working on clippings. You know how she liked to send your folks clippings. He rubbed both hands over his face, then picked up his coffee. They must have argued. There were signs of a fight. He used the scissors on her. Horror bloomed in his eyes. Jamie, he must have lost his mind. His gaze came to hers, held. When he reached for her hand, she curled her fingers around his tightly. Was it quick? I've never seen he went wild. He closed his eyes a moment. She would hear. In any case, there would be leaks. There would be media full of truth and lies. Jamie, she was, He stabbed her repeatedly and slashed her throat. The color drained from her face, but her hand stayed firm in his. She fought back. She must have fought him, hurt him. I don't know. They have to do an autopsy. We'll know more after that. They think Olivia saw some of it, saw something, then hid from him. He drank coffee in the faint hope it would settle his jittery stomach. They want to talk to her. She can't be put through that. This time she jerked back, yanking her hand free. She's a baby, David. I won't have them put her through that. They know he did it, she said with a fierce and vicious bitterness. I won't have my sister's child questioned by the police. David let out a long breath. He's claiming he found Julie that way, that he came in and found her already dead. Liar! Her eyes fired, and color flooded back into her face, harsh and passionate. Murdering bastard, I want him dead. I want to kill him myself. He made her life a misery this past year. And now he's killed her. Burning in hell isn't enough. She whirled away, wanting to pound something, tear something to pieces. Then stopped short when she saw Olivia staring at her from the doorway with wide eyes. Livy, where's Mama? Her bottom lip trembled. I want my mama. Livy. As temper drained into grief, and grief into helplessness, Jamie bent down and picked her up. The monster came and hurt Mama. Is she all right now? Over the child's head, Jamie's desperate eyes met her husband's. He held out a hand, and she walked over, so the three of them stood wrapped together. Your mother had to go away, Livy. Jamie closed her eyes as she pressed a kiss to Olivia's head. She didn't want to, but she had to. Is she coming back soon? There was a ripple in Jamie's chest, like a wave breaking on rock. No, honey, she's not coming back. She always comes back. This time she can't. She had to go to heaven and be an angel. Olivia knuckled her eyes. Like a movie? As her legs began to tremble, Jamie sat, cradling her sister's child. No, baby. Not like a movie this time. The monster hurt her, and I ran away. So she won't come back. She's mad at me. No, Livy. Praying for wisdom, Jamie eased back, cupped Olivia's face in her hands. She wanted you to run away. She wanted you to be a smart girl and run away and hide, to be safe. That was what she wanted most of all. If you hadn't, she'd have been very sad. Then she'll come back tomorrow. Tomorrow was a concept she knew only as later. Another time, soon. Livy, with a nod to his wife, David slid the child onto his lap, relieved when she laid her head against his chest and sighed. She can't come back, but she'll be watching you from up in heaven. I don't want her to be in heaven. She began to cry now, soft sniffling sobs. I want to go home and see Mama. When Jamie reached for her, David shook his head. Let her cry it out, he murmured. Jamie pressed her lips together, nodded. Then she rose to go up to her bedroom and call her parents. 2. The press stalked, a pack of rabid wolves scenting heartblood. At least that was how Jamie thought of them, as she barricaded her family behind closed doors. To be fair, a great many of the reporters were shocked and grieving, and broadcast the story with as much delicacy as the circumstances allowed. Julie MacBride had been well loved, desired, admired and envied, but loved all the same. But Jamie wasn't feeling particularly fair. Not when Olivia sat like a doll in the guest room or wandered downstairs, as thin and pale as a ghost. Wasn't it enough that the child had lost her mother in the most horrible of ways? Wasn't it enough that she herself had lost her sister, her twin, her closest friend? But she had lived in the glittery world of Hollywood with its seductive shadows for 8 years now. And she knew it was never enough. Julie MacBride had been a public figure, a symbol of beauty, talent, sex with the girl next door spin. A country girl turned glamorous movie princess who'd married the reigning prince and lived with him in their polished castle in Beverly Hills. Those who paid their money at the box office, who devoured glossy articles in People or absurdities in the tabloids, considered her theirs. Julie MacBride of the quick and brilliant smile and smoky voice. But they didn't know her. Oh, they thought they did. With their exposés, their interviews and glossy articles. Julie had certainly been open and honest in most of them. That was her way, and she'd never taken her success for granted. It had always thrilled and delighted her. But no matter how much print and tape and film they'd run on the actress, they'd never really understood the woman herself. Her sense of fun and foolishness, her love of the forest and mountains of Washington State where she'd grown up, her absolute loyalty to family, her unshakable love and devotion to her daughter. and her tragic and undying love for the man who'd killed her. That was what Jamie found hardest to accept. She'd let him in, was all she could think. In the end, she'd gone with her heart and had opened the door to the man she loved, even knowing he'd stopped being that man. Would she have done the same? They'd shared a great deal. More than sisters, more than friends. Part of it came from being twins, certainly. But added to that was their shared childhood in the deep woods. The hours, the days, the evenings they'd spent exploring together, learning, loving the scents and sounds and secrets of the forest, following tracks, sleeping under the stars, sharing their dreams as naturally as they had once shared the womb. Now it was as if something in Jamie had died as well. The kindest part, she thought, the freshest and most vulnerable part. She doubted she would ever be whole again, knew she would never be the same again. Strong, she could be strong, would have to be. Olivia depended on her. David would need her. She knew he'd love Julie too, had thought of her as his own sister, and her parents as his own. She stopped pacing to glance up the stairs. They were here now, up with Olivia in her room. They would need her too. However sturdy they would need their remaining child to help them get through the next weeks. When the doorbell rang, she jumped, then closed her eyes. She, who had once considered herself fearless, was shaking at shadows and whispers. She drew a breath in, let it out slowly. David had arranged for guards, and the reporters were ordered not to come onto the property. But over that long, terrible day, one slipped through now and then. She wanted to ignore the bell, to let it ring and ring and ring, but that would disturb Olivia, upset her parents. She marched toward the door, intending to rip off the reporter's skin. Then through the etched glass panels beside the wood, she recognized the detectives who had come in the dark of the morning to tell her Julie was dead. "Mrs. Melbourne, I'm sorry to disturb you." It was Frank Brady who spoke, and he, whom Jamie focused on. "Detective Brady, isn't it?" "Yes. May we come in?" Of course. She stepped back. Frank noted that she had enough control to keep behind the door, not to give the camera crews a shot at her. It had been her control, he'd noted and admired the night before. She'd rushed out of the house, he recalled, even before they'd fully braked at the entrance. But the minute she'd seen the girl in his arms, she'd seemed to snap back, to steady. She'd taken charge of her niece, bundling her close, carrying her upstairs. He studied her again as she led them into the salon. He knew now that she and Julie MacBride had been twins, with Jamie the elder by 7 minutes. Yet there wasn't as much resemblance as he might have expected. Julie MacBride had owned a blazing beauty, despite delicate features and that golden coloring. It had flamed out and all but burned the onlooker. The sister had quieter looks, hair more brown than blonde, that was cut in a chin-length swing and worn sleek, eyes more chocolate than gold, and lacking that sensuous, heavy-lidded shape. She was about 5'3", Frank calculated, probably about 110 pounds on slender bones, where her sister had been a long-stemmed 5'10". He wondered if she'd been envious of her sister, of that perfection of looks and the excess of fame. "Can I get you anything? Coffee?" It was Tracy who answered, judging that she needed to do something normal before getting down to business. "I wouldn't mind some coffee, Mrs. Melbourne, if it's not too much trouble." "No, we seem to have pots going day and night. I'll see to it. Please sit down." She's holding up, Tracy commented when he was alone with his partner. She's got a way to go. Frank flicked open the curtains a slit to study the mob of press at the edge of the property. This one's going to be a zoo, a long-running one. It's not every day America's princess gets cut to ribbons inside her own castle. By the prince, Tracy added. He tapped his pocket where he kept his cigarettes, then thought better of it. We'll get maybe one more shot at him before he pulls it together and calls for a lawyer. Then we'd better make it a bullseye. Frank let the curtain close and turned as Jamie came back into the room with a tray of coffee. He sat when she did. He didn't smile. Her eyes told him she didn't require or want pleasantries and masks. We appreciate this, Mrs. Melbourne. We know this is a bad time for you. Right now, it seems it'll never be anything else. She waited while Tracy added 2 heaping spoonsful of sugar to his mug. You want to talk to me about Julie? Yes, ma'am. Were you aware that your sister placed a 911 call due to a domestic disturbance 3 months ago? Yes. Her hands were steady as she lifted her own mug. Sam came home in an abusive state of mind. Physically abusive this time. This time, he'd been verbally, emotionally abusive before. Her voice was brisk and clear. She refused to let it quaver. Over the last year and a half that I know of. Is it your opinion Mr. Tanner has a problem with drugs? You know very well Sam has a habit. Her eyes stayed level on Frank's. If you haven't figured that out, you're in the wrong business. Sorry, Mrs. Melbourne. Detective Brady and I are just trying to touch all the bases. We have to figure you'd know your sister's husband, his routines. Maybe she talked to you about their personal problems. She did, of course. Julie and I were very close. We could talk about anything. For a moment, Jamie looked away, struggling to keep it all steady. Voice, hands, eyes. I think it started a couple of years ago. Social cocaine. She smiled, but it was thin and hard. Julie hated it. They argued about it. They began to argue over a great many things. His last 2 movies didn't do as well as expected, critically or financially. Actors can be a tender species. Julie was worried because Sam became edgy, argumentative. But as much as she tried to smooth things over, her own career was soaring. He resented that, began to resent her. He was jealous of her, Frank prompted. Yes, when he should have been proud. They began to go out more, parties, clubs. He felt he needed to be seen. Julie supported him in that. But she was a homebody. I know it's difficult to equate the image, the beauty, glamour, with a woman who was happiest at home, in her garden, with her daughter. But that was Julie. Her voice cracked. She cleared it, sipped more coffee, and continued. She was working on the feature with Lucas Manning, Smoke and Shadows. It was a demanding, difficult role. Very physical. Julie couldn't afford to work 12 or 14 hours, come home, then polish herself up for night after night on the town. She wanted time to relax, time with Olivia. So Sam started going out on his own. There were some rumors about your sister and Manning. Jamie shifted her gaze to Tracy, nodded. Yes, there usually are when 2 very attractive people fire up the screen. People romanticize, and they enjoy gossip. Sam hounded her about other men, and Lucas, in particular, most recently. The rumors were groundless. Julie considered Lucas a friend and a marvelous leading man. How did Sam take it? Frank asked her. She sighed now and set down her mug, but didn't rub at the ache behind her eyes. If it had been 3 or 4 years ago, he'd have laughed it off, teased her about it. Instead, he hounded her, sniped at her. He accused her of trying to run his life, of encouraging other men, then of being with other men. Lucas was his prime target. It hurt Julie very much. Some women would turn to a friend, to another man, under that kind of pressure. Frank watched her steadily as her eyes flared, her mouth tightened. Julie took her marriage seriously. She loved her husband enough, as it turned out, to stick by him until he killed her. And if you want to turn this around and make her seem cheap and ordinary, Mrs. Melbourne, Frank lifted a hand. If we want to close this case, to get justice for your sister, we need to ask. We need all the pieces. She ordered herself to breathe, slowly in, slowly out, and poured more coffee she didn't want. The pieces are simple. Her career was moving up, and his was shaky. The shakier it got, the more he did drugs, and the more he turned the blame on her. She called the police. That night last spring, because he attacked her in their daughter's room, and she was afraid for Livy. She was afraid for all of them. She filed for divorce. That was a difficult decision for her. She wanted Sam to get help, to go into counseling. And she used the separation as a hammer. Most of all, she wanted to protect her daughter. Sam had become unstable. She wouldn't risk her child. Yet, it appears, she opened the door to him on the night of her death. Yes, Jamie's hand shook now. Once. She set the coffee down and folded both hands in her lap. She loved him. Despite everything, she loved him and believed if he could beat the drugs, they'd get back together. She wanted more children. She wanted her husband back. She was careful to keep the separation out of the press. Beyond the family, the only people who knew of it were the lawyers. She'd hoped to keep it that way as long as possible. Would she have opened the door to him when he was under the influence of drugs? That's what happened, isn't it? I'm just trying to get a picture, Frank told her. She must have. She wanted to help him, and she believed she could handle him. If it hadn't been for Livy, I don't think she'd have filed papers. But her daughter had been in the house that night, Frank thought. In the house and at risk. You knew them both very well. Yes. In your opinion, is Sam Tanner capable of killing your sister? The Sam Tanner Julie married would have thrown himself in front of a train to protect her. Jamie picked up her coffee again, but it didn't wash away the bitterness that coated her throat. The one you have in custody is capable of anything. He killed my sister. He mutilated her, ripping her apart like an animal. I want him to die for it. She spoke coolly, but her eyes were ripe and hot with hate. Frank met that violent gaze, nodded. I understand your feelings, Mrs. Melbourne. No, detective. You couldn't possibly. Frank let it go as Tracy shifted in his chair. Mrs. Melbourne, Frank began, it would be very helpful if we were able to speak with Olivia. She's 4 years old. I realize that, but the fact is she's a witness. We need to know what she saw, what she heard. Reading both denial and hesitation on her face, he pressed. Mrs. Melbourne, I don't want to cause you or your family any more pain. And I don't want to upset the child. But she's part of this. A key part. How can you ask me to put her through that? To make her talk about it? It's in her head. Whatever she saw or heard is already there. We need to ask her what that was. She knows me from that night. She felt safe with me. I'll be careful with her. God. Jamie lifted her hands, pressed her fingers to her eyes, and tried to think clearly. I have to be there. I have to stay with her, and you'll stop if I say she's had enough. That's fine. She'll be more comfortable with you there. You have my word. I'll make it as easy as I can. I have a kid of my own. I doubt he's ever witnessed a murder. No, ma'am, but his father's a cop. Frank sighed a little as he rose. They know more than you want them to. Maybe they do. She wouldn't know, she thought, as she led them out and up the stairs. David hadn't wanted children, and since she hadn't been sure she did either, she'd been content to play doting aunt to her sister's daughter. Now she would have to learn. They would all have to learn. At the door to the bedroom, she motioned the two detectives back. She opened it a crack, saw that her parents were sitting on the floor with Olivia, putting a child's puzzle together. Mom, could you come here a minute? The woman who stepped out had Jamie's small build, but seemed tougher, more athletic. The tan and the sun-bleached tips of her brown hair told Frank she liked the outdoors. He gauged her at early 50s and imagined she passed for younger when her face wasn't drawn and etched with grief. Her soft blue eyes, bloodshot and bruised-looking, skimmed over Frank's face. Then his partner's. This is my mother, Valerie MacBride. Mom, these are the detectives who... They're in charge, Jamie finished. They need to talk to Livy. No. Val's body went on alert as she pulled the door closed behind her. That's impossible. She's just a baby. I won't have it. I won't have anyone reminding her of what happened. Mrs. MacBride. But even as Frank spoke, she was turning on him. Why didn't you protect her? Why didn't you keep that murdering bastard away from her? My baby's dead. She covered her face with her hands and wept silently. Please wait here, Jamie murmured and put her arms around her mother. Come lie down, Mom. Come on now. When Jamie came back, her face was pale and showed signs of weeping, but her eyes were dry now. Let's get this over with. She squared her shoulders, opened the door. The man who looked up had folded his long legs Indian style. His hair was a beautiful mix of gold and silver around a narrow face that was tanned and handsome. The eyes of deep amber he'd passed to his younger daughter and to her daughter were fanned with lines and widely set under dark brows. His hand, long and wide-palmed, reached out to lie on Olivia's shoulder in an instinctive gesture of protection as he studied the men behind Jamie. Dad. Jamie forced her lips into a smile. This is Detective Brady and Detective Harmon. My father, Rob MacBride. Rob rose, and though he offered his hand to each detective in turn, he kept himself between them and his granddaughter. What's this about, Jamie? They need to talk to Livy. She pitched her voice low and gripped his hand before he could protest. They need to, she repeated, squeezing. Please, Dad, Mom's upset. She's lying down in your room. I'm going to stay here. I'll be right here with Livy the whole time. Go talk to Mom, please. Because her voice threatened to break, she took a moment. Please, we have to get through this. For Julie. He bent, rested his brow against hers. Just stood that way for a moment. His body bowed, his hand in hers. I'll talk to your mother. Where are you going, Grandpop? We haven't finished the puzzle. He glanced back, fighting the tears that wanted to swim into his eyes. I'll be back, Livy love. Don't grow up while I'm gone. She giggled at that, but her thumb had found its way into her mouth as she stared up at Frank. She knew who he was, the policeman with long arms and green eyes. His face looked tired and sad, but she remembered he had a nice voice and gentle hands. Hi, Livy. Frank crouched down. Do you remember me? She nodded and spoke around her thumb. You're Frank the policeman. You chased the monster away. Is it coming back? No. Can you find my mama? She had to go to heaven and she must be lost. Can you go find her? I wish I could. Frank sat on the floor, folded his legs as her grandfather had. Tears welled into her eyes, trembled on her lashes, and cut at Frank's heart like tiny blades. Is it because she's a star? Stars have to be in heaven. He heard Jamie's low sound of despair behind him, quickly controlled as she stepped forward, but he needed the child's trust now. So he laid a hand on her cheek and went with instinct. Sometimes, when we're really lucky, very special stars get to stay with us for a while. When they have to go back, it makes us sad. It's all right to be sad. Did you know the stars are there, even in the daytime? You can't see them. No, but they're there, and they can see us. Your mother's always going to be there, looking out for you. I want her to come home. We're going to have a party in the garden with my dolls. Do your dolls like parties? Everybody likes parties. She picked up the Kermit she'd brought with her from home. He eats bugs. That's a frog for you. Does he like them plain or with chocolate syrup? Her eyes brightened at that. I like everything with chocolate syrup. Do you have a little girl? No, but I have a little boy, and he used to eat bugs. Now she laughed, and her thumb popped back out of her mouth. He did not. Oh yes, I was afraid he'd turn green and start hopping. Idly, Frank picked up a puzzle piece, fit it into place. I like puzzles. That's why I became a policeman. We work on puzzles all the time. This is Cinderella at the ball. She has a beautiful dress and a pumpkin. Sometimes I work on puzzles in my head, but I need help with the pieces to make the picture in there. Do you think you can help me, Livy, by telling me about the night I met you? You came to my closet. I thought you were the monster, but you weren't. That's right. Can you tell me what happened before I came and found you? I hid there for a long, long time, and he didn't know where I was. It's a good hiding place. Did you play with Kermit that day? Or with puzzles? I played with lots of things. Mama didn't have to work, and we went swimming in the pool. I can hold my breath under the water for an ever, because I'm like a fish. He tugged her hair, peeked at her neck. Yep, there are the gills. Her eyes went huge. Mama says she can see them too, but I can't. You like to swim? It's the most fun of anything. I have to stay in the little end, and I can't go in the water unless Mama or Rosa or a big person's there. But one day I can. Did you have friends over that day to play? Not that day. Sometimes I do. She pursed her lips and industriously fit another piece of her puzzle into place. Sometimes Billy or Cherry or Tiffy come. But that day Mama and me played. And we took a nap, and we had some cookies Rosa made. And Mama read her script, and she laughed, and she talked on the phone. Lou, I love it. Livy recited in such a smooth and adult tone, Frank blinked at her. I am Carly. It's about damn time I got my teeth into a romantic comedy with wit. Make the deal. Ah. Frank struggled between surprise and admiration, while Livy tried to set another piece of her puzzle in place. That's really good. You have a good memory. Daddy says I'd be a parrot if I had wings. I remember lots of things. I bet you do. Do you know what time you went to bed? I'm supposed to go to bed at 8 o'clock. Chickens go broody at 8. Mama told me the story about the lady with long, long hair who lived in the tower. Later you woke up. Were you thirsty? No. She lifted her thumb to her mouth again. I had a bad dream. My Noah has bad dreams too. When he tells me about them, he feels better. Is Noah your little boy? How old is he? He's 10 now. Do you want to see his picture? Uh-huh. She scooted closer as Frank took out his wallet and flipped through. Cocking her head, she studied the school photo of a boy with untidy brown hair and a wide grin. He's pretty. Maybe he can come over to play. Maybe. Sometimes he has bad dreams about space aliens. Forgive me, Noah, Frank thought with some amusement as he replaced his wallet, for sharing your darkest secret. When he tells me about them, he feels better. You want to tell me about your bad dream? People are yelling. I don't like when Mama and Daddy fight. He's sick, and he has to get well. And we have to keep wishing really, really hard for him to get all better so he can come home. In your dream, you heard your mother and father yelling? People are yelling, but I can't hear what they say. I don't want to. I want them to stop. I want my mama to come. Somebody screams, like in the movies that Rosa watches. They scream and I wake up. I don't hear anything. 'Cause it was just a dream. I want Mama. Did you go to find her? She wasn't in bed. I wanted to get in bed with her. She doesn't mind. Then She broke off and gave a great deal of attention to her puzzle. It's all right, Livy. You can tell me what happened next. I'm not supposed to touch the magic bottles. I didn't break any. Where are the magic bottles? On Mama's little table with the mirror. I can have some when I get bigger, but they're toys for big girls. I just played with them for a minute. She sent Frank such an earnest look, he had to smile. That's all right then. What did you do next? I went downstairs. The lights were on and the door was open. It was warm outside. Maybe somebody came to see us. Maybe we can have cake. Tears began to stream down her cheeks. I don't want to say now. It's okay, Livy. You can tell me. It's okay to tell me. And it was. She could look into his green eyes, and it was all right to say. It smells bad, and things are broken, and they're red and wet and nasty. The flowers are on the floor, and there's glass. You don't walk near glass in your bare feet 'cause it hurts. I don't want to step in it. I see Mama, and she's lying down on the floor. And the red and the wet is all over her. The monster's with her. He has her scissors in his hand. She held up her own, fingers curled tight, and a glazed look in her eye. Livy, God, Livy, she said in a horrible mimic of her father's voice. I ran away, and he kept calling. He was breaking things and looking for me and crying. I hid in the closet. Another tear trembled and fell. I wet my pants. That's all right, honey. That doesn't matter. Big girls don't. You're a very big girl, and very brave and smart. When she gave him a watery smile, he prayed He wouldn't have to put her through that night again. He drew her attention back to her puzzle, made some foolish comment about talking pumpkins that had her giggling. He didn't want her parting thought of him to be of fear and blood and madness. Still, when he turned at the door to glance back, Olivia's eyes were on him, quietly pleading, and holding that terrifyingly adult expression only the very young can manage. As he started downstairs, he found his thoughts running with Jamie Melbourne's. He wanted Sam Tanner's blood. You were very good with her. Jamie's control had almost reached the end of its strength. She wanted to curl up and weep as her mother was, to mire herself in chores and duties as her husband was. Anything but reliving this over again, as she had through Olivia's words. She's a remarkable girl. Takes after her mother. He stopped then, turned and looked at Jamie squarely. I'd say she's got some of her aunt in her. There was a flicker of surprise over her face, then a sigh. She had nightmares last night, and I'll catch her just staring off into space with that vacant look in her eyes. Sucking her thumb. She stopped sucking her thumb before she was a year old. Medipur. Whatever comforts. Mrs. Melbourne, you've got a lot on your mind, and a lot more to deal with. You're going to want to think about counseling, not just for Olivia, but for all of you. Yes, I'll think about it. Right now, I just have to get through the moment. I want to see Sam. That's not a good idea. I want to see the man who murdered my sister. I want to look him in the eye. That's my therapy, Detective Brady. I'll see what I can do. I appreciate your time and cooperation. And again, we're sorry for your loss. See that he pays. She opened the door, braced herself against the calls and shouts of the press, of the curious crowded in the street. We'll be in touch, was all Frank said. Jamie closed the door, leaned heavily against it. She lost track of how long she stood there, eyes closed, head bent, but she jerked straight when a hand fell on her shoulder. Jamie, you need some rest. David turned her into his arms. I want you to take a pill and lie down. Ito, no pills. I'm not having my mind or my feelings clouded. But she laid her head on his shoulder, and some of the pressure eased out of her chest. The two detectives were just here. You should have called me. They wanted to talk to me and to Livy. Livy? He pulled her back to stare at her. For God's sake, Jamie, you didn't let them interrogate that child? It wasn't like that, David. Resentment wanted to surface, but she was too tired for it. Detective Brady was very gentle with her, and I stayed the whole time. They needed to know what she'd seen. She's the only witness. The hell with that. They have him cold. He was there. He had the weapon. He was fucking stoned as he's been half the time the last year. At Jamie's quick warning look toward the stairs, he sucked in a breath, let it out slowly. Calm, he reminded himself. They all had to stay calm to get through this. They have all the evidence they need to put him away for the rest of his miserable life. He finished. Now, they have Livy's statement that she saw him. She heard him. She lifted a hand to her head. I don't know how it works. I don't know what happens next. I can't think about it. I'm sorry. He gathered her close again. I just don't want you or Livy, or any of us, to suffer more than we have to. I want you to call me before you let them talk to her again. I think we need to consult a child psychologist to make sure it isn't damaging to her. Maybe you're right. She likes Detective Brady, though. You can tell she feels safe with him. I upset my mother. For a moment, she burrowed against David's throat. I need to go up to her. All right, Jamie. He slid his hands down her arms, linked fingers with her. They're going to release Julie's body day after tomorrow. We can hold the memorial service the following day, if you're ready for it. I've started making the arrangements. Oh, David. Pathetically grateful, she shuddered back a sob. You didn't have to do that. I was going to make calls later today. I know what you want for her. Let me take care of this for all of us, Jamie. I loved her too. He brought her hands to his lips, pressed a kiss to her fingers. I know. I have to do something. Details are what I do best. I... I've been working on a press release. There has to be one. He ran his hands up her arms again, back down in a gesture of comfort. It's more your area than mine, but I figured simple was best. I'll run it by you before it's confirmed. But as for the rest, just let me take care of it. I don't know what I'd do without you, David. I don't know what I'd do. You'll never have to find out. He kissed her softly. Go up to your mother and promise me you'll try to get some rest. Yes, I will. He waited until she walked upstairs, then went to the door, stared out the glass panels at the figures sweltering outside in the high summer heat, and thought of vultures over fresh kill. Free. She didn't want to take a nap. She wasn't sleepy, but Olivia tried, because Aunt Jamie had asked her to, and lay in the bed that wasn't hers. It was a pretty room, with little violets climbing up the walls, and white curtains with tiny white dots on them that made everything soft and filmy when you looked through them. She always slept in this room when she came to visit, but it wasn't home. She told Grandma she wanted to go home, that she could come too. They could have a tea party in the garden until Mama got home. But Grandma's eyes had gotten bright and wet, and she'd hugged Olivia so hard it almost hurt. So she hadn't said anything more about going home. When she heard the murmur of voices down the hall behind the door of the room where her grandparents were staying, Olivia climbed out of bed and tiptoed from the room. Aunt Jamie had said, when Olivia asked, that Grandma and Grandpop were taking naps too. But if they were awake, maybe they could go out and play. Grandma and Grandpop liked to be outside, best of all. They could play ball or go swimming or climb a tree. Grandpop said there were trees that reached right up and brushed the sky in Washington. Olivia had been there to visit when she was a tiny baby, and again when she'd been 2, so she couldn't remember very well. She thought Grandpop could find a sky-brushing tree for her, so she could climb all the way up and call her mother. Mama would hear if she could just get closer to heaven. When she opened the door, she saw her grandmother crying, her aunt sitting beside her holding her hands. It made her stomach hurt to see Grandma cry, and it made her afraid when she saw her Grandpop's face. It was so tight, and his eyes were too dark and mean. His voice, when he spoke, was quiet but hard, as if he were trying to break the words instead of say them. It made Olivia cringe back to make herself small. It doesn't matter why he did it. He's crazy with jealousy and drugs. What matters is he killed her. He took her away from us. He'll pay for it. Every day of his miserable life. He'll pay. It'll never be enough. We should have made her come home. Tears continued to slide down Grandma's cheeks. When she told us she and Sam were having trouble, we should have told her to bring Livy and come home for a while, to get her bearings. We didn't know he'd gotten violent. Didn't know he'd hurt her. Grandpa's fist balled at his sides. If I'd known, I'd have come down here and dealt with the son of a bitch myself. We can't go back, Dad. Jamie spoke wearily, for some of that responsibility was hers. She had known and said nothing. Julie had asked her to say nothing. If we could, I know I'd be able to see 100 different things I could do to change it, to stop it. But I can't. And we have to face the now. The press. Fuck the press. From her peep through the doorway, Olivia widened her eyes. Grandpop never said the bad word. She could only goggle as her aunt nodded calmly. Well, Dad, before much longer, they might look to fuck us. That's the way of it. They'll canonize Julie, or make her a whore. Or they'll do both. We have to, for Livy's sake, take as much control as we can. There'll be speculation and stories about her marriage and relationship with Sam, speculation about other men, particularly Lucas Manning. Julie was not a cheat. Grandma's voice rose, snapped. I know that, Mom, but that's the kind of game that's played. She's dead, Grandpop said flatly. Julie's dead. How much worse can it get? Slowly, Olivia backed up from the door. She knew what dead meant. Flowers got dead when they were all brown and stiff, and you had to throw them away. Tivy's old dog, Casey, had died, and they dug a hole in the yard and put him inside, covered him up with dirt and grass. Dead meant you couldn't come back. She kept moving away from the door while the breath got hot and thick in her chest, while flashes of blood and broken glass, of monsters and snapping scissors raced through her head. Then that breath burst out, burning over her heart as she started to run. And she started to scream. Mama's not dead. Mama's not dead and in a hole in the yard. She's coming back. She's coming back soon. She kept running, away from the shouts of her name, down the steps, down the hall. At the front door, she fought with the knob while tears flooded her cheeks. She had to get outside. She had to find a tree, a sky-brushing tree, so she could climb up and call Mama home. She fought it open and raced out. There were crowds of people, and she didn't know where to go. Everyone was shouting at once, like a big wave of sound crashing over her head, hurting her ears. She pressed her hands to them, crying, calling for her mother. A dozen cameras greedily captured the shot, ate the moment and her grief and her fear. Someone shouted for them to leave her alone. She's just a baby, but the reporters surged forward, caught in the frenzy. Sun shot off lenses, blinded her. She saw shadows and shapes, a blur of strange faces. Voices boomed out questions, commands. Look this way, Olivia. Over here. Did your father try to hurt you? Did you hear them fighting? Look at me, Olivia. Look at the camera. She froze like a fawn in the crosshairs, eyes dazed and wild. Then she was being scooped up from behind, her face pressed into the scent and shape of her aunt. I want Mama. I want Mama. She could only whisper it while Aunt Jamie held her tight. She's just a child. Unable to stop herself, Jamie lifted her voice to a shout. Damn you, goddamn every one of you. She's only a child. She turned back toward the house and shook her head fiercely before her husband and her parents could step out. No, stay inside. Don't give them any more. Don't give them another thing. I'll take her upstairs. Grandma's eyes were dry now, dry and cold and calm. You're right, Jamie. We deal with them now. She pressed her lips to Olivia's hair as she started upstairs. For her, Olivia was the now. This time, Olivia slept, deep in the exhaustion of terror and misery, while her grandmother watched over her. That, Val decided, was her job now. In less soothing surroundings, Frank Brady thought of the child he'd seen that morning. He kept the image of her, those wide brown eyes holding trustingly to his, while he did his job. Sam Tanner was the now for Frank, despite the hours in prison and the fact that his system was jumping for a hit. Sam's looks had suffered little. It appeared as though he'd been prepped for the role of the afflicted lover, shocked and innocent and suffering, but still handsome enough to make the female portion of the audience long to save him. His hair was dark, thick and untidy. His eyes, a brilliant Viking blue, were shadowed. His love affair with cocaine had cost him some weight, but that only added a romantic, hollowed-out look to his face. His lips tended to tremble. His hands were never still. They'd taken away his bloody clothes and given him a washed-out gray shirt and slacks that bagged on him. They'd kept his belt and his shoelaces. He was on suicide watch, but had only begun to notice the lack of privacy. The full scope of his situation was still buried under the fog of shock and withdrawal from his drug of choice. The interrogation room had plain beige walls and the wide expanse of two-way glass. There was a single table, 3 chairs. His tended to wobble if he tried to lean back. A water fountain in the corner dispensed stingy triangular cups of lukewarm water, and the air was stuffy. Frank sat across from him, saying nothing. Tracy leaned against the wall and examined his own fingernails. The silence and overheated room had sweat sliding greasily down Sam's back. I don't remember any more than I told you before. Unable to stand the quiet, Sam let the words stumble out. He'd been so sure when they'd finished talking to him the first time, they'd let him go. Let him go so he could find out what they'd done with Julie, with Olivia. Oh, God, Julie. Every time he thought of her, he saw blood. Oceans of blood. Frank only nodded, his eyes patient. Why don't you tell me what you told me before? From the beginning? I keep telling you. I went home. You weren't living there anymore, were you, Mr. Tanner? This from Tracy, and just a little aggressive. It's still my home. The separation was just temporary. Just until we worked some problems out. Right. Tracy kept studying his fingernails. That's why your wife filed papers, got sole custody of the kid, why you had limited visitation and bought that palace on the beach. It was just formality. Color washed in and out of Sam's face. He was desperate for a hit, just one quick hit to clear his head, sharpen his focus. Why didn't people understand how hard it was to think, for Christ's sake? And I bought the Malibu house as an investment. When Tracy snorted, Frank lifted a hand. They'd been partners for 6 years and had their rhythm down as intimately as lovers. Give the guy a chance to tell it, Tracy. You keep interrupting, you'll throw him off. We're just trying to get all the details, Mr. Tanner. Okay. I went home. He rubbed his hand on his thighs, hating the rough feel of the bagging trousers. He was used to good material, expertly cut. By God, he thought, as he continued to pick and pluck at his pant legs, he'd earned the best. Why did you go home? What? He blinked, shook his head. Why? I wanted to talk to Julie. I needed to see her. We just needed to straighten things out. Were you high, Mr. Tanner? Frank asked gently, almost friend to friend. It'd be better if you were upfront about that kind of thing. Recreational use. He let his shoulders lift and fall. We're not going to push you on that. We just need to know your state of mind. He denied it before, denied it right along. It was the kind of thing that could ruin you with the public. People in the business, well, they understood how things were. But cocaine didn't play well at the box office. But a little coke between friends? Hell, that wasn't a big deal. Not a big fucking deal, as he was forever telling Julie when she nagged him. If she'd just... Julie, he thought again, and pressed his fingers to his eyes. Was she really dead? Mr. Tanner? What? The eyes that had women all over the world sighing blinked. They were bloodshot, bruised and blank. Were you using when you went to see your wife? Before he could deny it again, Frank leaned forward. Before you answer, I'm going to tell you that we searched your car and found your stash. Now, we're not going to give you grief about possession. As long as you're up front. I don't know what you're talking about. He scrubbed the back of his hand over his mouth. Anybody could have put that there. You could have planted it, for all I know. You saying we planted evidence? Tracy moved fast. A lightning strike of movement. He had Sam by the collar and half out of the chair. Is that what you're saying? Easy. Take it easy. Come on now. Frank lifted both hands. Mr. Tanner's just confused. He's upset. You didn't mean to say we'd planted drugs in your car, did you? No, Because that's serious business, Mr. Tanner. A very serious accusation. It won't look good for you. Especially since we have a number of people who'll testify you like a little nose candy now and then. Just a social thing. Frank continued as Tracy let out a snort of disgust and went back to leaning on the wall. We don't have to make a big deal out of that. Unless you do. Unless you try saying we planted that coke when we know it was yours. When I can look at you right now and see you could use a little just to smooth the edges a bit. Face earnest, Frank leaned forward. You're in a hell of a fix here, Sam. A hell of a fix. I admire your work. I'm a big fan. I'd like to cut you a break, but you're not helping me or yourself by lying about the drugs. Just makes it worse. Sam worried his wedding ring, turning it around and around on his finger. Look, maybe I had a couple of hits, but I was in control. I was in control. He was desperate to believe it. I'm not an addict or anything. I just took a couple of hits to clear my head before I went home. To talk to your wife, Frank prompted, to straighten things out. Yeah, that's right. I needed to make her understand we should get back together, get rid of the lawyers and fix things. I missed her and Livy. I wanted our life back. God damn it, I just wanted our life back. I don't blame you for that. Beautiful wife and daughter. A man would be crazy to give it all up easy. You wanted to straighten out your troubles, so you went over there and talked to her. That's right, I know. I went over and I found her. I found her. Oh, Jesus Christ. He closed his eyes then, covered his face. Oh, God, Julie. There was blood everywhere. Broken glass, the lamp I bought her for her birthday. She was lying there, in the blood and the glass. I tried to pick her up. The scissors were in her back. I pulled them out. hadn't he? He thought he'd pulled them out, but couldn't quite remember. They'd been in his hand, hot and slick with blood. I saw Livy, standing there. She started running away. You went after her, Frank said quietly. I think I must have. I think I went a little crazy. Trying to find her. Trying to find who'd done that to Julie. I don't remember. I called the police. He looked back at Frank. I called the police as soon as I could. How long? Tracy pushed away from the wall, stuck his face close to Sam's. How long did you go through the house looking for that little girl, with scissors in your hand, before you broke down and called the cops? I don't know. I'm not sure. A few minutes maybe. 10, 15. Lying bastard. Tracy, he's a fucking lying bastard, Frank. He'd have found that kid. She'd be in the morgue next to her mother. No, no. Horror spiked in his voice. I'd never hurt Livy. That's not what your wife thought, is it, Tana? Tracy jabbed a finger into Sam's chest. She put it in writing that she was afraid for you to be alone with the kid. You're a cokehead and a sorry son of a bitch, and I'll tell you just how it went down. You thought about her in that big house, locking you out, keeping you away from her and your kid, because she couldn't stand the sight of you. Maybe you figure she's spreading her legs for another man. Woman who looks like that, there's going to be other men. And you got yourself all coked up and drove over there to show her who was boss. No, I was just going to talk to her. But she didn't want to talk to you, did she, Tana? She told you to get out, didn't she? Told you to go to hell. Maybe you knocked her around a little first, like you did the other time. It was an accident. I never meant to hurt her. We were arguing. So you picked up the scissors. No. He tried to draw back, tried to clear the images blurring in his head. We were in Livy's room. Julie wouldn't have scissors in Livy's room. You were downstairs, and you saw them on the table, sitting there, shiny, sharp. You grabbed them, and you cut her to pieces, because she was done with you. If you couldn't have her, no one was going to have her. That's what you thought, isn't it, Tana? The bitch deserved to die. No, I couldn't have done that. I couldn't have. But he remembered the feel of the scissors in his hands, the way his fingers had wrapped around them, the way blood had dripped down the blade. I loved her. I loved her. You didn't mean to do it, did you, Sam? Frank picked up the ball, sliding back into the seat, his voice gentle, his eyes level. I know how it is. Sometimes you love a woman so much it makes you crazy. When they don't listen, don't hear what you're saying, don't understand what you need, you have to find a way to make them. That's all it was, wasn't it? You were trying to find a way to make her listen, and she wouldn't. You lost your temper. The drugs, they played a part in that. You just didn't have control of yourself. You argued, and the scissors were just there. Maybe she came at you. Then it just happened, before you could stop it. Like the other time when you didn't mean to hurt her. It was a kind of accident. I don't know. Tears were starting to swim in his eyes. I had the scissors, but it was after. It had to be after. I pulled them out of her. Livy saw you. Sam's face went blank as he stared at Frank. What? She saw you. She heard you, Sam. That's why she came downstairs. Your 4-year-old daughter's a witness. The murder weapon has your prints all over it. Your bloody footprints are all over the house. In the living room, The hall, going up the stairs. There are bloody fingerprints on the door jamb of your little girl's bedroom. They're yours. There was no one else there, Sam. No burglar like you tried to tell us yesterday. No intruder. There was no sign of a break-in. Nothing was stolen. Your wife wasn't raped. There were 3 people in the house that night. Julie, Livy, and you. There had to be someone else. No, Sam, no one else. My God, my God, my God. Shaking, he laid his head on the table and sobbed like a child. When he had finished sobbing, he confessed. Frank read the signed statement for the 3rd time, got up, walked around the tiny coffee room, and settled for the nasty dregs in the pot. With the cup half full of what even the desperate would call sludge, he sat at the table and read the confession again. When his partner came in, Frank spoke without looking up. This thing's got holes, Tracy. It's got holes you could drive that old caddy you love so much through without scraping the paint. I know it. Disgusted, Tracy set a fresh pot onto brew, then went to the scarred refrigerator to steal someone's nicely ripened Bartlett pear. He bit in, grunted with satisfaction, then sat. But the guys whacked Frank, jonesing, jittery. And he was flying that night. He's never going to remember it step by step. He swiped at pear juice, dribbling down his chin. We know he did it. We got the physical evidence, motive, opportunity. We place him at the scene. Hell, we got a witness. Now we got a confession. We did our job, Frank. Yeah, but it doesn't sit right in the gut. Not all the way right. See here, where he says he broke the music box. The kid's Disney music box. There was no music box. He's getting the 2 nights confused, blending them into one. He's a fucking cokehead, Tracy said impatiently. His story about coming in after a break-in doesn't wash. She let him in. Her sister confirmed it was something she'd do. This guy ain't no Richard Kimball speller. No one-armed man, no TV show. He picked up the scissors, jammed them into her back while she was turned. She goes down, no defensive wounds then. He just keeps hacking at her while she's trying to crawl away. We got the blood trail, the ME's report. We know how it went down. Makes me sick. He pitched the pear core into the trash, then scraped his chair back to get fresh coffee. I've been working bodies for 7 years now, Frank murmured. It's one of the worst I've seen. A man does that to a woman. He's got powerful feelings for her. He sighed himself, rubbed his tired eyes. I'd like a cleaner statement, that's all. Some high-dollar lawyer's going to dance through those holes before this is done. With a shake of his head, he rose. I'm going home. See if I remember what my wife and kid look like. Lawyer or no lawyer, Tracy said as Frank started out. Sam Tanner's going down for this. And he'll spend the rest of his worthless life in a cage. Yeah, he will. And that little girl's gonna have to live with that. That's what makes me sick, Tracy. That's what eats through my gut. He thought about it on the drive home, through the impossible traffic on the freeway, down the quiet street where the houses, all tiny and tidy, like his own, were jammed close together with patches of lawn gasping from the lack of rain. Olivia's face was lodged in his mind. The rounded cheeks of childhood, the wounded, too adult eyes under striking dark brows, and the whisper of the first words she'd spoken to him. The monster's here. Then he pulled into the short driveway beside his little stucco house, and it was all so blessedly normal. Noah had left his bike crashed on its side in the yard, and his wife's impatience were wilting because she'd forgotten to water them again. God knew why she planted the things. She killed them with the regularity of a garden psychopath. Her ancient VW Bug was already parked, emblazoned with the bumper stickers and decals of her various causes. Celia Brady collected causes the way some women collected recipes. He noted that the VW was leaking oil again, swore without any real heat, and climbed out of his car. The front door burst open, then slammed like a single gunshot. His son raced out, a compact bullet with shaggy brown hair, bruised knees, and holey sneakers. "Hey, Dad, we just got back from protesting whale hunting. Mom's got these records with whales singing on them. Sounds like alien invaders." Frank winced, knowing he'd be listening to whale song for the next several days. "I don't suppose we've got dinner." We picked up the Colonel on the way home. I talked her into it. Man, all that health food lately. A guy could starve. Frank stopped, laid a hand on his son's shoulder. "You're telling me we have fried chicken in the house? Don't toy with me, Noah." Noah laughed, his dark green eyes dancing. "A whole bucket, minus the piece I swiped on the way home. Mom said we'd go for it because you'd need some comfort food." "Yeah. It was good to have a woman who loved you enough to know you." Frank sat down on the front stoop, loosened his tie, and draped an arm around Noah's shoulders when the boy sat beside him. "I guess I do. The TVs had bulletins and stuff all the time about that movie star, Julie MacBride. We saw you and Tracy going into that big house, and they showed pictures of the other house, the bigger one, where she got killed. And just now, right before you got home, there was this little girl, the daughter. She came running out of the house. She looked really scared." Noah hadn't been able to tear his eyes from the image, even when those huge, terrified eyes seemed to stare right into his and plead with him for help. "Gee, Dad, they got right up in her face, and she was crying and screaming and holding her hands over her ears until somebody came and took her back inside." "Oh, Christ!" Frank braced his elbows on his knees, put his face into his hands. "Poor kid. What are they going to do with her if her mother's dead and her father's going to jail and all?" Frank blew out a breath. Noah always wanted to know the whats and the whys. They didn't censor him. That had been Celia's stand, and Frank had come around to believing her right. Their boy was bright, curious, and knew right from wrong. He was a cop's son, Frank thought, and he had to learn that there were bad guys, and they didn't always pay. "I don't know for sure. She has family who love her. They'll do the best they can. On the TV, they said she was in the house when it happened." "Was she?" "Yes." "Wow." Noah scratched at a scab on his knee, frowned. "She looked really scared," he murmured. Noah did understand bad guys existed, that they didn't always pay, and that being a child didn't mean you were safe from them. But he couldn't understand what it would be like to be afraid of your own father. "She'll be all right." "Why did he do it, Dad?" Noah looked up into his father's face. He almost always found the answers there. "We may never know for certain. Some will say he loved her too much. Others will say he was crazy, that it was drugs or jealousy or rage. The only one who'll ever really know is Sam Tanner." I'm not sure he understands why himself. Frank gave Noah's shoulders a quick squeeze. Let's go listen to whales sing and eat chicken. And mashed potatoes. Son, you might just see a grown man cry. Noah laughed again and trooped inside with his father. But he too loved enough to understand, and he was sure he would hear his father pacing the floor that night, as he did when his job troubled him most. For confession may be good for the soul, but in Sam Tanner's case, it was also good for snapping reality into sharp focus. Less than an hour after he wrote his tearful statement, admitting the brutal and drug-hazed murder of his wife, he exercised his civil rights. He called the lawyer he'd claimed had only complicated his marital problems and demanded representation. He was panicked and ill and had by this point forgotten half of what he'd confessed. So it was a lawyer who specialized in domestic law who first claimed the confession had been given under duress, ordered his client to stick to his right to remain silent, and called out the troops. Charles Brighton Smith would head the defense team. He was a 61-year-old fox with a dramatic mane of silver hair, canny blue eyes, and a mind like a laser. He embraced high-profile cases with gusto and loved nothing better than a tumultuous court battle with a media circus playing in the center ring. Before he flew into L.A., he'd already begun assembling his team of researchers, clerks, litigators, experts, psychologists, and jury profilers. He'd leaked his flight number and arrival time and was prepared and elegantly groomed for the onslaught of press when he stepped off the plane. His voice was rich and fruity, drawing up through the diaphragm like an opera singer's. His face was stern and carefully composed to show concern, wisdom, and compassion as he made his sweeping opening statement. Sam Tanner is an innocent man, a victim of this tragedy. He's lost the woman he loved in the most brutal of fashions, and now that horror has been compounded by the police in their rush to close the case. We hope to correct this injustice swiftly so that Sam can deal with his grief and go home to his daughter. He took no questions, made no other comments. He let his bodyguards plow through the crowd and lead him to the waiting limo. When he settled inside, he imagined the media would be rife with sound bites from his entrance. And he was right. After seeing the last news flash of Smith's Los Angeles arrival, Val MacBride shut off the television with a snap. It was all a game to them, she thought. To the press, the lawyers, the police, the public. Just another show to bump ratings, to sell newspapers and magazines, to get their picture on the covers or on the news. They were using her baby, her poor murdered baby. Yet it couldn't be stopped. Julie had chosen to live in the public eye and had died in it. Now they would use that, the lawyers. That public perception would be twisted and exploited to make a victim out of the man who'd killed her. He would be a martyr. And Olivia was just one more tool. That, Val told herself, she could stop. She went quietly from the room, stopping only to peek in on Olivia. She saw Rob, sprawled on the floor, with their grandchild, his head close to her, as they colored together. It made her want to smile and weep at the same time. The man was solid as a rock, she thought, with great gratitude. No matter how hard you leaned on him, he stayed straight. She left them to each other and went to find Jamie. The house was built on the straight, clean lines of a T. In the left notch, Jamie had her office. When she'd come to Los Angeles 8 years before to act as her sister's personal assistant. She'd lived and worked out of the spare room in Julie's dollhouse bungalow in the hills. Val remembered worrying a bit about both of them then. But their calls and letters and visits home had been so full of fun and excitement, she tried not to smother the light with nagging and warnings. They'd lived in that house together for 2 years, until Julie had met and married Sam. And less than 6 months afterward, Jamie had been engaged to David, a man who managed rock and roll bands, of all things, she thought at the time. But he turned out to be as steady as her own Rob. She'd considered her girl safe then, safe and happy, and settled with good men. How could she have been so wrong? She pushed that thought away as useless and knocked lightly on Jamie's office door before opening it. The room had Jamie's sense of style and organization. Ordinarily, the sleek vertical blinds would have been open to the sunlight and the view of the pool and flowers. But the paparazzi and their telescopic lenses had the house under siege. The blinds were shut tight, the lamps on though it was mid-afternoon. "We're like hostages," Val thought, as her daughter sent her a harried smile and continued to talk on her desk phone. Val sat in the simple button-backed O'Hare across from the desk and waited. Jamie looked tired, she noticed, and nearly sighed when she realized how little attention she'd paid over the last few days to the child she had left. As her heart stuttered, Val closed her eyes, took several quiet breaths. She needed to focus on the matter at hand and not get mired in her grief. "I'm sorry, Mom." Jamie hung up the phone, pushed both hands through her hair. "There's so much to do. I haven't been much help." "Oh, yes, you have. I don't know how we'd manage without you and Dad." "Livy, I can't handle this and give her the attention she needs right now. David's shouldered a lot of the load." She rose and went to the small refrigerator for a bottle of water. Her system had begun to revolt at the gallons of coffee she'd gulped down. In the center of her forehead was a constant dull headache no medication seemed to touch. "But he has his own work," she continued as she poured 2 glasses. "I've had people offer to fill some of the calls and cables and notes, but—" "This is for family," Val finished. "Yes." Jamie handed her mother a glass, eased her hip on the desk. "People are leaving flowers at the gate of Julie's house. I needed to make arrangements for them to be taken to hospitals. Lucas Manning, bless him, is helping me with that. The letters are just starting to come in. And though Lou, Julie's agent, is going to help handle them, I think we're going to be snowed under in another week or 2. Jamie, we already have a mountain of condolences from people in the business, people she knew or worked with. And the phone calls, Jamie," Val said more firmly. "We have to talk about what happens next. This is what happens next for me. Sit down." When the phone rang, Val shook her head. "Let it go, Jamie, and sit down." All right. Giving in, Jamie sat, let her head fall back. "There's going to be a trial," Val began, and this had Jamie sitting up again. "There's no point in thinking about that now." "It has to be thought of. Sam's fancy new lawyers already on TV, prancing and posing. Some people are hot to say he couldn't have done it. He's a hero, a victim, a figure of tragedy. More will say it before it's over. You shouldn't listen." "No, and I don't intend to anymore." Val's voice went fierce. "I don't intend to take any chances that Livy will hear any of it, will be exposed to any of it, or be used as she was the other day when she got outside. I want to take her home, Jamie. I want to take her back to Washington as soon as possible. Take her home? For a moment, Jamie's mind went completely blank. But this is her home. I know you love her. We all do. Val set her glass aside to take her daughter's hand. Listen to me, Jamie. That little girl can't stay here, closed up in this house like a prisoner. She can't even go outside. We can't risk her going to her window without knowing some photographer will zoom in and snap her picture. She can't live like that. None of us can. It'll pass. When? How? Maybe it would have eased up a little, but not now that there's going to be a trial. She won't be able to start preschool in the fall or play with her friends without bodyguards, without having people look at her, stare, point, whisper. And some won't bother to whisper. I don't want her to face that. I don't think you do either. Oh God, Mom. Torn to bits again, Jamie rose. I want to raise her. David and I talked about it. How can you do that here, honey? With all the memories, all the publicity, all the risks. She needs to be protected from that, but not locked in a house, however lovely, in the center of it all. Are you and David willing to give up your home, your work, your lifestyle, to take her away, to devote your time to her? Your father and I can give her a safe place. We can cut her off from the press. She took a deep breath. And I intend to see a lawyer myself, right away, to start custody proceedings. I won't have that man getting near her, ever again. It's what's right for her, Jamie. It's what Julie would want for her. What about me? Jamie wanted to scream it. What about what I need? What I want? She was the one who soothed Livy's nightmares, who comforted and rocked and sat with her in the long, dark hours. Have you talked to Dad about this? Her voice was dull now. Her face turned away. We discussed it this morning. He agrees with me. Jamie, it's what's best. You and David could come. Spend as much time as you like. She'll always be yours too. But not here, Jamie. Not here. Frank pushed away from his desk, surprised when he saw Jamie Milburn. She took off her dark glasses as she crossed the squad room, then passed them restlessly from hand to hand. Detective Brady, I'd like to speak with you if you have a moment. Of course. We'll go in the coffee room. He tried a smile. But I'm not recommending the coffee. No, I'm trying to stay away from it just now. Do you want to speak with Detective Harmon? It's not necessary to pull both of you away from your work. She moved into the cramped little room. I came on impulse. Not an easy feat, she added as she walked to the stingy window. At least it was a window, she thought. At least she could look outside. There are still reporters, not as many, but a number of them camped out. I think I ran over that snippy one from Channel 4. Never liked him anyway. She leaned her hands on the windowsill and laughed. Then couldn't stop. The bubble of sound had burst a hole in her dam of control. Her shoulders shook and the laugh turned to sobs. She held onto the sill, rocking back and forth until Frank drew her gently into a chair, gave her a box of tissues and held her hand. He said nothing, just waited for her to empty out. I'm sorry. Frantically, she pulled tissue after tissue out of the box. This isn't what I came here to do. If you don't mind my saying so, Mrs. Melbourne, it's about time you let that go. The longer you hold it in, the bigger it gets. Julie was the emotional one. She felt everything in big soaring waves. Jamie blew her nose. And she was one of those women who looked gorgeous when she cried. She mopped her raw and swollen eyes. You could have hated her for that. She sat back. I buried my sister yesterday. I keep trying to take a step back from that now that it's done, but it won't stop coming into my head. She let out a long breath. My parents want to take Olivia back to Washington. They want to apply for full custody and take her away. She pulled out another tissue, then began to fold it neatly, precisely, into squares. Why am I telling you? I was going to tell David, cry on his shoulder. Then I found myself going into the garage, getting into the car. I guess I needed to tell someone who wasn't so involved, yet wasn't really separate. You won. Mrs. Melbourne, why don't you call me Jamie now that I've cried all over you? I'd certainly be more comfortable calling you Frank. Okay, Jamie. You're facing the worst anybody faces, and things are coming at you from all directions at once. It's hard to see. You think my mother's right about Livy? I can't speak for your family. He got up, poured some water. As a parent, he continued, offering the paper cup. I think I'd want my kid as far away from this mess as possible, at least temporarily. Yes, my head knows that. But her heart didn't know how much more it could take. Yesterday morning, before the service, I took Livy out in the backyard. It's screened by trees. It seemed safe enough. I wanted to try to talk to her, to try to help her understand. This morning, there was a picture of the two of us out there in the paper. I never even saw the photographer. I don't want that for her. She drew in a deep breath. I want to see Sam. Frank sat again. Don't do that to yourself. I'll have to see him in court. I'll have to look him in the face, day after day, during the trial. I need to see him now, before it begins. I need to do that before I let Livy go. I don't know if he'll agree to it. His lawyers are keeping him on a short leash. He'll see me. She got to her feet. He won't be able to stop himself. His ego won't let him. He took her because he decided she'd find a way to do what she felt she had to do with or without his help. She said nothing as they dealt with security and protocol. Nothing when they entered the visitors' area with its long counters and glass partitions. Frank showed her to a stool. I have to back off here. I can't have any contact with him without his lawyer at this point. I'll be right outside. I'll be fine, thank you. She'd braced herself so she didn't jolt at the harsh sound of the buzzer. A door opened, and Sam was led in. She'd wanted him to be pale, to look ill and grey and battered. How could he, she thought, as her hands fisted in her lap, how could he look so perfect, so carelessly handsome? The hard lights didn't detract from his appearance, nor the faded, ill-fitting prison clothes. If anything, they added to the appeal. When he sat, offered her a long, pain-filled stare out of those deep blue eyes, she all but expected to hear a director call out, "Cut print!" She kept her gaze level and reached for the phone. He mirrored the move on the other side of the glass. She heard him clear his throat. Jamie, I'm so glad you came. I've been going out of my mind. Julie. He closed his eyes. Oh God, Julie. You killed her. His eyes flew open. She read the shock in them and the hurt. Oh, She thought, oh yes, he was good. You can't believe that. Sweet Jesus, Jamie, you of all people know how much we loved each other. I'd never hurt her. Never? You've done nothing but hurt her for more than a year now, with your jealousy, your accusations, your drugs. I'm going into rehab. I know I've got a problem. And if I'd listened to her, if I'd only listened, I'd have been there that night, and she'd still be alive. You were there that night, and that's why she's dead. No, no. He pressed a hand to the glass as if he could pass through it and reach her. I found her. You have to listen to me, Jamie. No, I don't. She felt the calm slide over her, into her. No, Sam, I don't, but you have to listen to me. I pray every day, every hour, every minute of every day that you'll suffer, that you'll pay for what you've done. It'll never be enough, no matter what they do to you. It'll never be enough. But I'll dream of you, Sam, in a cage for the rest of your life. That'll help me get through. They'll let me out. Panic and nausea spewed into his throat. Burned there. The cops don't have Dick. All they want is headlines. And when I get out, I'm taking Livy and I'm starting over. Livy's as dead to you as Julie. You'll never see her again. You can't keep my own daughter away from me. Rage leaped into his eyes, with glimmers of hate at the edges. I'll get out, and I'll take back what's mine. You were always jealous of Julie, always knew you were second best. You wanted what she had, but you won't get it. She said nothing. Let him rave. His voice was an ugly buzz in her ear. She never took her eyes off his face, never flinched at the violence she saw there, or the vileness of the names he called her. And when he'd run out, when his breath was heaving and his fists clenched, she spoke calmly. This is your life now, Sam. Look around you, walls and bars. If they ever let you out, if they ever unlock the cage, you'll walk out an old man. Old and broken and ruined. Nothing but a blip on a film clip running on late-night television. They won't even remember your name. They won't even know who you are. She smiled then, for the first time, and it was fierce and bright. And neither will Olivia. She hung up the phone, ignoring him when he beat on the glass, watching coolly as the guard came over to restrain him. He was shouting. She could see his mouth moving, see the angry color flood his face as the guard muscled him toward the door. When they closed the door behind him, when she knew the lock had snicked into place, she let out a long breath and felt the beginnings of peace. The minute she arrived home, David rushed into the foyer. His arms came around her, clutched her tight. My God, Jamie, where were you? I was frantic. I'm sorry. There was something I needed to do. She drew back, touched his cheek. I'm fine. He studied her for a minute. Then his eyes cleared. Yes, I can see that. What happened? I got something out of my system. She kissed him, then drew away. Eventually, she'd tell him what she'd done, Jamie thought. But not now. I need to talk to Livy. She's upstairs. Jamie, your father and I talked. I know they want to take her north, away from this. She pressed her lips together. You agree with them? I'm sorry, honey, but yes, I do. It's going to be ugly here, for God knows how long. I think you should go too. You know I can't. I'll be needed at the trial. And even if they didn't need me, she continued before he could speak, I'd have to see it through. I'd have to, David, for myself, as much as for Julie. She gave his arm an absent squeeze. Let me talk to Livy. She climbed the steps slowly. It hurt, she thought. Every step was painful. It was amazing, really, just how much pain the human heart could take. She opened the door to the pretty room she decorated specifically for her niece's visits and saw the curtains drawn, the lights blazing in the middle of the day. Just another kind of prison, she thought as she stepped inside. Her mother sat on the floor with Livy, playing with an elaborate plastic castle and dozens of little people. Val glanced up, kept her eyes on Jamie's, her hand on Livy's shoulder. The gesture told Jamie just how torn her mother was, so she managed to fix on a smile as she moved forward. Well, what's all this? Uncle David bought me a castle. Sheer delight bubbled in Olivia's voice. There's a king and a queen and a princess and a dragon and everything. It's beautiful. God bless you, David, Jamie thought, and settled onto the floor. Is this the queen? Uh-huh. Her name's Magnificent. Right, Grandma? That's right, baby. And here are King Wise and Princess Delightful. While Olivia played, Jamie laid a hand over her mother's. I wonder if you could go down and see if there's fresh coffee? Of course. Understanding, Val turned her hand up so their palms met. When they were alone, Jamie sat quietly, watching. Livy, do you remember the forest? Grandma's house up in the woods? All the big trees and the streams and the flowers? I went there when I was a baby, but I don't remember. Mama said we'd go back sometime, and she'd show me her best places. Would you like to go there? To Grandma's house? To visit? To live? I bet you could have the same room your mother had when she was a little girl. It's a big old house right in the forest. Everywhere you look there are trees, and when the wind blows, they sigh and shiver and moan. Is it magic? Yes, a kind of magic. The sky's very blue, and inside the forest, the light is green and the ground soft. Shuba, will Mama come? Yes, Jamie thought. It was amazing how much pain the heart could take and go on beating. Part of her never left. Part of her's always there. You'll see the places we played when we were girls. Grandma and Grandpop will take very good care of you. Is it far, far away? Not so very far. I'll come visit you. She drew Olivia onto her lap. As often as I can. We'll walk in the woods and wade in the streams until Grandma calls us home for cookies and hot chocolate. Olivia turned her face into Jamie's shoulder. Will the monster find me there? No. Jamie's arms tightened. You'll always be safe there, I promise, but not all promises can be kept. 5 Olympic Rainforest, 1987. In the summer of Olivia's 12th year, she was a tall, gangly girl with a wild mane of hair, the color of bottled honey. Eyes nearly the same shade were long-lidded under dark, slashing brows. She'd given up her dreams of being a princess in a castle for other ambitions. They'd run from explorer to veterinarian to forest ranger, which was her current goal. The forest, with its green shadows and damp smells, was her world, one she rarely left. She was most often alone there, but never lonely. Her grandfather taught her how to track, how to stalk a deer and elk with a camera, how to sit quietly as minutes became hours, to watch the majestic journey of a buck or the grace of a doe and fawn. She'd learned to identify the trees, the flowers, the moss, and the mushrooms, though she'd never developed a proficient hand at drawing them as her grandmother had hoped. She spent quiet days fishing with her grandmother, and there had learned patience. She'd taken on a share of the chores of the lodge and campground the MacBrides had run in Olympic for 2 generations, and there had learned a responsibility. She was allowed to roam the woods, to wade in the streams, to climb the hills, but never, never to go beyond their borders alone. And from this, she learned freedom had limits. She'd left Los Angeles 8 years before and had never been back. Her memories of the house in Beverly Hills were vague flickers of high ceilings and shining wood, pretty colors, and a pool with bright blue water surrounded by flowers. During the first months, she'd lived in the big house in the forest. She'd asked when they would go back to where she lived, or when her mother would come for her, where her father was. But whenever she asked questions, her grandmother's mouth would clamp tight and her eyes would go shiny and dark. From that, Olivia learned to wait. Then she learned to forget. She grew tall, and she grew tough. The fragile little girl who hid in closets became little more than a memory, and one that ghosted into dreams. Living in the present was another lesson she learned, and learned well. With her chores at the campground over for the day, Olivia wandered down the path toward home. The afternoon was hers now, as much a reward as the salary her grandmother banked for her twice monthly in town. She thought about fishing or hiking up to high ground to dream over the lake, but felt too restless for such sedentary activities. She'd have enjoyed a swim even this early in the season, but it was one of her grandmother's hard and fast rules not to swim alone. Olivia broke it from time to time and was always careful to dry her hair completely before coming home. Grandma worried, she thought now. Too much, too often, and about nearly everything. If Olivia sneezed, she'd race to the phone to call the doctor, unless Grandpop stopped her. If Olivia was 10 minutes late coming home, her grandmother was out on the porch calling. Once she'd nearly called search and rescue because Olivia had stayed at the campground playing with other children and forgotten to come home until dark. It made Olivia roll her eyes to think of it. She'd never get lost in the forest. It was home, and she knew every twist and turn as well as she knew the rooms in her own house. She knew Grandpop had said as much, because she'd heard them arguing about it more than once. Whenever they did, Grandma would be better for a few days, but then it would start again. She moved through the gentle green light and soft shadows of the forest and into the clearing where the MacBride house had stood for generations. The mica in the old stone glinted in the quiet sunlight. When it rained, the hidden colors in the rock, the browns and reds and greens, would come out and gleam. The windows sparkled, always there to let in the light or the comforting gloom. It was 3 levels, each stacked atop the other at a different angle, with decks jutting out everywhere to stitch it all together. Flowers and ferns and wild rhododendrons hugged the foundation, then sprawled out in a hodgepodge garden, her grandfather babied like a beloved child. Huge pansies with purple and white faces spilled out of stone pots, and an enormous bed of impatiens, sassy and pink, danced along the edge of the lower deck. She'd spent many satisfying hours with her grandfather and his flowers, her hands in the dirt and her head in the clouds. She started down the stone walkway, wearing giant and baby steps to avoid all the cracks. She skipped up the steps, spun into a quick circle, then pulled open the front door. She had only to step inside to realize the house was empty. She called out anyway, from habit, as she walked through the living room with its big, ragged sofas and warm yellow walls. She sniffed, pleased to catch the scent of fresh cookies. Only sighed a little when she reached the kitchen and discovered they were oatmeal. "Why can't they be chocolate chip?" she muttered, already digging into the big glass jar that held them. "I could eat 1,000,000 chocolate chip cookies." She settled for the oatmeal, eating fast and greedily as she read the note on the refrigerator. "Livy, I had to run into town to go to the market. Your Aunt Jamie and Uncle David are coming to visit. They'll be here tonight." "Yes!" Olivia let out a whoop and scattered crumbs. "Presents!" To celebrate, she reached for a third cookie, then muttered a quiet "damn" under her breath at the rest of the message. "Stay at home, honey, so you can help me with the groceries when I get back. You can tidy up your room if you can find it. Stop eating all the cookies. Love, Grandma." Sheesh. With true regret, Olivia put the top back on the jar. Now she was stuck in the house. Grandma might be hours shopping. What was she supposed to do all day? Feeling put upon, she clumped up the back stairs. Her room wasn't that bad. It just had her stuff, that was all. Why did it matter so much if it was put away when she'd only want to get it out again? Her various projects and interests were scattered around. Her rock collection, her drawings of wildlife and plants with the scientific names painstakingly lettered beneath. The chemistry set she'd been desperate for, the previous Christmas, was shoved on a shelf and ignored, except for the microscope, which held a prominent position on her desk. There was a shoebox crammed with what she considered specimens: twigs, dead bugs, bits of ferns, hair, scrapings of tobacco, and scraps of bark. The clothes she'd worn yesterday were in a heap on the floor, precisely where she'd stepped out of them. Her bed was unmade and in a tangle of blankets and sheets, exactly the way it had been when she'd leaped out of it at dawn. It all looked perfectly fine to Olivia, but she marched over to the bed, dragged the covers up, slapped the pillows a couple of times. She kicked discarded shoes under the bed, tossed clothes in the direction of the hamper or the closet. She blew away dust and eraser bits from the surface of her desk, stuffed pencil stubs in the glass jar, pushed papers in the drawer, and considered it a job well done. She thought about curling up on her window seat to dream and sulk for a while. The trees were stirring, the tops of the soaring Douglas firs and western hemlocks sighing and shifting in the incoming breeze. The western sky had taken on the bruised and fragile look of an incoming storm. She could sit and watch it roll in, see if she could spot the line of rain before it fell. Better, much better, would be to go outside, to smell it, to lift a face up and draw in the scent of rain and pine. An alone smell, she always thought. The better to be absorbed in solitude. She nearly did just that, was already turning toward the tall glass doors that led to the deck of her room. But all the boxes and games and puzzles jammed on her shelves pricked her conscience. Her grandmother had been asking her to sort through and straighten out the mess for weeks. Now, with Aunt Jamie coming, and surely bringing presents with her, there was bound to be a lecture on the care and appreciation of your possessions. Heaving a long-suffering sigh, Olivia snatched down old, neglected board games and jigsaw puzzles and made a teetering stack. She'd take them up to the attic, she decided. Then her room would be practically perfect. Carefully, she went up the stairs and opened the door. When the light flashed on, she glanced around, looking for the best place to store her cast-offs in the huge cedar-scented space. Old lamps, not quite ready to be shipped off to Goodwill, stood bare of bulbs and shades in a corner where the roof line dipped low. A child-sized rocking chair and baby furniture that looked ancient to Olivia were neatly stacked against one wall along with storage boxes and chests. Pictures that had once graced the walls of the house or the lodge were ghosted in dust covers. A creaky wooden shelf her grandfather had made in his wood shop held a family of dolls and stuffed animals. Val MacBride, Olivia knew, didn't like to throw things away either. Possessions ended up being transferred to the attic or to the lodge or simply recycled within the house. Olivia carried her boxes to the toy shelf and stacked them on the floor beside it. More out of boredom than interest, she poked into some of the drawers, pondered baby clothes carefully wrapped in tissue, and scattered with cedar chips to keep them sweet. In another was a blanket, all pink and white with soft satin edgings. She fingered it as it stirred some vague memory, but her stomach got all hot and crampy, so she closed the drawer again. Technically, she wasn't supposed to come to the attic without permission, and she was never allowed to open drawers or chests or boxes. Her grandmother said that memories were precious, and when she was older, she could take them out. It was always when she was older, Olivia thought. It was never now. She didn't see why it was such a big deal. It was just a bunch of old junk, and she wasn't a kid anymore. It wasn't as if she'd break something or lose it. Anyway, she didn't really care. The rain started to patter on the roof, like fingers lightly drumming on a table. She glanced toward the little window that faced the front of the clearing and saw the chest. It was a cherry wood chest with a domed lid and polished brass fittings. It was always kept deep under the overhang and always locked. She noticed such things. Her grandfather said she had eyes like a cat, which had made her giggle when she'd been younger. Now it was something she took pride in. Today, the chest wasn't shoved back under the roofline, and neither was it locked. Grandma must have put something away, Olivia thought, and strolled casually over, as if she weren't particularly interested. She knew the story about Pandora's box and how the curious woman had opened it and set free all the ills upon the world. But this wasn't the same thing, she told herself as she knelt in front of it. And since it wasn't locked, what was the harm in opening it up and taking a peek inside? It was probably just full of sentimental junk or musty old clothes or pictures turning yellow. But her fingers tingled in warning or anticipation as she lifted the heavy lid. The scent struck her first and made her breath come fast and hard. Cedar from the lining. Lavender. Her grandfather had a sweep of it planted on the side of the house, but under those, something else. Something both foreign and familiar. Though she couldn't identify it, the waft of it had her heart beating fast, like a quick, impatient knocking in her chest. The tingling in her fingers became intense, making them shake as she reached inside. There were videos labeled only with dates and stored in plain black dust covers. 3 thick photo albums, boxes of varying sizes. She opened one very like the box her grandparents used to store their old-fashioned Christmas balls. There, resting in foam for protection, were half a dozen decorative bottles. The magic bottles, she whispered. It seemed the attic was suddenly filled with low and beautiful laughter, flickering images, exotic scents. On your 16th birthday, you can choose the one you like best. But you mustn't play with them, Livy. They might break. You could cut your hand or step on glass. Mama leaned over, her soft hair falling over the side of her face. Laughing, her eyes full of fun, she sprayed a small cloud of perfume on Olivia's throat. The scent, Mama's perfume. Scrambling up to her knees again, Olivia leaned into the chest, breathed long and deep, and smelled her mother. Setting the box aside, she reached in for the first photo album. It was heavy and awkward, so she laid it across her lap. There were no pictures of her mother in the house. Olivia remembered there had been, but they disappeared a long time before. The album was full of them. Pictures of her mother when she'd been a young girl. Pictures of her with Jamie and with her parents. Smiling, laughing, making faces at the camera. Pictures in front of the house and in the house, at the campground and at the lake. Pictures with Grandpop when his hair had been more gold than silver. And with Grandma in a fancy dress. There was one of her mother holding a baby. "That's me," Olivia whispered. "Mama and me." She turned the next page and the next, all but devouring each photo, until they abruptly stopped. She could see the marks on the page where they'd been removed. Impatient now, she set it aside and reached for the next. Not family photos this time, but newspaper clippings, magazine articles. Her mother on the cover of People and Newsweek and Glamour. Olivia studied these first, looking deep, absorbing every feature. She had her mother's eyes. She'd known that, remembered that, but to see it so clearly, to look with her own into them. The color, the shape, the slash of dark eyebrows, excitement, grief, pleasure, swirled through her in a tangled mass as she stroked a finger over each glossy image. She'd been so beautiful, so perfect. Then her heart leapt again as she paged through and found a series of pictures of her mother with a dark-haired man. He was handsome, like a poet, she thought, as her adolescent heart sighed. There were pictures of them in a garden and in a big room with dozens of glittering lights, on a sofa, with her mother snuggled into his lap with their faces close and their smiles for each other. Sam Tanner. It said his name was Sam Tanner. Reading it, she began to shiver. Her stomach cramped, a dozen tight fists that twisted. Daddy. It was Daddy. How could she have forgotten? It was Daddy, holding hands with Mama or with his arm around her shoulders. Holding scissors bright with blood. No, that couldn't be. It was a dream, a nightmare. Imagination, that was all. She began to rock, pressing her hands to her mouth as the images began to creep in. Panic, burning fingers of it, had her by the throat, squeezing until her breath came in strangled gasps. Broken glass sparkling on the floor in the lights. Dying flowers. The warm breeze through the open door. It wasn't real. She wouldn't let it be real. Olivia pushed the book aside and lifted out the last with hands that trembled. There'd be other pictures, she told herself. More pictures of her parents smiling and laughing and holding each other. But it was newspapers again, with big headlines that seemed to scream at her. Julie MacBride murdered Sam Tanner arrested, fairy tale ends in tragedy. There were pictures of her father, looking dazed and unkempt. More of her aunt, her grandparents, her uncle, and of her she saw with a jolt, of her years before, with her eyes wild and blank and her hands pressed to her ears. Julie's child, only witness to mother's slaying. She shook her head in denial, ripping quickly through the pages now. There, another face that awakened memories. His name was Frank, she thought. He chased the monster away. He had a little boy, and he'd liked puzzles. A policeman. Soft hunted sounds trembled in her throat. He'd carried her out of the house where the monster had come, where all the blood was. Because her mother was dead. Her mother was dead. She knew that. Of course she knew that. But we don't talk about it, she reminded herself. We never talk about it because it makes Grandma cry. She ordered herself to close the book, to put it all away again, back in the chest, back in the dark. But she was already turning the pages, searching the words and pictures. Drugs, jealousy, obsession. Tanner confesses. Tanner retracts confession, proclaims his innocence. 4-year-old, daughter chief witness. The Tanner trial took one more dramatic turn today as the videotaped testimony of Tanner's daughter, 4-year-old Olivia, was introduced. The child was questioned in the home of her maternal aunt, Jamie Melbourne, and videotaped with permission of her grandparents, acting as guardians. Previously, Judge Sato ruled that the taped statement could be introduced as evidence, sparing the minor the trauma of a court appearance. She remembered it all now. They'd sat in Aunt Jamie's living room. Her grandparents had been there too. A woman with red hair and a soft voice had asked her questions about the night the monster had come. Grandma had promised it would be the last time she would have to talk about it. The very last time. And it was. The woman had listened and asked more questions. Then a man had talked to her. A man with a careful smile and careful eyes. She thought since it was the last time, she'd be able to go back home. That would all go away. But she'd come to Washington instead, to the big house in the forest. Now she knew why. Olivia turned more pages, narrowed her eyes against tears until they were stinging dry, and with her jaw tight and her eyes clear, read another flurry of headlines. Sam Tanner convicted guilty. Jury convicts Tanner sentenced to life. You killed my mother, you bastard. She said it with all the hate a young girl could muster. I hope you're dead too. I hope you died screaming. With steady hands, she closed the book, carefully replaced it, along with the others in the chest. She shut the lid, then rose to go turn off the lights. She walked down the stairs, through the empty house to the back porch. Sitting there, she stared out into the rain. She didn't understand how she could have buried everything that had happened. How she could have locked it up the way her grandmother locked the boxes and books in the chest. But she knew she wouldn't do so again. She would remember, always. And she would find out more. Find out everything she could about the night her mother died. About the trial. About her father. She understood she couldn't ask her family. They thought she was still a child, one who needed to be protected. But they were wrong. She'd never be a child again. She heard the sound of the jeep rumbling up the lane through the rain. Olivia closed her eyes and concentrated. A part of her hardened, then wondered if she'd inherited acting skills from either of her parents. She tucked the hate, the grief, and the anger into a corner of her heart, sealed it inside. Then she stood up, a smile ready for her grandmother when the jeep braked at the end of the drive. Just who I wanted to see. Val tossed up the hood of her jacket as she stepped out of the jeep. "We're loaded here, Livy. Get a jacket and give me a hand, will you?" "I don't need a jacket. I won't melt." She stepped out into the rain. The steady drum of it was a comfort. "Are we having spaghetti and meatballs for dinner? For Jamie's first night home?" Val laughed and passed Olivia a grocery bag. "What else?" "I'd like to make it." Olivia shifted the bag, then reached in for another. "You really?" Olivia jerked a shoulder and headed into the house. The door slapped shut behind her, then opened again as Val pushed in with more bags. "What brought this on? You always say cooking is boring." That had been when she'd been a kid, Olivia thought. Now was different. "I have to learn sometime. I'll get the rest, Grandma." She started out, then turned back. The anger was inside her. Didn't want to stay locked up. It wanted to leap out, she realized, and slice at her grandmother. And that was wrong. Deliberately, she walked over and gave Val a fierce hug. "I want to learn to cook like you." While Val blinked in stunned pleasure, Olivia hurried outside for the rest of the bags. What had gotten into the girl? Val wondered as she unpacked fresh tomatoes and lettuce and peppers. Just that morning, she'd whined about fixing a couple of pieces of toast, all but danced with impatience to get outside. Now she wanted to spend her free afternoon cooking. When Olivia came back in, Val lifted her eyebrows. "Livy, did you get in trouble at the campground?" "No." "Are you after something? That fancy new backpack you've had your eye on?" Olivia sighed, shoved the damp hair out of her eyes. "Gran, I want to learn how to cook spaghetti. It's not a big deal." I just wondered about the sudden interest. If I don't know how to cook, I can't be independent. And if I'm going to learn, I might as well learn right. "Well?" Pleased Val nodded. "My girl's growing up on me." She reached over, brushed Olivia's cheek with her fingertips. "My pretty little Livy." "I don't want to be pretty." Some of the fire of that buried anger smoked into her eyes. "I want to be smart." "You can be both." "I'd rather work on smart." Changes, Val thought. You couldn't stop them. Could never hold a moment. "All right, let's get this stuff put away and get started." With patience, Val explained what ingredients they'd use and why, which of the herbs they'd add from the kitchen garden, and how their flavors would blend. If she noticed that Olivia paid almost fierce attention to every detail, she was more amused than concerned. If she could have heard her granddaughter's thoughts, she might have wept. "Did you teach my mother how to make the sauce?" Olivia wondered. "Did she stand here with you when she was my age at this same stove and learn how to brown garlic in olive oil? Did she smell the same smells and hear the rain beating on the roof? Why won't you tell me about her? How will I know who she was if you don't? How will I know who I am?" Then Val laid a hand on her shoulder. "That's good, honey. That's fine. You've got a real knack." Olivia stirred the herbs into the slow simmer of the sauce. And for now, let the rest go. 6. Because the first night Jamie and David came to visit was always treated as a special occasion. The family ate in the dining room with its long oak table set with white candles in silver holders, fresh flowers in crystal vases, and great Grandma Capelli's good china. Food was abundant, as was conversation. As always, the meal spun out for 2 hours, while the candles burned down and the sun that had peeked out of the clouds began to slide behind the trees. Livy, that was just wonderful. Jamie groaned and leaned back to pat her stomach. So wonderful. I haven't left room for any tiramisu. I have. Rob twinkled, giving Olivia's hair a tug. I'll just shake the spaghetti into my hollow leg. She's got your hand with the sauce, Val. My mother's more like. I swear it was better than mine. I was beginning to wonder if our girl would ever do more than fry fish over a campfire. Blood runs true, Rob commented and winked at his granddaughter. That Italian was bound to pop out sooner or later. The MacBride side was never known for its skill in the kitchen. What are they known for, Dad? He laughed, wiggled his brows at Jamie. We're lovers, darling. Val snorted, slapped his arm, then rose. I'll clear, Jamie said, starting to get up. No. Val pointed a finger at her daughter. You don't catch KP on your first night. Livy's relieved too. Rob and I will clean this up. Then maybe we'll all have room for coffee and dessert. Hear that, Livy? David leaned over to murmur in her ear. You cook, you don't scrub pots. Pretty good deal. I'm going to start cooking regularly. She grinned at him. It's a lot more fun than doing dishes. Do you want to take a hike tomorrow, Uncle David? We can use my new backpack. Olivia slanted her grandmother a look, struggling not to smirk. You spoil her, David, Val stated as she stacked dishes. She wasn't going to get that backpack until her birthday this fall. Spoil her? His face bland, David poked a finger into Olivia's ribs and made her giggle. Nah, she's not even ripe yet. Plenty of time yet before she spoils. Do you mind if I switch on the TV in the other room? I've got a client doing a concert on cable. I promised I'd catch it. You go right on, Val told him. Put your feet up and get comfortable. I'll bring coffee in shortly. Want to come up and talk to me while I unpack? Jamie asked her niece. Could we take a walk? Olivia had been waiting for the right moment. It seemed everyone had conspired to make it now. Before it gets dark? Sure. Jamie stood, stretched. Let me get a jacket. It'll do me good to work off some of that pasta. Then I won't feel guilty if I don't make it over to the health club at the lodge tomorrow. I'll tell Grandma. Meet you out back. Even in summer, the nights were cool. The air smelled of rain and wet roses. The long days of July held the light, even while a ghost moon rose in the eastern sky. Still, Olivia fingered the flashlight in her pocket. They would need it in the forest. It was the forest she wanted. She would feel safe there, safe enough to say what she needed to say and ask what she needed to ask. It's always good to be home. Jamie took a deep breath and smiled at her father's garden. Why don't you live here? My work's in LA, so's David's, but we both count on coming up here a couple of times a year. When I was a girl, your age, I suppose, I thought this was the whole world. But it's not. No. Jamie angled her head as she looked over at Olivia. But it's one of the best parts. I hear you're a big help at the campground and the lodge. Grandpop says he couldn't do without you. I like working there. It's not like work. Olivia scuffed a boot in the dirt and angled away from the house toward the trees. Lots of people come. Some of them don't know anything. They don't even know the difference between a Douglas fir and a hemlock. Or they wear expensive designer boots and get blisters. They think the more you pay for something, the better it is. And that's just stupid. She slanted Jamie a look. A lot of them come from Los Angeles. Ouch! Amused, Jamie rubbed her heart. Direct hit. There are too many people down there. And cars and smog. That's true enough. All that felt very far away, Jamie realized, when you stepped into the deep woods, smelled the pine, the soft scent of rot, felt the carpet of cones and needles under your feet. But it can be exciting too. Beautiful homes, wonderful palm trees, shops, restaurants, galleries. Is that why my mother went there? So she could shop and go to restaurants and have a beautiful home. Jamie stopped short. The question had snapped out at her. An unexpected backhanded slap that left her dazed. Julie wanted to be an actress. It was natural for her to go there. She wouldn't have died if she'd stayed home. Oh, Livy. Jamie started to reach out, but Olivia stepped back. You have to promise not to say anything to anyone. Not to Grandma or Grandpop or Uncle David. Not to anyone. But Livy, you have to promise. Panic snuck into her voice, tears into her eyes. If you promise you won't say anything, then you won't. All right, baby. I'm not a baby, but this time Olivia let herself be held. Nobody ever talks about her, and all her pictures got put away. I can't remember unless I try really hard. Then it gets all mixed up. We just didn't want you to hurt. You were so little when she died. When he killed her? Olivia drew back. Her eyes were dry now and glinting in the dim light. When my father killed her. You have to say it out loud. When Sam Tanner killed her. The pain reared up, hideously fresh. Giving into it, Jamie sat beside a nurse log, breathed out slowly. The ground was damp, but it didn't seem to matter. Not talking about it doesn't mean we don't love her, Livy. Maybe it means we loved her too much. I don't know. Do you think about her? Yes. Jamie reached out a hand, clasping Olivia's firmly. Yes, I do. We were very close. I miss her every day. With a nod, Olivia sat beside her, idly played her light on the ground. Do you think about him? Jamie shut her eyes. Oh, God! What should she do? How should she handle this? I try not to. But do you? Yes. Is he dead too? No. Nerves jittering, Jamie rubbed a hand over her mouth. He's in prison. Why did he kill her? I don't know. I just don't know. It doesn't do any good to wonder, Livy, because it'll never make sense. It'll never be right. He used to tell me stories. He used to carry me on his back. I remember. I'd forgotten, but I remember now. She continued to play the light, dancing it over the rotting log that nurtured seedlings she recognized as hemlock and spruce, the rosettes of tree moss that tumbled over it, the bushy tufts of globe lichen that tangled with it. It kept her calm, seeing what she knew, putting a name to it. Then he got sick and went away. That's what Mama told me. But it wasn't really true. It was drugs. Where are you hearing these things? Are they true? She looked away from the log, the flourishing life. Aunt Jamie, I want to know what's true. Yes, they're true. I'm sorry. They happened to you, to Julie, to me, to all of us. We can't change it, Livy. We just have to go on and do the best we can. Is what happened why I can never come visit you? Why Grandma teaches me instead of my going to school with other kids? Why my name's MacBride instead of Tanner? Jamie sighed. She heard an owl hoot and a rustle in the brush. Hunters and hunted, she thought, only looking to survive the night. We decided it was best for you not to be exposed to the publicity, to the gossip, the speculations. Your mother was famous. People were interested in her life, in what happened, in you. We wanted to get you away from all that, to give you a chance, the chance Julie would have wanted for you to have a safe, happy childhood. Grandma locked it all away. Mom, Grandma, it was so hard on her, Livy. She lost her daughter, the one she couldn't help but love best. You helped get her through it. Can you understand that? She gripped Olivia's hand again. She needed you as much as you needed her. She centered her life on you these last years. Protecting you was so important. And maybe by doing that, she protected herself too. You can't blame her for it. I don't want to, but it's not fair to ask me to forget everything. I can't talk to her or Grandpop. The tears wanted to come again. Her eyes stung horribly as she forced them back. I need to remember my mother. You're right, you're right. Jamie draped an arm around Olivia's shoulders and hugged. You can talk to me. I won't tell anyone else, and we'll both remember. Content with that, Olivia laid her head on Jamie's shoulder. Aunt Jamie, do you have tapes of the movies my mother was in? Yes. One day I want to see them. We'd better go back in. She rose, her eyes solemn as she looked at Jamie. Thanks for telling me the truth. What a shock it was, Jamie thought, to expect a child and see a woman. I'll make you another promise right here, Livy. This is a special place for me, a place where if you make a promise, you have to keep it. I'll always tell you the truth, no matter what. I promise too. Olivia held out her hand. No matter what. They walked out, hands linked. At the edge of the clearing, Olivia looked up. The sky had gone a deep, soft blue. The moon, no longer a ghost, cut its white slice out of the night. The first stars are out. They're there, even in the daytime, even when you can't see them. But I like to see them. That's Mama's star. She pointed up to the tiny glimmer near the tail of the crescent moon. It comes out first. Jamie's throat closed, burned. She'd like that. She'd like that you thought of her and weren't sad. Coffee's on, Val called through the door. I made you a latte, Livy. Extra foam. We're coming. She's happy you're here, so I get latte. Olivia's smile was so sudden, so young, it nearly broke Jamie's heart. Let's get our share of tiramisu before Grandpop hogs it all. Hey, for tiramisu, I'd take my own father down without a qualm. Race you. Olivia darted off like a bullet, blonde hair flying. It was that image, the long blonde hair swinging, the girlish dare, the swift race through the dark that Jamie carried with her through the evening. She watched Olivia scoop up dessert, stage a mock battle with her grandfather over his serving nag David for details about his meeting Madonna at a party. And she wondered if Olivia was mature enough, controlled enough, to tuck all her thoughts and emotions away, or if she was simply young enough to cast them aside in favor of sweets and attention. As much as she'd have preferred it to be the latter, she decided Olivia had inherited some of Julie's skills as an actress. There was a weight on her heart as she prepared for bed in the room that had been hers as a girl. Her sister's child was looking to her now, as she had during those horrible days 8 years before. Only this time, she wasn't such a little girl and wouldn't be satisfied with cuddles and stories. She wanted the truth, and that meant Jamie would have to face parts of the truth she'd tried to forget. She dealt with the unauthorized biographies, the documentaries, the television movie, the tabloid insanity, and rumors dealing with her sister's life and her death. They still cropped up from time to time. The young, beautiful actress, cut down in her prime by the man she loved. In a town that fed itself on fantasy and gossip, grim fairy tales could often take on the sheen of legends. She'd done her best to discourage it. She gave no interviews to the press, cut no deals, endorsed no projects. In this way, she protected her parents, the child, and herself. Still, every year, a new wave of Julie MacBride stories sprang up. Every year, she thought, leaning on the pedestal sink and staring at her own face in the mirror, on the anniversary of her death. So she fled home every summer, escaped it for a few days, let herself be tucked away, as she'd let Olivia be tucked away. They were entitled to their privacy, weren't they? She sighed, rubbed her eyes. Just as Olivia was entitled to talk about the mother she'd lost. Somehow, she had to see to it that they managed to have both. She straightened, pushed the hair back from her face. She'd let her hairdresser talk her into a perm and some subtle highlighting around her face. She had to admit, he'd been right. It gave her a softer, younger look. Youth wasn't just a matter of vanity, she thought. It was a matter of business. She was beginning to see lines creeping around her eyes, those nasty little reminders of age and wear and tear. Sooner or later, she'd have to consider a tuck. She'd mentioned it to David, and he just laughed. Lines? What lines? I don't see any lines. Men, she thought now. But they'd both known his response had pleased her. Still, it didn't mean she could afford to neglect her skin. She took the time to smooth on her night cream, using firm, upward strokes along her throat, dabbing on the eye cream with her pinkies. Then she added a trail of perfume between her breasts, in case her husband was feeling romantic. He often was. Smiling to herself, she went back into the bedroom where she'd left the light burning for David. He hadn't come up yet, so she closed the door, quietly. Then moved to the cheval glass. She removed her robe and took inventory. She worked out like a fiend, 3 days a week with a personal trainer she secretly called the Marquesa de Sade. But it paid off. Perhaps her breasts would no longer qualify as perky, but the rest of her was nice and tight. As long as she could pump and sweat, there'd be no need for nips and tucks anywhere but her eyes. She understood the value of keeping herself attractive in her public relations work and in her marriage. The actors and entertainers she and David worked with seemed to get younger every time she blinked. Some of his clients were beautiful and desirable women, young women. Succumbing to temptation, Jamie knew, was more often the rule rather than the exception in the life she and David lived. She also knew she was lucky. Nearly 14 years, she mused. The length of their marriage was a not-so-minor miracle in Hollywood. They'd had bumps and dips, but they'd gotten through them. She'd always been able to depend on him, and he on her. And the other not-so-minor miracle was that they loved each other. She slipped back into her robe, belting it as she walked to the deck doors and threw them open to the night. She stepped out to listen to the wind sigh through the trees, to look for Julie's star. How many times did we sit out on nights like this and dream? We'd whisper together when we were supposed to be in bed, and we'd plan. Such big, shiny plans. I've got so much I dreamed of. So much I wouldn't have had if you hadn't had the big dreams first. I might never have met David if not for you. Would never have had the courage to start my own company. So many things I wouldn't have done, wouldn't have seen, if I hadn't followed after you. She leaned on the rail, closing her eyes as the wind toyed with her hair. The hem of her robe shivered along her bare skin. I'll make sure Livy dreams big too, that nothing stops her from grabbing hold of what she needs most. And I'm sorry, Julie. I'm sorry I had a part in trying to make her forget you. She stepped back, rubbing her arms as the air turned chilly. But she stayed outside, watching the stars until David found her. Jamie. When she turned, his eyes warmed. You look beautiful. I was afraid you'd gone to bed while I puffed cigars and told lies with your father. No, I wanted to wait for you. She stepped into his arms, nestled her head on his shoulder. I waited just for this. Good. You've been quiet tonight. Are you all right? Just a little lost in thoughts. Too many she couldn't share with him. A promise had been given. Tomorrow it'll be 8 years. Sometimes it seems like a lifetime ago, and others like yesterday. It means so much to me, David, that you come with me every year. That you understand why I have to be here. I know how hard it is for you to juggle your schedule to carve out these few days. Jamie, she mattered to all of us. And you. He drew her back to kiss her. You matter most. With a smile, she laid her hand on his cheek. I must. I know how much you love tramping through the woods and spending an afternoon fishing. He grimaced. Your mother's taking me out on the river tomorrow. My hero. I think she knows I hate fishing and makes me go out every summer to pay her back for stealing her daughter. Well then, the least her daughter can do is make it worth your while. Oh yeah? His hands were already sliding down to mold her bottom through the thin robe. How? Come with me. I'll show you. Olivia dreamed of her mother and whimpered in her sleep. They huddled together in a closet filled with animals who stared with glassy eyes. She shivered in the dark, holding tight. So tight because the monster raged outside the door. He was calling her name, roaring it out while he stomped on the floor. She buried her face against her mother's breast, pressed her hands over her ears as something crashed close. So close to where she tried to disappear. Then the door burst open, and the closet bloomed with light. In the light she saw the blood, all over her hands, all over her mother's hair. And Mama's eyes were like the eyes of the animals, glassy and staring. I've been looking for you, Daddy said, and snapped the scissors that shined and dripped. As she tossed in sleep, others dreamed of Julie. Images of a lovely young girl laughing in the kitchen as she learned to make red sauce like her grandmother's. of a much-loved companion who raced through the woods with her pale hair flying, of a lover who sighed in the night, a woman of impossible beauty dancing in a white dress on her wedding day, of death so terrible, so stark, it couldn't be remembered in the light, and those who dreamed of her wept. Even her killer. It was still dark when Val knocked briskly on the bedroom door. Up and at him, David. Coffee's on and the fish are biting. With a pitiful moan, David rolled over, buried his head under the pillow. Oh my God. 10 minutes. I'll pack your breakfast. The woman's not human. She can't be. With a sleepy laugh, Jamie nudged him toward the edge of the bed. Up and at him, fish boy. Tell her I died in my sleep. I'm begging you. He pushed the pillow off his head and managed to bring his wife's silhouette into focus. She smiled when his hand closed warmly over her breast. Go catch fish, and if you're very good, I'll reward you tonight. Sex doesn't buy everything, he said with some dignity, then crawled out of bed. But it buys me. He tripped over something in the dark, cursed, then limped to the bathroom while his wife snickered. She was sound asleep when he came back, gave her an absent kiss, and stumbled out. Light was filtering through the windows when the shakes and whispers woke her. Huh? What? Aunt Jamie? Are you awake? Not until I've had my coffee. I brought you some. Jamie pried one eye open, focused blearily on her niece. She sniffed once, caught the scent and sighed. You are my queen. With a laugh, Olivia sat on the side of the bed as Jamie struggled up. I made it fresh. Grandma and Uncle David are gone, and Grandpop left for the lodge. He said he had paperwork to do, but he just likes to go over there and talk to people. You got his number. Eyes closed, Jamie took the first sip. So, what are you up to? Well, Grandpop said that I could have the day off if you wanted to go for a hike. I could take you on one of the easy trails. It's sort of practice for being a guide. I can't really be one until I'm 16. Even though I know all the trails better than mostly anyone. Jamie opened one eye again. Olivia had a bright smile on her face and a plea in her eye. You've got my number too, don't you? I can use my new backpack. I'll make sandwiches and stuff while you're getting dressed. What kind of sandwiches? Ham and Swiss. Sold. Give me 20 minutes. All right. Olivia darted out of the room, leaving Jamie to take the first two of that 20 minutes to settle back and enjoy her coffee. It was warm and bright, with a wild blue sky of high summer. A perfect day, Jamie decided, to think of what is rather than what had been. She flexed her feet in her ancient and reliable boots and studied her knees. Olivia had her hair tucked up in a fielder's cap with the River's End Lodge and campground logo emblazoned on the crown. Her t-shirt was faded, the overshirt unbuttoned and frayed at the cuffs. Her boots looked worn and comfortable, the backpack brightly blue. She had a compass and a knife sheath hooked to her belt. She looked, Jamie realized, supremely competent. Okay, what's your spiel? My spiel. Yeah, I've hired you to guide me on the trail today, to show me the ropes, to make my hiking experience a memorable one. I know nothing. I'm an urban hiker. Urban hiker? That's right. Rodeo drive's my turf, and I've come here to taste nature. I want my money's worth. Okay. Olivia squared her shoulders, cleared her throat. Today, we're going to hike the John MacBride Trail. This trail is an easy 2.3-mile hike that loops through the rainforest, then climbs for a half a mile to the lake area, which offers magnificent views. More experienced hikers often choose to continue the hike from that point on, one of the more difficult trails. But this choice gives the visitor, the chance to experience the rainforest as well as the lake vistas. How was that? Not bad. It was, Olivia thought, almost word for word from one of the books on sale at the lodge gift shop. All she'd done was to focus on bringing the page into her head and basically reading it off. But she'd fix that. She'd learn to personalize her guides. She'd learn to be the best there was. Okay, as your guide and the representative of River's End Lodge and Campground, I'll be providing your picnic lunch and explanations of the flora and fauna we see on our tour. I'll be happy to answer any questions. You're a natural. Ready when you are. Neat. The trailhead begins here, at the original site of the first MacBride homestead. John and Nancy MacBride traveled west from Kansas in 1853 and settled here on the edges of the Kino rainforest. I thought rainforests were in the tropics, Jamie said, and fluttered her lashes at Olivia as they moved toward the trees. The Quinault Valley holds one of the few temperate rainforests in the world. We have mild temperatures and a lot of rainfall. The trees are so tall. What are they? The overstory of trees is Sitka spruce. You can identify them by the flaky bark, and Douglas fir. They grow really tall and straight. When they get old, the bark's dark brown and has those deep grooves in it. Then there's western hemlock. It's not usually a canopy tree, and it's shade tolerant, so it's understory. It doesn't grow as fast as the Douglas fir. You see the cones all over the place? Olivia stooped to pick one up. This one's a Doug fir. See the 3 points? There'll be lots of them inside the forest, but you won't see saplings because they're not shade tolerant. The animals like them, and bears like to eat their bark. Bears? Eek! Oh, Aunt Jamie. Hey, I'm your City Slicker client, remember? Right. You don't have to worry about bear if you take simple safety precautions, Olivia parroted. The black bear lives in this area. The biggest problem with them is they like to steal food. So you've got to use proper storage for food and garbage. You never leave food or dirty dishes unattended in your campsite. But you have food in your backpack. What if the bears smell it and come after us? I have the food wrapped in double plastic so they won't. But if a bear comes around, you should make lots of noise. You need to be calm. Give them room so they can go away. They stepped out of the clearing and into the trees. Almost immediately, the light turned soft and green, with only a few stray shimmers of sun sneaking through the canopy of trees. Those thin fingers were pale, watery, and lovely. The ground was littered with cones, thick with moss and ferns. The green covered the world in subtly different shapes, wildly different textures. A thrush called out and darted by, barely ruffling the air. It looks prehistoric. I guess it is. I think it's the most beautiful place in the world. Jamie laid her hand on Olivia's shoulder. I know. And a safe place, Jamie thought. A wise place for a child to go. Tell me what I'm seeing as we go, Livy. Make it come alive for me. They walked at an easy pace, with Olivia doing her best to use a tour guide's voice and rhythm. But the forest always captured her. She wondered why it had to be explained at all, when you could just see. The light was so soft. It was as if she could feel it on her skin. The air so rich with scent, it almost made her head reel. Pine and damp, and the dying logs that were the life source for new trees. The deceptively fragile look of the moss that spilled and spread and climbed everywhere. The sounds? The crunch of boots over needles and cones, the stirring of small animals that darted here and there on the day's business, the call of birds, the sudden surprising gurgle of water in a little stream. They all came together for her in their own special kind of silence. It was her cathedral, more magnificent and certainly more holy to her than any of the pictures she'd seen of the glorious buildings in Rome or Paris. This ground lived and died every day. She pointed out a ring of mushrooms that added splashes of white and yellow, the lichens that upholstered the great trunks of trees, the papery seeds spilled by the grand Sitka spruce, the complicated tangle of vine maples that insisted on growing close to the trail. They wound between nurse logs, shaggy with moss and sprouts, brushed through feathery crops of ferns, and spotted, thanks to Olivia's sharp eye, an eagle lording it over the branches high overhead. "Hardly anyone uses this trail," Olivia said, "because the first part of it's private. But the public trails start to loop there now. And you begin to see people. Don't you like to see people, Livy?" "Not so much in the forest." She offered a sheepish smile. "I like to think it's mine, and no one will ever change it. See? Listen." She held up a hand, closed her eyes. Intrigued, Jamie did the same. She heard the faint tinkle of music, could just make out the slick twang of country and western. "People take away the magic," Olivia said solemnly, then started up the upward slant of the trail. As they climbed, Jamie began to pick up more sounds. A voice, a child's laugh. Where the trees thinned, sunlight sprinkled in until that soft green twilight was gone. The lake spread out in the distance, sparkling with sun, dotted with boats, and the great mountains speared up against the sky, while the dips and valleys and gorges cut through with curves and slashes. Warmer now, she sat and tugged off her overshirt to let the sun play on her arms. "There's all kinds of magic." She smiled when Olivia shrugged off her pack. "You don't have to be alone for it to work." "I guess not." Carefully, Olivia unpacked the food, the thermos, then, sitting Indian style, offered Jamie her binoculars. "Maybe you can see Uncle David and Grandma." "Maybe Uncle David dived overboard and swam home." With a laugh, Jamie lifted the field glasses. "Oh, there are swans. I love the way they look, just gliding along. I should have brought my camera. I don't know why I never think of it." She lowered the glasses to pick up one of the sandwiches Olivia had cut into meticulously even halves. "It's always beautiful here, whatever the season, whatever the time of day." She glanced down, noticed that Olivia was watching her steadily. It gave her a little chill to see that measuring look in a child's eyes. "What is it?" "I have to ask you for a favor." "You won't want to do it, but I thought about it a lot, and it's important. I need you to get me an address." Olivia pressed her lips together, then blew out a breath. "It's for the policeman, the one who took me to your house that night." His name is Frank. I remember him, but not very well. I want to write to him. Livy, why? There's nothing he can tell you that I can't. It can't be good for you to worry so much about this. It has to be better to know things than to wonder. He was nice to me. Even if I can only write and tell him I remember he was nice to me, I'd feel better. And he was there that night, Aunt Jamie. You weren't there. It was just me until he came and found me. I want to talk to him. She turned her head to stare out at the lakes. I'll tell him my grandparents don't know I'm writing. I won't tell lies. But I need to try. I only remember his name was Frank. Jamie closed her eyes, felt her heart sink a little. Brady. His name is Frank Brady. 7 Frank Brady turned the pale blue envelope over in his hands. His name and the address of the precinct had been handwritten, neat and precise and unmistakably childlike, as had the return address in the corner. Olivia MacBride. Little Livy Tanner, he mused, a young ghost out of the past. 8 years. He'd never really put that night, those people, that case aside. He'd tried. He'd done his job. Justice had followed through as best it could, and the little girl had been whisked away by family who loved her. Closed, finished, over. Despite the stories on Julie MacBride that cropped up from time to time, the gossip, the rumors, the movies that ran on late-night television, it was done. Julie MacBride would be forever 32 and beautiful, and the man who'd killed her wouldn't see the outside of her cage for another decade or more. Why the hell would the kid write to him after all this time, he wondered. And why the hell didn't he just open the letter and find out? Still, he hesitated, frowning at the envelope while phones shrilled around him and cops moved in and out of the bullpen. He found himself wishing his own phone would ring so he could set the letter aside, pick up a new case. Then, with a quiet oath, he tore the envelope open, spread out the single sheet of matching stationery, and read, "Dear Detective Brady, I hope you remember me. My mother was Julie MacBride, and when she was killed, you took me to my aunt's house. You came to see me there too. I didn't really understand then about murder or that you were investigating. You made me feel safe, and you told me how the stars were there, even in the daytime. You helped me then. I hope you can help me now. I've been living with my grandparents in Washington State. It's beautiful here, and I love them very much. Aunt Jamie came to visit this week, and I asked her if she could give me your address so I could write to you. I didn't tell my grandparents because it makes them sad. We never talk about my mother or what my father did. I have questions that nobody can answer but you. It's awfully important to me to know the truth, but I don't want to hurt my grandmother. I'm 12 years old now, but she doesn't understand that when I think about that night and try to remember. It gets mixed up and that makes it worse. Will you talk to me? I thought maybe if you wanted to take a vacation, you could even come here. I remember you had a son. You said he ate bugs and had bad dreams sometimes about alien invaders, but he's older now, so I guess he doesn't anymore. Christ, Frank thought with a stunned laugh. The kid had a memory like an elephant. There's lots to do up here. Our lodge and campground are really nice, and I could even send you our brochures. You can go fishing or hiking or boating. The lodge has a swimming pool and nightly entertainment. We're also close to some of the most beautiful beaches in the northwest. Even as Frank felt his lips twitch at her sales pitch, he scanned the rest. Please come. I have no one else to talk to. Yours truly, Olivia. Jesus! He folded the letter, slipped it back in its envelope and into his jacket pocket. But he wasn't able to tuck Olivia out of his mind so easily. He carried both the letter and the memory of the girl with him all day. He decided he'd write her a gentle response. Keep it light, sympathetic but non-committal. He could tell her how Noah was starting college in the fall, and how he'd been named most valuable player in his basketball tournament. Chatty, easy. He'd use his work and his family commitments as an excuse not to go up to see her. What good would it do to go to Washington and talk to her? It would only upset everyone involved. He couldn't possibly take on a responsibility like that. Her grandparents were good people. He'd done a background check on them when they'd filed for custody, just tying up loose ends, he told himself now, as he told himself then. And maybe in the first couple of years, he'd done a few more checks just to make sure the kid was settling in all right. Then he'd close the book. He meant it to stay closed. He was a cop, he reminded himself, as he turned down the street toward home. He wasn't a psychologist, a social worker, and his only connection to Olivia was murder. It couldn't possibly help her to talk to him. He pulled into the drive behind a bright blue Honda Civic. It had replaced his wife's VW 4 years before. Both bumpers were crowded with stickers. His wife might have given up her beloved bug, but she hadn't given up her causes. Noah's bike had been upgraded to a second-hand Buick the boy pampered like a lover. He'd be loading it up and driving it off to college in a matter of weeks. The thought of that struck Frank, as it always did, like an arrow to the heart. The flowers that danced around the door thrived, due to Noah's attention. God knew where he'd gotten the green thumb, Frank thought, as he climbed out of the car. Once the boy was away at school, both he and Celia would kill the blooms within a month. He stepped in the front door to the sound of Fleetwood Mac. His heart sank. Celia liked to cook to Redwood Mac, and if she decided to cook, it meant that Frank would be sneaking into the kitchen in the middle of the night, searching out his well-hidden stashes of junk food. The living room was tidy, another bad sign. The fact that there were no newspapers or shoes scattered around meant Celia had gotten off early from her job at the women's shelter and was feeling domestic. He and Noah suffered when Celia shifted into a domestic mode. There would be a home-cooked meal that had much more to do with nutrition than taste. A tidy house where he'd never be able to find anything, and very likely freshly folded laundry, which meant half his socks would be missing. Things ran much more smoothly in the Brady household when Celia left the domestic chores to her men. When Frank stepped into the kitchen, his worst fears were confirmed. Celia stood happily stirring something at the stove. There was a fresh loaf of some kind of tree bark bread on the counter, beside an enormous yellow squash. But she looked so damn pretty, he thought, with her bright hair pulled back in a smooth ponytail, her narrow teenage boy hips bumping to the beat, and her long, slim feet bare. She carried a look of competent innocence that he'd always thought disguised a boundless determination. There was nothing Celia Brady wanted to accomplish that she didn't manage to do. Just, he thought, as she'd managed him one way or another since she'd been a 20-year-old co-ed, and he, the 23-year-old rookie, who'd arrested her during a protest against animal testing. The first 2 weeks of their relationship they'd spent arguing. The second 2 weeks they'd spent in bed. She'd refused to marry him, so they'd fought about that. But he had his own share of determination. During the year they'd lived together, he'd worn her down. Unexpectedly, he came up behind her and hugged her tight. "I love you, Celia." She turned in his arms and gave him a quick kiss. "You're still eating the black beans and squash. It's good for you." He figured he'd live through it, and he had mini pizzas buried in the depths of the freezer. "I'll eat it, and I'll still love you. I'm a tough guy. Where's Noah?" "Out shooting hoops with Mike. He's got a date with Sarah later." Again, Celia had to smile. "She's a very nice girl, Frank, and with him going off to college in a few weeks, they want to spend as much time together as they can. I just wish he wasn't so hung up on this one girl. He's only 18. Frank, after a half term in college, Sarah won't be more than a vague memory. Now, what's really wrong?" He didn't bother to sigh, but took the beer she held out to him. "Do you remember the MacBride case?" "Julie MacBride?" Celia's eyebrows lifted. "Of course. It was the biggest high-profile case of your career. And you still get sad if one of her movies comes on TV. But what about the MacBride case? You closed it years ago. Sam Tanner's in prison. The little girl." "Yes, I remember. She broke your heart." Celia rubbed his arm. "Softy." "Her grandparents got custody, took her up to Washington State. They own a place up there. Lodge, campground on the Olympic Peninsula, attached to the National Forest." "The Olympic National Forest?" Celia's eyes went bright. "Oh, that's beautiful country. I hiked up that way the summer I graduated from high school. They've really kept the greedy bloodsuckers at bay." To Celia, greedy bloodsuckers were anyone who wanted to chop down a tree, demolish an old building, hunt rabbits, or pour concrete over farmland. Tree hugger. Haha. If you had any idea how much damage can be done by loggers who don't have the foresight to... Don't start, see. I'm already eating beans and squash. She pouted a moment, then shrugged a shoulder and started to rise. Since putting her back up hadn't been part of his strategy, he reached in his pocket for the letter. "Just read this and tell me what you think." "So now you're interested in what I think." But after reading the first couple lines, she sat again, and the light of battle in her eyes melted into compassion. "Poor little thing," she murmured. "She's so sad and so brave." She smoothed her fingers over the letter, then handed it back to Frank before she went back to stir her pot. "You know, Frank, a family vacation before Noah heads off to college would be good for all of us. And we haven't been camping since he was 3. And you took an oath never to spend another night sleeping on the ground." Half the weight the letter had put on his shoulders slid off. "I really do love you, Celia." Olivia did her best to behave normally, to tuck the nerves and excitement away so her grandparents wouldn't notice. Inside, she was breathless and jittery, and her head ached a little. But she did her morning chores and managed to eat a little lunch so no one would comment on her lack of appetite. The Bradys would be there soon. She'd been relieved when her grandfather had been called to the campground right after lunch to handle some little snag. It hadn't been hard to make excuses to stay behind instead of going with him. though she'd felt guilty about being less than honest. The guilt had her working twice as hard as she might have on cleaning the terrace outside the lodge dining room and weeding the gardens that bordered it. It was also the perfect spot from which to watch arrivals and departures. Olivia weeded the nasturtiums that tumbled over the low stone wall in cheery yellows and oranges, dead-headed the bright white Shasta daisies behind them, and kept one eye on the turn toward reception. Her hands sweated inside her garden gloves, which she'd worn only because she wanted to be adult and shake hands with the Brady family without having grime on her fingers and under her fingernails. She wanted Frank to see that she was grown up enough to understand about her mother, about her father. She didn't want him to see a scared little girl who needed to be protected from monsters. She was going to learn to chase the monsters away herself, Olivia thought. Then, despite her plans, she absently swiped a hand over her cheek and smeared it with soil. She'd brushed her hair and smoothed it into a neat ponytail that she'd slipped through the opening in the back of her red cap. She wore jeans and a River's End t-shirt. Both had been cleaned that morning, and though she tried to keep them that way, the knees of her jeans were soiled now. That would only prove that she'd been working. She told herself that she was responsible. They should be here by now, she thought. They had to be here soon. They just had to. Otherwise, her grandfather might come back. He might recognize Frank Brady. He probably would. Grandfather remembered everyone and everything. Then he'd find ways to keep her from talking to Frank, to keep her from asking questions. All the planning, the care, the hope she had would be for nothing if they didn't get there soon. A couple strolled out onto the terrace, sat at one of the little iron tables. One of the staff would come out to serve them drinks or snacks, Olivia knew. Then she'd lose the solitude. Olivia worked her way along the border, half listening as the woman read about the trails in her guidebook, planning tomorrow's hike, debating whether to take one of the long ones and order one of the picnic lunches the lodge provided. Ordinarily, Olivia might have stopped working long enough to recommend just that plan, to give her own description of the trail the woman seemed to favor. The guests enjoyed the personal touch, and her grandparents encouraged her to share her knowledge of the area with them. But she had too much on her mind for chit-chat and continued to work steadily down the edge of the terrace until she was nearly out of sight. She saw the big old car bumping up the drive, but noted immediately that the man driving it was too young to be Frank Brady. He had a pretty face, what she could see of it, as he wore a cap and sunglasses. His hair spilled out of the cap, wavy and sun-streaked brown. The woman in the passenger seat was pretty too. His mother, Olivia guessed, though she didn't look very old either. Maybe she was his aunt or his big sister. She ran through the reservations in her head, trying to remember if they had a couple coming in that day. Then she spotted another figure sprawled in the back seat. Her heart began to thud in her chest, the answering echo a dull beat in her head. Slowly she got to her feet as the car coasted around the last turn and parked. She knew him right away. Olivia didn't consider it at all strange that her bleary memory of his face shot into sharp focus the minute Frank stepped out of the car. She remembered perfectly now the color of his eyes, the sound of his voice, the way his hand had felt, big and gentle on her cheek. Her aching head spun, once sickly, as he turned his head and saw her. She felt her knees tremble, but she pulled off her gloves and stuck them in her back pocket. Her mouth was dust dry, but she forced a polite smile on her face and started forward. So did he. For Olivia, at that moment, the woman and the young man who got out of the car faded into the background, as did the wall of great trees, the searing blue sky above them, the flutter of butterflies, the chatter of birds. She saw only him, as she'd seen only him the night he'd opened the closet door. "I'm Olivia," she said in a voice that sounded very far away to her own ears. "Thank you for coming, Detective Brady." She held out her hand. How many times, Frank wondered, would this one little girl break his heart? She stood so poised, her eyes so solemn, her smile so polite, and her voice shook. "It's nice to see you again, Olivia." He took her hand in his, held it. "Livy? Don't they call you Livy anymore?" "Yes." Her smile warmed just a little. "Did you have a nice trip?" "Very nice. We decided to drive, so we needed my son's car. It's the only one big enough to be comfortable for that long." "Celia?" He reached out, then slipped his arm around his wife's shoulders. It was a gesture Olivia noticed. She liked to study the way people were together. The woman fit easily against him, and her smile was friendly, her eyes sympathetic. "This is Celia, my wife." "Hello, Livy. What a beautiful place. You know I camped in your campgrounds once, when I was Noah's age. I've never forgotten this area." "Noah, this is Livy MacBride. Her family owns the lodge." He glanced over, nodded polite but distant. "Hey," was all he said as he tucked his hands in his back pockets. Behind the dark glasses, he took in every feature of her face. She was taller than he expected, gangly. He reminded himself his image of her was stuck on the little girl with her hands clamped over her ears and her face wild with fear and grief. He'd never forgotten how she'd looked. He'd never forgotten her. "Noah's a man of few words these days," Celia said soberly, but the way her eyes laughed had Olivia smiling again. "You can leave your car here, if you want, while you check in. All the lake view units were booked, but you have a really nice view of the forest. It's one of the family units on the ground floor and has its own patio." "It sounds wonderful. I remember taking pictures of the lodge all those years ago." To put Olivia at ease, Celia laid a hand on her shoulder and turned to study the building. "It looks as if it grew here, like the trees." It was grand and old and dignified. 3 stories with the main section under a steeply pitched roof. Windows were generous to offer the guests stunning views. The wood had weathered to a soft brown, and with the deep green trim, seemed as much a part of the forest as the giant trees that towered over it. Pathways were fashioned of stone, with small evergreens and clumps of ferns, and wild flowers scattered throughout. Rather than manicured, the grounds looked appealingly wild and untouched. "It's not intrusive at all. Whoever built it understood the importance of working with nature instead of beating it back." "My great-grandfather. He did the original building. Then he and his brother and my grandfather added on to it. He named it too." Olivia resisted the urge to rub her damp palms on her jeans. "There's no river that ends here or anything. It's a metaphor for finding rest and shelter at the end of a journey," Celia suggested, and made Olivia smile. "Yeah, exactly. That's what he wanted to do." It was really just an inn at first, and now it's a resort. But we want that same restful atmosphere and are dedicated to preserving the area and seeing to it that the lodge adds to, rather than detracts, from the purity of the forest and lakes. You're talking her language. Frank winked. Celia's a staunch conservationist. So is anyone with brains, Olivia said automatically, and had Celia nodding in approval. We're going to get along just fine. Why don't you show me around the lodge while these big, strong men deal with the luggage? Olivia glanced back at Frank as Celia led her off. Impatience all but shimmered around her, but she did as she was asked and opened one half of the great double doors. I never made it inside during my other trip, Celia was saying. I was on a pretty tight budget, and I was busy turning my nose up at any established creature comforts. I was one of the first hippies. Olivia stopped, blinked. Really? You don't look like a hippie. I only wear my love beads on special occasions now, like the anniversary of Woodstock. Was Frank a hippie too? Frank? Celia threw back her head and laughed in sheer delight. Oh no, not Mr. Conservative. That man was born a cop and a Republican. Well, she said with a sigh. What can you do? Oh, but this is lovely. She turned a half circle in the main lobby, admiring the floors and walls of natural pine and fir. The great stone fireplace, filled in the warmth of August with fresh flowers rather than flames. Chairs and sofas in soft earth tones were arranged in cozy groups. Several guests were enjoying coffee or wine while they sat and contemplated the views or studied their guidebooks. There was Native American art in paintings and wall hangings and rugs, and copper pails that held generous bouquets of fresh flowers or greenery. It seemed more like a sprawling living room than a lobby, which Celia imagined had been just the intention. The front desk was a polished wood counter, manned by two clerks in crisp white shirts and hunter green vests. Daily activities were handwritten on an old slate board, and a stoneware bowl of pastel-colored mints sat on the counter. Welcome to River's End. The female clerk had a quick grin for Olivia before she turned a welcoming smile on Celia. Will you be staying with us? Yes, Celia Brady and family. My husband and son are getting our luggage. Yes, Mrs. Brady, we're happy to have you. While she spoke, the clerk tapped her fingers over the keyboard below the counter. I hope you had a pleasant trip. Very. Celia noted the name tag pinned to the vest. Thank you, Sharon. And you'll be staying with us for 5 nights. You have our family package, which includes breakfast for 3 every morning, any one of our guided tours. Olivia tuned out Sharon's welcome address and explanation and looked toward the door. Her stomach began to flutter again as Frank came in with Noah behind him. They were loaded down with luggage and backpacks. I can help you with that. Sharon, I can show the Bradys to their rooms and tell them where everything is. Thanks, Livy. You can't do better than with the MacBride as your guide, Mrs. Brady. Enjoy your stay. It's this way. Struggling not to hurry, Olivia led the way down a hallway, off the lobby, turned right. The health club is to the left and complimentary to guests. You can reach the pool through there or by going out the south entrance. She rattled off information, meal service times, room service availability, lounge hours, rental information for canoes, fishing gear, bikes. At the door to their rooms, she stood back and, despite nerves, found herself pleased when Celia let out a little gasp of pleasure. It's great, just great. Oh, Frank, look at that view. It's like being in the middle of the forest. She moved immediately to the patio doors and flung them open. Why do we live in the city? It has something to do with employment, Frank said dryly. The master bedroom is in here, and the second bedroom there. I'll go dump my stuff. Noah headed off to the other end of the sitting room. You'll want to unpack, get settled in. Olivia linked her hands together, pulled them apart. Is there anything I can get you, or any questions? There are some short, easy trails, if you want to do any exploring this afternoon. Frank, why don't you play scout? Celia smiled, unable to resist the plea in Olivia's eyes. Noah and I will probably laze by the pool for a bit. Livy can show you around now, and you can stretch your legs. Ma, good idea. Do you mind, Livy? No, I don't mind. We can go right out this way. She gestured to the patio doors. There's an easy half-mile loop. You don't even need any gear. Sounds perfect. He kissed Celia, ran a hand down her arm. See you in a bit. Take your time. She walked to the door after them. Watched the girl lead the man toward the trees. Mom? She didn't turn. Kept watching until the two figures slipped into the shadows of the forest. Why didn't you tell me? Tell you what, Noah? That's Julie MacBride's kid, isn't it? Celia turned now to where Noah stood in the doorway of his room, his shoulder nonchalantly propped against the frame, his eyes alert and just a bit annoyed. Yes, why? We didn't come up here to play in the woods and go fishing. Dad hates fishing, and his idea of a vacation is lying in the hammock in the backyard. She nearly laughed. It was exactly true. What's your point? He came up to see the kid. Does that mean something new's come up? On the Julie MacBride murder? No, it's nothing like that. I didn't know you had any interest in that business, Noah. Why wouldn't I? He pushed away from the doorway and picked up one of the bright red apples in a blue bowl on the table. It was Dad's case, and a big one. People still talk about it, and he thinks about it. Noah jerked his chin in the direction his father had taken. Even if he doesn't talk about it, what's the deal, Mom? Celia lifted her shoulders, let them fall. The girl. Olivia wrote to him. She has some questions. I don't think her grandparents have told her very much, and I don't think they know she wrote your father. So, let's give the two of them a little room. Sure. Noah bit into the apple, and his gaze drifted toward the window where the tall young girl had led the man toward the trees. I was just wondering. 8 of the trees closed them in, like giant bars in an ancient prison. Frank had expected a kind of openness and charm, and instead found himself uneasily walking through a strange world where the light glowed eerily green and nature came in odd, primitive shapes. Even the sounds and smells were foreign, potent and ripe. Dampness clung to the air. He'd have been more comfortable in a dark alley in East L.A. He caught himself glancing over his shoulder and wishing for the comforting weight of his weapon. You ever get lost in here? He asked Olivia. No, but people do sometimes. You should always carry a compass and stay on the marked trails if you're a novice. She tipped up her face to study his. I guess you're an urban hiker. He grinned at the term. You got that right. She smiled, and the humor made her eyes glow. Aunt Jamie said that's what she is now. But you can get lost in the city too, can't you? Yeah, yeah, you can. She looked away now, slowing her pace. It was nice of you to come. I didn't think you would. I wasn't sure you'd even remember me. I remember you, Livy. He touched her arm lightly, felt the stiffness and control a 12-year-old shouldn't have. I've thought about you, wondered how you were. My grandparents are great. I love living here. I can't imagine living anywhere else. People come here for vacation, but I get to live here all the time. She said it all very fast, as if she needed to get out everything good before she turned a corner. You have a nice family, she began. Thanks. I think I'll probably keep them. Her smile came and went quickly. I have a nice family too. But That's a nurse log, she pointed out, as nerves crept back into her voice. When a tree falls, or branches do, the forest makes use of them. Nothing's wasted here. That's a Douglas fir, and you can see the sprouts of western hemlock growing out of it, and the spread of moss, the ferns and mushrooms. When something dies here, it gives other things a chance to live. She looked up at him again, her eyes a shimmering amber behind a sheen of tears. Why did my mother die? I can't answer that, Livy. I can never really answer the why. And it's the hardest part of my job. It was a waste, wasn't it? A waste of something good and beautiful. She was good and beautiful, wasn't she? Yes, yes she was. With a nod, she began to walk again, and didn't speak, until she was certain she'd fought back the tears. But my father wasn't. He couldn't have been good and beautiful, not really. But she fell in love with him, and she married him. Your father had problems. Drugs, she said flatly. I read about it in newspapers my grandmother has put away in our attic. He took drugs, and he killed her. He couldn't have loved her. He couldn't have loved either of us. Livy, life isn't always that simple, that black and white. If you love something, you take care of it. You protect it. If you love enough, you die to protect it. She spoke softly, but her voice was fierce. He says he didn't do it, but he did. I saw him. I can still see him if I let myself. She pressed her lips together. He would have killed me too if I hadn't gotten away. I don't know. How did he answer this child with a quiet voice and old eyes? It's possible. You talked to him. After? Yes, that's part of my job. Is he crazy? Frank opened his mouth, closed it again. There were no pat answers here. The court didn't think so. But did you? Frank let out a sigh. He could see how they'd circled around now, see parts of the roofline, the glint of the windows of the inn. Livy. I think he was weak, and the drugs played into that weakness. They made him believe things that weren't true and do things that weren't right. Your mother separated from him to protect you as much, probably more, than herself, and, I think, hoping it would push him into getting help. But it didn't, Olivia thought. It didn't make him get help. It didn't protect anyone. If he wasn't living there anymore, why was he in the house that night? The evidence indicated she let him in. Because she still loved him. She shook her head before Frank could answer. It's all right. I understand. Will they keep him in jail forever? There are so few forevers, Frank thought. He was given a sentence of 20 years to life, the first 15 without possibility of parole. Her eyes narrowed in a frown of concentration. 15 years was longer than she'd been alive, but it wasn't enough. Does that mean he can just get out in 7 more years? Just like that, after what he did? No, not necessarily. The system... How could he possibly explain the twists and turns of it to a child? He'll go before a panel, like a test. But the people on the panel don't know. They weren't there. It won't matter to them. Yes, it will matter. I can go. And he would, Frank decided, and speak for the child. I'm allowed to go and address the panel because I was there. Thank you. The tears wanted to come back, so she held out a hand to shake his. Thank you for talking to me. Livy. He took her hand, then touched his free one to her cheek. You can call or write me any time you want. Really? I'd like it if you did. The tears stopped burning, her nerves smoothed out. Then I will. I'm really glad you came. I hope you and your family have a good time. If you want, I can sign you up for one of the guided hikes while you're here. Or I can show you which trails you can take on your own. Going with instinct, Frank smiled at her. We'd like that, but only if we can hire you as guide. We want the best. She studied him with calm and sober eyes. Skyline trails only 31 miles. When his mouth fell open, she smiled a little. Just kidding. I know a nice day hike if you like to take pictures. What's your definition of a nice day hike? Her grin flashed, quick and surprising. Just a couple of miles. You'll see beaver and osprey. The lodge can make up a boxed lunch if you want a picnic. Sold. How about tomorrow? I'll check with my grandfather, but it should be all right. I'll come by about 11:30. She glanced down at his scuffed high tops. You'd be better off with boots, but those are okay if you don't have them. I'll see you tomorrow. Livy? He called when she turned back toward the trees. Should I buy a compass? She tossed a quick smile over her shoulder. I won't let you get lost. She walked into the trees, going fast now, until she was sure no one could see. Then she stopped, hugging herself hard, rocking, letting the tears spill out. They were hot and stinging. Her chest ached with them as it hitched. But after they'd fallen, after she was able to breathe again, to scrub her face dry with her hands, she felt better. And at age 12, Olivia decided what she would do with and how she would live her life. She would learn all there was to learn about the forest, the lakes, the mountains that were her home. She would live, and she would work in the place she loved, the place where her mother had grown up. She would, over time, find out more about her mother and about the man who killed her. She would love the first with all her heart, just as she would hate the second. And she would never, never fall in love the way her mother had. She would become her own woman. Starting now, she stopped to wash her face in the stream, then sat quietly until she was sure all traces of tears and tattered emotions were gone. Her grandparents were to be protected. That was another promise she made herself. She would see to it that nothing she did ever caused them pain. So when she walked into the clearing and saw her grandfather weeding his flowers, she crossed to him, knelt beside him with a smile. I just did this over at the lodge. The gardens look really nice there. You got my green thumb, kiddo. He winked at her. We won't talk about the color of your grandmother's. She does okay with houseplants. A family, just checked into the lodge, a couple and their son. Casually, Olivia uprooted a weed. She didn't want to lie to him, but she thought it wisest to skirt around the bare truth. The mother said she'd hiked around here when she was a teenager, but I don't think the other two know a bush from a porcupine. Anyway, they'd like me to go out with them tomorrow. Just a short hike. I thought I'd take them to Isley Lake, along the river, so they could take pictures. He sat back on his heels, the line of worry already creasing his forehead. I don't know, Livy. I'd like to do it. I know the way, and I want to start learning even more about running the lodge and campground, more about the trails, and even the backcountry areas. I've gone along on guided hikes before, and I want to see if I can do one by myself. It's just down to Isley. If I do a good job, I could start training to guide other hikes during the summer and maybe give talks and stuff for kids. When I'm older, I could even do overnights and be a naturalist like they have in the park. Only I'd be better, because I grew up here, because it's home. He reached out to skim his knuckles over her cheek. He could see Julie in her eyes. Julie, when she'd been a young girl, and telling him of her dreams to be a great actress. Her dream had taken her away from him. Olivia's would keep her close. You're still young enough to change your mind a dozen times. I won't. But anyway, I won't know if I'm good or if it's really what I want until I try. I want to try. Just a little bit tomorrow. Just down to Isley. I showed the father the loop trail from the inn before I left. He kept talking about getting lost. She shared an easy chuckle with Rob. I think Isley's about all he can handle. Knowing she'd won, she got up, brushed off her jeans. I'm going to go see if Grandma needs any help with dinner. Then she stopped, leaned down to wrap her arms around Rob's neck. I'm going to make you proud of me. I am proud of you, baby. She hugged tighter. Just wait, she whispered, then darted inside. Olivia was exactly on time. She decided that would be important to how she lived her life from now on. She would always be prompt. She would always be prepared. She arrived early at the lodge to collect the boxed lunch for the hike. It would be her job to carry the supplies. She was young and strong, she thought as she stowed them in her backpack. She would get older, and she would get stronger. She shouldered the pack, adjusted the straps. She had her compass, her knife, bottled water, spare plastic bags to seal up any trash or garbage, her camera, a notepad and pencils, a first aid kit. She'd spent 3 hours the night before reading, studying, absorbing information and history. She was going to see to it that the Bradys had an entertaining and an educational afternoon. When she walked around to the patio entrance of the unit, she saw Noah sitting in one of the wooden chairs. He was wearing headphones and tapping his fingers restlessly on the arm of the chair. His legs were long, clad in ripped jeans and stretched out across at the ankles of high-top Nikes. He wore sunglasses with very dark lenses. It occurred to her she'd yet to see him without them. His hair was damp as if he'd recently come from the shower or the pool. It was casually slicked back and drying in the sun. She thought he looked like a rock star. Shyness wanted to swallow her, but she straightened her shoulders. If she was going to be a guide, she had to learn to get over being shy around boys and everyone else. Hi. His head moved a little. His fingers stopped tapping. She realized he'd probably had his eyes closed behind those black lenses and hadn't even seen her. Yeah, hi. He reached down to turn off the cassette that was singing in his ears. I'll get the troops. When he stood up, she had to tip back her head to keep her eyes on his face. Did you try the pool? Yeah. He gave her a grin and had the woman's heart still sleeping and the child's breast stirring. Water's cold. He opened the patio door. Hey, the trailblazer's here. There was a muffled response from behind the bedroom door before he turned back to Olivia. You might as well sit down. Mom's never ready on time. There's no hurry. Good thing. Deciding it was more polite to sit since he'd asked her to, she lowered herself to the stone patio. She fell into a silence that was part shyness and part simple inexperience. Noah studied her profile. She interested him because of her connection to his father and to Julie MacBride, and, he admitted, because of her connection to murder. Murder fascinated him. He would have asked her about it if he hadn't been certain both his parents would have skinned him for it. He might have risked that, but he remembered the image of the small child with her hands over her ears and tears flooding her cheeks. So, what do you do around here? Her gaze danced in his direction, then away. Stuff. She felt the heat climb into her cheeks at the foolishness of the answer. Oh yeah, stuff. We never do that in California. Well, I do chores. Help out at the campground and here at the lodge. I hike and fish. I'm learning about the history of the area, the flora and fauna, that sort of thing. Where do you go to school? My grandmother teaches me at home. At home? He tipped down his sunglasses so she got a glimpse of deep green eyes. Some deal. She's pretty strict, Olivia mumbled, then leaped to her feet in relief when Frank stepped out. Celia's coming. I figured I should go get our lunch. I have it. Olivia shifted her back. Cold fried chicken, potato salad, fruit and pound cake. Sal, that's the chef. He makes the best. You shouldn't carry all that, Frank began, but she stepped back. It's part of my job. Then she looked past him, saw Celia, and felt shy again. Good morning, Mrs. Brady. Good morning. I saw deer out my window this morning. She stepped through the fog like something out of a fairy tale. By the time I snapped out of it and dug out my camera, she was gone. You'll probably see more. The blacktail is common in the forest. You might catch sight of a Roosevelt elk too. Celia tapped the camera, hanging from a strap around her neck, as she stepped out. This time, I'm prepared. If you're ready, we'll get started. Olivia had already, subtly she hoped, checked out their shoes and clothes and gear. It would do well enough for the short, easy hike. You can stop me any time you want, to take pictures or rest or ask questions. I don't know how much you know about Olympic or the rainforest, she began as she started the walk. She'd practiced her presentation that morning as she dressed and led into it very much as she had when her aunt had played tourist for her. When she mentioned bear, Celia didn't squeal as Jamie had, but sighed. Oh, I'd love to see one. Geez, Mom, you would. Celia laughed and hooked an arm around Noah's neck. Hopeless city boys, Livy. Both of them. You've got your work cut out for you with these two. That's okay. It's good practice. She identified trees for them, but got the feeling only Celia was particularly interested. Though Noah did seem to perk up when she spotted an eagle for him, high in the moss and lichen-draped trees. But when she got over to the river and the world opened up a bit, all three of her charges seemed to get into the spirit. "This is the Kinol," Olivia told them. "It runs to the coast. The Olympic range rings the interior. God, it's beautiful. It takes your breath away." Celia had her camera up, busily framing and snapping. "Look at the way the mountains stand against the sky, Frank. White and green and gray against that blue. It's like taking a picture of a painting." Olivia scrambled around in her head for what she knew about the mountains. Mount Olympus is actually less than 8,000 feet at its peak, but it rises from the rainforest at almost sea level, so it looks bigger. It has, I think it's 6, glaciers. We're on the western slopes of the range. She led them along the river, pointing out the clever dams the beavers built, the string-like petals of wild gold thread, the delicate white of marsh marigold. They passed other hikers on the trail, singles and groups. Celia stopped often for pictures, and her men posed with patience, if not enthusiasm. When Olivia managed to catch a red-legged frog, Celia took pictures of that as well, laughing in delight when it let out its long, feeble croak. Then she surprised Olivia by stroking a long finger over the frog's back. Hardly any of the women Olivia knew wanted to pet frogs. When she released it, she and Celia smiled at each other in perfect unity. "Your mother's found a soul, sister," Frank muttered to Noah. Olivia was about to point out an osprey nest when a toddler raced down the trail, evading the young parents who called and rushed after him. He tripped and came to a skidding halt on knees and elbows, almost at Olivia's feet, and wailed like 1,000 bagpipes. She started to bend down, but Noah was faster and had the boy scooped up, jiggling him cheerfully. "Oh, wipe out. Scotty, oh, honey, I told you not to run." The frantic mother grabbed for him, then looked back at her out-of-breath husband. "He's bleeding. He scraped his knees." "Damn it! How bad? Let's see, buddy." As the boy screamed and sobbed, Olivia slipped off her pack. "You'll need to wash his guts. I have some bottled water and a first aid kit." She went to work so efficiently, Frank signaled Celia back. "You'll have to hold him still," Olivia said. "I can't clean it if he's kicking." "I know it hurts, honey, I know. We're going to make it all better." The mother kissed Scotty's cheeks. "Here, let me clean off the cuts. Thanks so much." She took the cloth Olivia had dampened and struggled with her husband to keep the child still long enough to see the damage. "Just scrapes. Knock the bark off, buddy." The father kept his voice light, but his face was very pale as his wife cleaned the blood away. Olivia handed over antiseptic, and one glance at the little bottle had Scotty switching from wails to ear-piercing screams. "Hey, you know what you need." Noah pulled a candy bar out of his back pocket, waved it in front of Scotty's face. "You need to spoil your lunch." Scotty eyed the chocolate bar through fat tears. His lips trembled, but instead of a screech, he let out a pitiful whimper. "Candy. You bet. You like candy. This is pretty special candy. It's only for brave boys. I bet you're brave." Scotty sniffled, reached out, too intent on the bar to notice his mother quickly bandaging his knees. "'Kay. Here you go then." Noah held it out, then tugged it just out of reach with a grin. "I forgot. I can only give this candy to somebody named Scotty. I'm Scotty." "No kidding? Then this must be yours." Thanks. Thanks so much. The mother shifted the now delighted child to her hip and shoved back her hair with her free hand. Your lifesavers. Olivia glanced up from where she was repacking her first aid kit. You should make sure you pick up one of these if you're going to do much hiking. The River's End Lodge gift shop carries them, or you can get them in town. First on my list, along with emergency chocolate. Thanks again. She looked over to Frank and Celia. You've got great kids. Olivia started to speak, then ducked her head and said nothing. But not so quickly that Celia hadn't seen the look of unhappiness. You two make a good team, she said cheerfully. And that little adventure worked up my appetite. When's lunch leave? Olivia looked up, blinked. Live, she thought. It sounded strong and sure and smart. There's a nice area just a little farther down. We might get lucky and see a couple of beavers instead of just their dams. She picked her spot, a shady area just off the trail where they could sit and watch the water or gaze off toward the mountains. The air was warm, the sky clear in one of those perfect summer days the peninsula could offer. Olivia nibbled at her chicken and held herself back just a little. She wanted to watch the Bradys together. They seemed so easy, so meshed. Later, when she was older and looked back on that comfortable hour, she would call it a rhythm. They had a rhythm of movement, of speech, of silences. Little bits of humor that were intimately their own. Tossed off comments, teasing, body language, and she would realize, remembering, that however much she and her grandparents loved one another, they didn't have quite that same connection. A generation stood between them, her mother's life and her death. But just then, all she knew was that she felt a tug of longing, an ache of envy. It made her ashamed. I'm going to walk down a little more. She got up, ordering herself to do so casually. I'll see if I can spot some beavers. If I do, I'll come back and get you. Poor little thing, Celia murmured when Olivia walked down the trail. She's lonely. I don't even think she knows how lonely she is. Her grandparents are good people, Celia. I'm sure they are. But where are the other kids? The ones her age she should be playing with on a beautiful day like this? She doesn't even go to school, Noah put in. She told me her grandmother teaches her at home. They've put her in a bubble. A spectacular one, Celia added as she looked around. But it's still closed. They're afraid. They have reason to be. I know. But what will they do when she starts to beat her wings against the bubble? And what will she do if she doesn't? Noah got to his feet. I think I'll walk down too. Never seen a beaver. He has a kind heart, Celia commented, smiling after him. Yeah? And he also has a curious mind. I hope he doesn't try to pump her. Give him some credit, Frank. If I didn't, I'd be going to look for beavers too, instead of taking a nap. With that, he stretched out and laid his head in his wife's lap. Noah found her sitting on the bank of the river, very quiet and very still. It made a picture in his mind very much like, yet so very different, from the one he had of her as a small child, running from grief. Here she simply sat, her cap over her butterscotch hair, her back straight as a die, staring out over water that ran fast and bright and clear. She wasn't running from grief this time, he thought. She was learning to live with it. It was sort of her personal river's end, he supposed. Her head turned quickly at his approach. She kept her gaze steady on his face, those rich eyes of hers solemn, as he moved to her and sat down. "They come to play here," she told him in a low voice. "They don't mind people too much. They get used to them. But you have more luck if you don't make a lot of noise and movement. I guess you spend a lot of time just hanging around. There's always something to see or do." She kept scanning the river. He made her feel odd in a way she couldn't decide was pleasant or not. She only knew it was different from anything she'd felt before. A kind of drumming just under her heart. "I guess it's nothing like Los Angeles?" Nothing at all. At that point in his life, LA was the world. It's okay though. Mom's big on nature and shit. You know, save the whales, save the spotted owl, save the whatever. She gets into it. If more people did, we wouldn't need to save them in the first place. She spoke with just enough heat to make him smile. "Yeah, that's what she says. I got no problem with it. Mostly I like my nature in the city park, with a basketball hoop." "I bet you've never even been fishing." "Why should I?" He sent her a quick flash of a grin that had the drumming inside her picking up its beat. "I can walk right into McDonald's and buy a fish sandwich." Yuck. "Hey, you want yuck? Sticking a defenseless worm on some hook and drowning it so you can pull up some flopping, slimy fish." The fact that she smiled a little, that her eyes shimmered with a mild and adult kind of humor, pleased him. "That's disgusting." "That's skill," she corrected, almost primly. But she was looking at him now, instead of at the river. "Isn't it crowded in the city and full of noise and traffic and smog and stuff?" "Sure." He leaned back comfortably on his elbows. "That's why I love it. Something's always happening. Something's always happening here too. Look." Forgetting her shyness, she laid a hand on his leg. A pair of beavers swam cheerfully upriver, their slick heads skimming the surface, ripples shimmying over the water in widening pools around them. Then, like a dream, a heron rose up over the opposite bank and glided with a majestic flap of wings across the river, so close its shadow flowed over them. "Bet you never saw that in the city?" "Guess not." He amused himself with the beavers. They were really pretty cute, he decided, circling, splashing, flipping over to swim on their backs. "You know about my mother?" Noah looked over sharply. She was facing the water again, her face set, her jaw tight. There were a dozen questions he'd wanted to ask if he found the opportunity. But now that she'd opened the door, he found he couldn't. She was just a kid. "Yeah, it's rough." "Have you ever seen any of her movies?" "Sure, lots of them." Olivia pressed her lips together. She had to know. Someone had to tell her. He would. She hoped he'd treat her like a grown-up, instead of someone who needed constant protecting. Was she wonderful in them? "Haven't you ever seen one?" When she shook her head, he shifted, not sure how to answer. The best answer, his mother often said, was the simple truth. "She was really good. I mostly like action flicks, but I've watched hers on TV, man, she was beautiful." "I don't mean how she looked." Her voice snapped out, surprising him into staring. "I mean how she was. Was she a good actress?" "Sure, really good. She made you believe. I guess that's what it's all about." Olivia's shoulders relaxed. "Yes." She nodded. She left here because she wanted to act. I just wanted to know if she was good. She made you believe. Olivia murmured it, then tucked that single statement into her heart. Your father, he came here because I asked him to. He's a great man. You should know that. You have parents who care about things, about people. You should never forget that. She got to her feet. I'll go get them so they can see the beavers before we head back. Noah sat where he was. He hadn't asked her the questions in his head, but she'd answered one of them. How did it feel to be the daughter of someone famous who died in a violent way? It felt lousy. Just lousy. Noah, it takes two to speak the truth, one to speak and another to hear. Henry David Thoreau, 9 Washington State University, 1993. There was nothing to be nervous about. Noah reminded himself of that as he checked the address of the trim 2-story house. He'd been planning this trip, this connection for a long time, and that, he supposed as he parked his rental car at the curb in the quiet, tree-lined neighborhood, was exactly why he was nervous. Maybe he sensed his life could change today, that seeing Olivia MacBride again could alter the course he was on. He was willing to take that new direction. There was no gain without risk after all. That's where the damp palms and jumpy belly came from. It was nothing personal. He combed back his hair by using the fingers of his hands in 2 quick rakes. He thought about getting a trim before coming here, but hell, he was on vacation. More or less. 2 weeks away from the newspaper, where his struggle to make a name for himself as a crime reporter wasn't as satisfying as he thought it would be. Politics, print space, editors, and advertising concerns got in the way of stories he wanted to tell. And he wanted to tell them his way. That was why he was here. To write the one story he'd never been able to forget. And to tell it his way. Julie MacBride's murder. One of the keys to it lived on the 2nd floor of this pretty house that had been converted into 4 apartments. They and others like it had been designed to accommodate the overflow from the college campus. For those who could afford separate housing, he thought. Who could pay the price for privacy? And who wanted it badly enough? Who didn't look for the pace and companionship, the bursts of energy in college life? Personally, he'd loved his years on campus at UCLA. Maybe the first semester had been mostly a blur of parties, girls, and drunken late-night philosophical discussions only the young could understand. But he'd buckled down after that. He'd wanted his degree in journalism, and his parents would have killed him if he'd washed out. Those 2 incentives had worked for him in equal measure. And what he wondered was Olivia's incentive. If after nearly 3 years on the job, he'd learned he wasn't a reporter at heart, he was still a good one. He'd done his research. He knew Olivia MacBride was majoring in natural resource science, that her grades were a straight 4.0. He knew she'd spent 1 year, her freshman year, on campus in a dorm, and that she'd moved out and into her own apartment the following fall. He knew she belonged to no clubs or sororities and was monitoring 2 extra classes while shouldering an 18-credit load during her spring semester. That told him she was focused, dedicated, and probably a little more than obsessive about her studies. But there were things he couldn't research through computers, through transcripts. It didn't tell him what she wanted, what she hoped for, what she felt about her parents. To know all that, he needed to know her. To write the book that fermented in the back of his heart and his mind. He had to get inside her head. The two images of her that burned brightest in his mind were of the child's tear-stained face and the young girl's solemn eyes. As he walked into the house, noted the hallway, cutting the space precisely in two, he wondered what he would see now. He climbed the steps, noted the small plaque that identified apartment 2B. No name, he thought, just the number. The MacBrides still guarded their privacy like the last gold coin in an empty sack. "Here goes nothing," he muttered, and pressed the buzzer. He had a couple of basic plans of approach in mind, believing it best to be flexible until he gauged his ground. Then she opened the door, and every plan, every practical thought ran out of his mind like water from a tipped bowl. Slow and steady and completely. She wasn't beautiful. Certainly not if you measured her by her mother's staggering image. It was almost impossible to do otherwise when you saw the eyes, rich, golden brown, under slashing dark brows. She was tall and slim, but with an efficient toughness to her build, he found surprisingly, almost ridiculously sexy. Her hair had darkened since he'd seen her last, but was shades lighter than her eyes, and drawn back in a smooth ponytail that left her face unframed. The child's face had refined, sharpened, and taken on the edge of young womanhood Noah always thought of as faintly feline. She wore jeans, a WSU sweatshirt, no shoes, and a vaguely annoyed expression. He found himself standing, staring foolishly, unable to do anything but grin at her. She cocked one of those killer eyebrows, and a surprising kick of lust joined his sheer pleasure at seeing her again. "If you're looking for Linda, she's across the hall, 2A. She said it as though she said it often, and in a voice that was throatier than he remembered. "I'm not looking for Linda. I'm looking for you." And the thought crossed his mind that he always had been. That was so absurd, he dismissed it immediately. "And you just put a huge hole in my ego by not remembering me." "Why should I remember?" She trailed off, focusing those fascinating eyes on him, as she hadn't when she thought he was just another of the nuisance men who flocked around her across the hall neighbor. And as she did, her lips parted, those eyes warmed. "You're Noah, Noah Brady, Frank's son." Her gaze shifted from his, over his shoulder. "Is he—" "No, it's just me. Got a minute?" Yes, of course, come in." Flustered, she stepped back. She'd been deep into the writing of a paper on the root symbiosis of fungus. Now she went from being buried in science to flying back over time, into memories, and into the lovely little crush she'd had on him when she'd been 12. "I can make some coffee, or I probably have something cold. Either's fine." He took the first-time visitor's circling scan of the tidy room, the organized desk with its humming computer, the soft cream walls, the deep blue sofa. The space was compact, creatively arranged and comfortably simple. "Nice place." "Yes, I like it." Relished, hoarded the blissful thrill of living alone for the first time in her life. She didn't fuss, fluttering around as some women were prone to, apologizing for the mess, even when there wasn't one. She simply stood there, looking at him as if she didn't know quite where to begin. He looked back and wondered the same thing himself. "Ah, I'll just be a minute." "No rush." He followed her into the kitchen, flustering her again. It was hardly more than a passageway, with stove, refrigerator, and sink lining one side, and stingy counter space between. Despite the limited space, he managed to wander around. When he stood at the window, they were close enough to bump shoulders. She rarely let a man get close. "Coke or coffee?" she asked when she'd pulled open the fridge and taken a quick survey. "Coke's fine, thanks." He would have taken the can from her, but she was already reaching for a glass. "For God's sake, Olivia," she scolded herself, "open your mouth and speak. What are you doing in Washington?" "I'm on vacation." He smiled at her, and the drumming that had been under her heart 6 years before started up as if it had never stopped. "I work for the LA Times." She smelled of soap and shampoo, and something else, something subtle. Vanilla, he realized, like the candles his mother liked. "You're a reporter." "I always wanted to write." He took the glass from her. "I didn't realize it until I was in college, but that's what I wanted." And because he felt her weariness slide between them like a band of smoke, he smiled again and decided there was no hurry about telling her what he'd come for. "I had a couple of weeks coming, and the friend I was going to flake out at the beach with for a few days couldn't get away after all, so I decided to head north." "You're not up here on assignment then?" "No." That was the truth. Absolutely true, he told himself. "I'm on my own. I decided to look you up, since you're the only person I know in the entire state of Washington. How do you like college?" "Oh, very much." Making a deliberate effort to relax, she led him back into the living room. "I miss home off and on, but classes keep me busy." She sat on the couch, assuming he'd take the chair, but he sat beside her and companionably stretched out his legs. "What are you working on?" He nodded toward the computer. "Fungus." She laughed, took a nervous sip of her drink. He was wonderful to look at. The untidy, sun-streaked brown of his hair. The deep green eyes that reminded her of home. The easy sensuality of his smile. She remembered she'd once thought he looked like a rock star. He still did. "I'm a natural resource science major." He started to tell her he knew, stopped himself. Too many explanations, he thought, and ignored the little whisper of guilt in his ear. "It fits." "Like a glove," she agreed. "How are your parents?" "They're great. You told me once I should appreciate them." "I do." He shifted, his eyes meeting hers, holding hers, until the blood that had always remained calm and cool around men heated. "More, I guess, since I moved out, got my own place. That distance of the adult child, you know?" "Yes, I do." "Do you still work at the lodge?" "Summers, over breaks." "Do other men look at me this way?" she wondered. Wouldn't she have noticed if one had ever looked at her as if her face were all that mattered? "I... Did you ever learn to fish?" "No." He grinned again, and his fingers trailed lightly over the back of her hand. "So it's still fish sandwiches at McDonald's?" "They never miss. But I can occasionally do better." "How about dinner?" "Dinner?" As in eating, the evening meal. Even a natural resource science major must have heard of the ritual evening meal. "Why don't you have yours with me tonight?" Her ritual evening meal usually consisted of whatever she had time to toss together in her miniature kitchen, or, failing that, what she picked up on the way home from a late class. Besides, she had a paper to finish, a test to study for, a lab project to prepare for, and he had the most beautiful green eyes. "That would be nice." "Good. I'll pick you up at 7. Got a favorite place? Place? Oh, no, no, not really. Then I'll surprise you. He got up, giving her hand an absent-minded squeeze as she rose to lead him to the door. Don't fill up on fungus, he told her, and grinned one last time before he left. Olivia quietly closed the door, quietly turned to lean back against it. She let out a long breath, told herself she was being ridiculous, that she was too old to indulge in silly crushes. Then, for the first time in longer than she could remember, she had a purely frivolous thought. What in God's name was she going to wear? He'd bring up the subject of her father, of the book, during dinner. Gently, Noah told himself. He wanted her to have time to consider it, to understand what he hoped to do and the vital part she'd play in it. It couldn't be done without her cooperation, without her family's, without, he thought, as he stuck his hands in his pockets and climbed the steps to her apartment again. Sam Tanner. She wasn't a kid anymore. She'd be sensible. And when she understood his motivations, the results he wanted to accomplish, how could she refuse? The book he wanted to craft wouldn't just be about murder, about blood and death, but about people, the human factor, the motivations, the mistakes, the steps, the heart, he thought. This kind of story began and ended with the heart. That's what he had to make her understand. He was connected to it, and had been, if not from the minute his father had answered the call to go to the house in Beverly Hills, then from the instant he himself had seen the image of the child on his living room television screen. He didn't just want to write about it. He had to. He'd be straight with her about that. Before he could push the buzzer of 2B, the door of 2A opened. Well, hello. And this, he thought, must be Linda. The smile was a knee-jerk reaction to the smoldering brunette with laser blue eyes. His blood ran just a few beats faster, as the little red dress painted over female curves meant it to. He knew her type and appreciated it. Just as he appreciated the way she moved, the metronome sway of hips as she stepped out into the hall, crossing to him on ice-pick heels, the same hot sex color as the dress. Can you give me a hand with this? I'm just all thumbs tonight. She dangled a thin gold bracelet from her fingertips, breathed in and out slow and deep, just in case he hadn't noticed the really lovely breasts straining against the slick red. Sure. There was nothing more flattering to the male ego than an obvious woman. He took the bracelet, circled it around her wrist, and enjoyed the way she shifted her body closer, angled in to tip her face back and look into his. If Liv's had you tucked away, it's no wonder she never goes out. He fastened the bracelet and wallowed in the come-and-get-me fragrance pumping off Linda's skin. Doesn't she? All work and all work, that's our Liv. She laughed and gave a skilled shake of her head that tossed her luxurious dark curls. Me? I like to play. I bet you do. He still had Linda's wrist in his hand and the friendly grin on his face when the door behind him opened. He forgot Linda had ever been born. He forgot the book. He very nearly forgot his name. Olivia was anything but obvious. She stood in the doorway, wearing a dress of quiet blue that covered a lot more area than Linda's red, and made him wonder just what was under all that soft material. She'd left her hair loose so that it fell straight as rain and gave him a glimpse of glints of gold at her ears. He already knew he'd have to get close, very close, to catch her scent. Her lips were unpainted, her eyes cool. No, she was definitely not a kid anymore, he thought thankfully. You look great. She only lifted her eyebrows, skimmed her gaze over Linda. I'll just get a jacket. She pivoted, walked back into her apartment on long, wonderful hiker's legs. There was no reason to be angry, she told herself as she snatched up a jacket and bag. No reason for this grinding sense of disappointment. She wouldn't have known he was flirting with Linda if she hadn't been watching for his car like a love-struck teenager. If she hadn't scurried over to the door to look out the Judas hole and watch him come toward the door. There was no point in feeling let down because she had agonized for 2 hours over the right dress, the right hairstyle. It was her own problem, her own responsibility. She turned back toward the door and bumped right into him. Sorry, let me help you with that. He was close now and drew in her scent as he took the jacket from her. It was perfect for her. Just perfect. I didn't mean to interrupt. Interrupt what? He slipped the jacket on for her and indulged himself in a sniff at her hair. You and Linda? Who? Oh. He laughed, taking Olivia's hand and walking to the door. Not exactly shy, is she? No. Did you finish your paper? Yes, barely. Good. You can tell me all about fungus. It made her laugh. He held her hand all the way down to the car. Then he skimmed his fingers over her hair, brushing it back just as she started to climb in. Her heart stumbled and fell right at his feet. He'd found an Italian place just casual enough not to intimidate. Tiny white candles flickered on soft salmon-colored cloths. Conversation was muted and punctuated with laughter. The air was ripe with good, rich scents. He was easy to talk to. He was the first man, outside of family, she'd ever had dinner with who seemed actually interested in her studies and her plans to use them. Then she remembered his mother. Is your mother still involved with causes? She and her congressman are on a first-name basis. She never lets up. I think the current focus is the plight of the Mustang. Are you going to let me taste that? What? She'd just lifted a forkful of portobello mushroom. Oh, sure. When she would have put the bite on his plate, he simply took her wrist, guided her hand toward his mouth. Heat washed into her belly as his eyes watched hers over the fork. It's terrific. There is a wide variety of edible mushrooms in the rainforest. Yeah. Maybe I'll make it back up there one of these days and you can show me. We're hoping to add a naturalist center to the lodge. There'd be lectures and talks on how to identify the edibles. Edible fungus, it never sounds as appetizing as it is. Actually, the mushroom isn't the fungus. It's a fruiting body of the fungus organism. Like an apple from the apple tree. No kidding? When you see a fairy ring, it's the fruit of the continuous body of the fungus that grows in the soil, expanding year after year, and she caught herself. And you can't possibly care. Hey, I like to know what I'm eating. Why do they call them fairy rings? She blinked at him. I suppose because that's what they look like. Are there fairies in your forest, Leaf? I used to think so. When I was little, I'd sit there in the green light and think if I was very quiet, I'd see them come out and play. And you never did? No. So she'd given up fairy tales. Science was reliable. But I saw deer and elk and marten and bear. They're magical enough for me. And beaver. She smiled, relaxing back as the waiter cleared, then served the main course. Yes, There's still a dam where I took your family that day. She sampled her angel hair pasta with its generous chunks of tomato and shrimp. They always give you more than you could possibly eat. Says who? He dug into his manicotti, with shells bursting with cheese and spices. It amazed her that he managed not only to do justice to his meal, but also to put away a good portion of hers. Then still had room to order dessert and cappuccino. How can you eat like that and not weigh 300 pounds? She wanted to know. Metabolism. He grinned as he scooped up a spoonful of the whipped cream and chocolate concoction on his plate. Same with my dad. Drives my mother crazy. Here, try this. It's amazing. No, I can't. But he already had the spoon to her lips, and she opened them automatically. The rich glory of it melted on her tongue. Well, yes. He had to pull himself back a little. Her response, the half-closed eyes, the just-parted lips made him think of sex, made him realize he wanted his mouth on hers so all those tastes would mingle. Let's take a walk. He scribbled a tip and his signature on the bill, pocketed his credit card. Air, he told himself. He needed a little air to clear her and his fantasies out of his head. But they were still there when he drove her home, when he walked her to her door, when she turned and smiled at him. She saw it now, clear and dark in his eyes. Desire for her, the anticipation of that first kiss. A tremble shivered up the center of her body. This was nice. Could you possibly be more inane, Leave? She asked herself. Thanks. What are you doing tomorrow? Tomorrow? Her mind went as blank as glass. I have classes. No, tomorrow night. There's studying, another paper, extra lab work. Nothing? Good. 7 then. Now she thought, he would kiss her now, and she'd probably implode. All right. Night, Liv. He only ran his hand down her arm, over the back of hers, then walked away. 10. He took her to McDonald's, and she laughed until her sides burned. She fell in love with him over fish sandwiches and fries, under glaringly bright lights, and through the noisy chatter of children. She forgot the vow she'd made as a child, that she would never, never love anyone so much she'd be vulnerable to him. That she would never hook her heart to a man and give him the power to break it, and her. She simply rode that wonderful, that wild and windy crest of first love. She told him what she hoped to do, describing the naturalist center she'd already designed in her mind and had shared with no one but family. The biggest dream in her life was easy to share with him. He listened. He watched her face. What she wanted seemed to matter to him because she fascinated him. He put aside all the work he'd done that day, the sketchy outline for the book, the notes, the more detailed plans for interviews, and just enjoyed her. He told himself there was plenty of time. He had the best part of 2 weeks after all. What was wrong with taking the first few days with her? He wondered if the center she spoke of with such passion was her way of opening the bubble his mother had described, or just another way to expand its boundaries and stay inside. It'll be a lot of work. It's not work when you're doing what you love. That he understood. His assignments at the paper had become a grind, but every time he opened himself up to the book, dived into the research, pored over his notes and files, it was a thrill. then you can't let anything stop you. No. Her eyes were alive with the energy of it. Just a few more years, and I'm going to make it happen. Then I'll come see it. His hand closed over hers on the white plastic table. And you, he thought. I hope so. And because she did, because she found she could, she turned her hand over and linked her fingers with his. They talked about music, about books, about everything couples talk about when they're desperate to find every shared interest and explore it. When he discovered she had not only never been to a basketball game, but had never watched one on television, he looked totally, sincerely shocked. You've got a huge hole in your education here, Liv. He had her hand again as they walked to his car. I'm sending you copies of my tapes of the Lakers. They would be a basketball team. They, Olivia, would be guards. Okay. He settled behind the wheel. We've managed to introduce you to the cultural delights of fast food. We have the only true sport heading your way. What's next? I don't know how to thank you for helping me this way. It's the least I can do. He already knew what was next, as he'd spent part of his day scoping out the area around the college. He had a pretty good idea. It wasn't only fish sandwiches and sports Olivia had missed. He took her dancing. The club was loud, crowded, and perfect. He'd already decided if he was alone with her, he wouldn't be able to stop himself from moving too fast. He was an observer, a measurer of people. It had taken only one evening with her for him to realize she was every bit as lonely as the young girl he remembered on the banks of the river, and that she was completely untouched. There were rules. He believed strongly in rules, in rights and wrongs, and in consequences. She wasn't ready for the needs she stirred up inside him. He wasn't sure he was ready for them himself. He saw her dazzled and wary look when they shoved their way through the crowd. Amused by it, delighted by her, he leaned close to her ear. Mass humanity at ritual. You could do a paper. I'm a naturalist. Baby, this is nature. He found them a table, jammed in with other tables, leaned forward to shout over the driving scream of music. Male, female, basic courtship rituals. She glanced toward the tiny dance floor where dozens of couples managed to squeeze in together and writhe. I don't think that qualifies as courtship. But it was interesting enough to watch. She'd always avoided places like this. Too many people in too small a space. It tended to create pressure in her chest, to release little flutters of panic in her throat. But she didn't feel uneasy tonight, pumped up against Noah, his hand lightly covering hers on the table. He ordered a beer, and she opted for sparkling water. By the time the waitress had managed to swerve, shuffle, and elbow her way through with their order, Olivia was relaxed. The music was loud and not particularly good, but it meshed nicely with that drumming under her heart, a kind of primitive backbeat to her own longings. Since she couldn't hear her own thoughts, she forgot them and just watched. Courtship. She supposed Noah was right after all. The plumage in this case, leather and denim, bold colors, or basic black. The repeated movements that signaled a demand to be noticed by the opposite sex. A sexual invitation, a willingness to mate. Eye contact, the flirtation glance toward, then away, then back again. She found herself smiling. Hadn't she seen the ritual in various forms, in countless species? She said essentially this to Noah, speaking almost against his ear to be heard. and felt his rumble of laughter before he turned his face, and she saw his smile. Just as she realized how incredibly stupid she must have sounded, he tugged her to her feet. "Are we leaving?" "No, we're joining." Now the panic came, fast and hard to fill her chest. "No, I can't." She tried to pull her hand free as he headed for the dance floor. "I don't dance. Everyone dances." "No, really." Her skin went hot all over, burning from the inside out. "I don't know how." They were on the edge of the dance floor, surrounded, closed in, and his hands were on her hips. His face was close. "Just move." His body did just that against hers, and turned the panic into a different, deeper, far more intimate fear. It doesn't matter how. He guided her hips side to side, shifted so that they moved in a small circle. The music was fast, driven by a frenzied riff on an electric guitar and the vocalist's roar. Beside them, someone let out a wild laugh. Someone bumped her hard from behind and brought her up against Noah, curves to angles, heat to heat. Her hands gripped his shoulders now. Her face was flushed, her eyes dark and wide on his, her lips parted as the breath rushed in and out. Through all the scents, the clash of perfume, sweat, spilled beer. He smelled only her, fresh and quiet, like a meadow. "Olivia." She couldn't hear his voice, but watched in dazed amazement as her name formed on his lips. It seemed that the only thing inside her now was the warm, sweet longing. The hell with it. He had to have her, if only one taste. His arms wrapped tight around her waist, urging her up to her toes. He felt the quick intake of her breath and the tremble that followed it, and hesitated, drawing out the moment, the now, the ache and the anticipation, until they were both reeling from it. Then he brushed his mouth over hers, soft, smooth, nibbled her in patient pleasure, slid into her silkily, as if he'd always belonged there. He heard her moan, low and long, over the thunder in his own blood. Slow, easy, he ordered himself. Sweet God! He wanted to dive, to devour, to demand more and still more, as the surprisingly sharp, stunningly sexy taste of her flooded through him. Her body was pressed against his, slender and strong. Her arms had locked around his neck, holding on, holding him. Her mouth was full, and just shy enough to speak of innocence. Just a little more, he thought, and changed the angle of the kiss to take it. The music crashed around them, building to a frenzy of guitars, a feral pounding of drums, a shouting stream of voices. And she floated, drifted, glided. She imagined herself a single white feather, weightless, spinning slowly, endlessly, through the soft green light of the forest. Her heart swelled, and its beat quieted to a thick, dull thud. The muscles in her stomach loosened and dipped. As she skimmed her fingers into his hair, tipped her head back in surrender, she could have wept from the discovery. This, she thought, is life, is beginnings, is everything. Olivia. He said her name again, ended the kiss while he still had the power to do so, then just nudged her head to the curve of his shoulder. The band ripped into another number, pumping the crowd to a fever pitch. While they swayed together in the melee, Noah wondered what the hell he was going to do now. He kissed her again at her door, and this time she felt little licks of heat from him, quick riffs of frustration that were oddly thrilling. Then he was closing the door between them and leaving her staring blankly at the solid panel of wood. She pressed a hand to her heart. It was beating fast. And wasn't that wonderful? This was what it was like to be in love, to be wanted. She held the feeling close, closing her eyes, savoring it. Then her lids flew open again. She should have asked him in. What was wrong with her? Why was she such an idiot around men? He'd wanted her. She was sure of it. She wanted him. Finally, there was someone who made her feel. She flung open her door, raced down the steps, and burst outside, just as his car pulled away from the curb. She watched the red taillights wink away and wondered why she could never quite match her pace to anyone else's. He worked through the morning and thought about calling her a dozen times. Then he shut down his laptop and changed into sweatshorts. The punishing workout he subjected himself to in the hotel's gym helped purge some of the guilt and frustration. He needed to change directions, he decided, as he did a third set of curls with free weights. He should never have gone this far down this road with Olivia. He puffed out short breaths, added another rep, while sweat ran satisfactorily down his back. He'd have bet a year's pay that she was a virgin. He had no right to touch her. However horrible an experience she'd been through, she'd lived the first 18 years of her life completely sheltered, like some princess in an enchanted forest in a fairy tale. He was years older, not the 6 that separated them chronologically, but in experience. He had no right to take advantage of that. As he switched to flies, the practical side of his mind reminded him she was also smart, strong, and capable. She was ambitious, and her eyes were as ancient as a goddess's. Those were traits she owned that appealed to him every bit as much as the shyness she tried to hide. He hadn't taken advantage of her. She'd responded. She'd all but melted against him, goddammit. She had to feel something of what he felt. That bond, that connection, the absolute tightness of it. Then he circled back around and berated himself for thinking with his glance. That had to stop. He'd call her, ask her if they could meet for coffee later. Something simple. Then he'd tell her about the book he was preparing to write. He'd explain things carefully, how he was going to contact everyone involved in the case, that he'd started with her because she'd been the reason the idea had formed in his mind in the first place. He wondered if the seed had been planted the first time he'd seen her. He set the weights aside, mopped his face with a towel. He'd call her as soon as he'd gone up to his room and showered, and he'd do what he now realized he should have done as soon as she'd opened her apartment door to him. Feeling better, looser, he bypassed the elevator and took the stairs to the 9th floor, and jolted to a halt when he saw her standing in front of his door, digging through an oversized purse. Leave. God! She nearly stumbled back, then stared at him. You startled me. She kept her hands buried in her bag until she was sure they wouldn't shake. I was just about to write you a note and slip it under your door. She sent him a smile and stood there, looking neat and fresh in jeans and a boxy jacket. When he didn't respond, she shifted uneasily. I hope you don't mind that I came by. No, sorry. He couldn't afford to let her dazzle him again. I just wasn't expecting you. I was down in the gym. Really? I would never have guessed. His quick grin had the worst of the tension smoothing out of her stomach. He dug his keycard out of his pocket, slid it into the door. "Come on in, and you can tell me instead of writing a note." "I had some time between classes." That was a lie. She was, for the first time in her college career, skipping class. How could she be expected to concentrate on wildlife ecology when she was planning to ask him to take her to bed? Oh God, how could she possibly tell him why she'd come? How would she begin? "Time enough for coffee?" I, yes, I was going to invite you to dinner. A home-cooked meal." "Oh yeah, much better than coffee." He tried to think. He could talk to her more privately at her apartment. She'd be more comfortable there. She was obviously nervous now, standing in his cramped hotel room, with her hands locked together while she flicked uneasy glances towards the bed. So they'd get out. All he had to do was keep his hands off her in the meantime. "I need to clean up a little," he told her. Ah, he looked wonderful, damp from his workout, the muscles in his arms toned and tough. She remembered how strong they'd been when they'd banded around her. "I just have to pick up a few things at the market." "Tell you what, give me a chance to take a shower, and we'll both go to the market. Then I can watch you cook." "All right." He grabbed jeans from the back of a chair, hunted up a shirt. "There's a very miserly honor bar under the TV. Help yourself. We've got cable," he added as he dug socks and underwear out of a drawer. "Just have a seat. Give me 10 minutes. Take your time." The minute he closed the door to the bathroom, she lowered herself to the edge of the bed. Her knees were shaking. Good Lord, how was she going to manage this and not make a complete fool of herself? Marketing? They were going marketing. She wanted to giggle wildly. She'd just come from the drugstore, where she'd had to gather every fiber of her courage to walk to the counter and buy condoms. Now they lay in her purse, weighing like lead. Not because of the heft of the decision she'd made, but because of the fear that she'd misread what she'd seen in his eyes the night before, what she'd tasted when he'd kissed her. She had intended to ask him to dinner, but that would have been after. After she'd knocked on his door, after he'd opened it, and she'd smiled and stepped to him, slipped her arms around him, kissed him. She'd imagined it so perfectly that when she'd knocked and he hadn't answered, she'd been completely baffled. And now, nothing was going as she'd scripted it in her head. She'd come here to offer herself, to tell him she wanted him to be the one. She'd imagined more, the way his eyes would focus on her face, so deep, so intense, until her vision blurred and his mouth would cover hers. The way he'd pick her up, even the quick rushing feel in her stomach the sweep of that would cause. How he'd carry her to the bed. She let out a breath and got up to pace. Of course, she'd built up the room differently in her mind. It had been larger, with prettier colors. A soft spread over the bed, a mountain of pillows. She'd added candlelight. This room was small, with colors of gray and faded rose. Bland, she thought, as so many hotel rooms were. But it didn't matter. She closed her eyes and listened to the water drumming in the shower. What would he do if she went in? If she quietly stepped into the steam and spray with him? Would their bodies come together then? Wet and hot and ready. She didn't have the courage for it. Sighing, she walked to the honor bar, perused the selections without interest, wandered to the desk, where he'd set up his computer and piles of disorganized notes and files. She'd wait until he came out. She was better at dealing with matters, both small and vital, in a clear, face-to-face fashion. She wasn't the sultry seductress, and never would be. Would that disappoint him? Annoyed with herself, she shook her head. She had to stop second-guessing him, criticizing herself. When he came back out again, she would simply let him know she wanted him and see what happened next. Idly, she tidied his notes, tapping edges together. She liked the fact that he'd brought work with him. She respected the ambition, the dedication, the energy. It was important to respect someone you loved. He hadn't talked very much about his work, she thought now, then rolled her eyes, because she'd been too busy babbling about herself. She'd ask him about it, she decided, about what he liked best in his work, how it felt to see his words in print, and know that people read them. She thought it must be a wonderful, satisfying feeling, and smiled over it as she stacked his notes. The name MacBride, scrawled in black ink on a yellow legal pad, caught her eye, had her frowning, lifting the sheet of paper. Within seconds, her blood had gone cold, and she was riffling through his work without a thought for his privacy. Noah rubbed a towel over his hair and worked out exactly what he would say to Olivia. Once they'd come to an agreement on professional terms, they'd work on the personal ones. He could go to River's End and spend some time with her that summer. To do the interviews, certainly, but to be with her. He'd never known a woman he was so compelled to be with. He'd have to arrange for more time off from the newspaper. Or just fucking quit, he thought, staring at his own face in the steamy mirror. Of course, he'd have to figure out how the hell he was going to live until the book was written and sold. But he'd work that out. He never doubted it would sell. He was meant to write books, and he was damn sure he was meant to write this one. And he was beginning to think, not entirely easily, that he was meant to be with Olivia. None of that would happen until he took the first step. He took one, into the bedroom, and heard the world crash around his ears. She was standing by his desk, his papers in her hands, and a look of iced fury in those amber eyes. "You son of a bitch!" She said it quietly, but the words ripped the air like a scream. "You scheming, calculating bastard. Just a minute. Don't touch me." She slapped him back with the words even as he started toward her. "Don't think about touching me. You're here on your own, not as a reporter. Fucking liar, it was all for a story." "No, yeah." He stepped to the side to block her before she could stride to the door. "Just wait. I'm not here for the paper." She still held his notes and, looking him dead in the eye, crumpled them in her hand and tossed them in his face. "Just how big a fool do you think I am?" "I don't." He grabbed her arms. He expected her to struggle, to claw and spit and scratch. Instead, she went rigid. She turned off. He could see in her eyes the way she simply shut off. A little desperate, he gave her a quick light shake. "Listen, goddammit, it's not for the paper. I want to write a book. I should have told you, I meant to tell you." Then, "Jesus, Liv. You know what happened. The minute I looked at you, everything got confused. I wanted to spend some time with you. I needed to. That's a first for me. Every time I looked at you, I just went under. You used me. She'd be cold, she'd stay cold. Nothing he could say, nothing he could do could penetrate the wall of ice. She wouldn't permit it. She wouldn't let herself fall into that trap again. If I did, I'm sorry. I let what I felt for you get in the way of what was right. Last night, walking away from you was the hardest thing I've ever done. I wanted you so much, it ached right down to the bone. You'd have slept with me to get information for your book. Stay cold, she ordered herself. Pain couldn't cut through ice. No. It ripped at his guts that she would think it, that she would believe it. You have to know better than that. What happened between us had nothing to do with the book. It was about you and me. I wanted you leave from the minute you opened your door, but I couldn't touch you until I'd explained everything. I was going to talk to you about it tonight. Were you? There was a snap of amusement in her voice. Frigid amusement that cut like frosted razors. That's very convenient. Noah, take your hands off me. You have to listen to me. No, I don't. I don't have to listen to you. I don't have to look at you. I don't have to think about you ever again, once I'm out of this room. So I'll finish this, here and now. Pay attention. She pushed his hands away, and her eyes were level, a burning gold. This is my life, not yours. My business, no one else's. I won't cooperate with your goddamn book, and neither will my family. I'll see to it, and if I find out you've tried to contact anyone I care about, anyone who matters to me, I'll do everything I can to make you suffer. She shoved him back. Stay away from me and mine, Brady. If you call me again, if you contact me again, I'll ask my aunt to use every bit of her influence to see you're fired from the Times. And if you've done your research, you know just how much influence she has. The threat taunted his own temper, had him yanking it back. I've hurt you, I'm sorry. I didn't realize what I'd feel for you, how huge it could be. I didn't plan what happened here, between us. As far as I'm concerned, nothing happened between us. I despise you and everyone like you. Keep away from me. She snatched up her bag, shoved by him to the door. I once told you that your father was a great man. He is. Beside him, Noah, you're very small. She didn't even bother to slam the door. He watched it close with a quiet click. She didn't run, but she wanted to. Her chest was full and heavy. Her eyes stinging with tears she refused to shed. He'd used her. He'd betrayed her. She'd let herself love. She'd let herself trust. And what she'd gotten had been lies. He'd never wanted her. He'd wanted her mother, her father. He'd wanted the blood and the grief. She would never, never give them to him. She would never give her trust to anyone again. She wondered if her mother had felt anything like this when she'd known the man she'd loved was a lie. If she'd felt this emptiness, this sick sadness, this burning betrayal. Olivia let rage coat over misery and promised herself she'd never think of Noah Brady again. 11 Venice, California, 1999. Noah Brady figured his life was just about perfect. Thanks to the critical and popular success of his first book, he had his trim little bungalow on the beach and the financial resources to live pretty much as he liked. He loved his work, the intensity and punch of writing true crime with the bent of sliding into the mind and heart of those who chose murder as a solution or as recreation. It was much more satisfying than the 4 years he'd worked as a reporter, forced to accept assignments and to gear his style to fit the newspaper. God knew it paid better, he thought, as he jogged the last of his daily 3-mile run along the beach. Not that he was in it for the money, but the money sure as hell didn't hurt. Now, with his second book just hitting the bookstores, the reviews and sales solid, he figured it didn't get much better. He was young, healthy, successful, and blissfully unattached. Since he'd recently untangled himself from a relationship that had started off intriguing, sexy, and fun, and had degenerated into mildly annoying. Who'd have thought that Kareen, self-described party girl and wannabe actress, would have morphed into a clinging, suffocating female who whined and sulked every time he wanted an evening on his own? He knew he'd been in trouble when more and more of her things started taking up permanent residence in his closet and drawers. When her makeup began making itself at home on his bathroom counter. He'd come dangerously close to living with her mostly by default. No, not default. His fault. Noah corrected, because he'd been so preoccupied with the research and writing on his next book he'd barely noticed, which of course is what pissed her off enough to send her into a raging tearful snit when she tossed accusations of selfishness and neglected him, while she tossed her things into a tote bag the size of Kansas. She'd broken 2 lamps, one nearly over his head, but he'd been quicker, had upended his prized gloxinia into a mess of soil, broken leaves, and shattered pottery. Then she'd walked out on him, flipping back her long, straight California blonde hair. As he'd stood, just a little dazed in the middle of the debris, she'd shot him a killing look out of brimming blue eyes and had told him he could reach her at Marva's when he was man enough to apologize. Noah decided he was man enough to be relieved when the door slammed behind her. That hadn't stopped her from leaving messages on his machine that ranged from snotty to weepy to raging. He didn't know what was wrong with her. She was a stunningly beautiful woman in a town that worshipped beautiful women. She was hardly going to spend time alone if she wanted a man to play with. It never occurred to him that she might have been in love with him, or at least believed herself to be. His mother would have said that was typical of him. He was able to see inside strangers, victims, witnesses, the guilty and the innocent with uncanny insight and interest. But when it came to personal relationships, he barely skimmed the surface. He'd wanted to once, and the results had been disastrous. For Olivia, and for him. It had taken him months to get over those 3 days he'd spent with her. To get over her. In time, he'd managed to convince himself it had been the book after all. The thirst to write it, that had tilted his feelings for her into something he'd nearly thought was love. She'd simply interested him and attracted him. And because of that, and inexperience, he'd handled the entire situation badly. He'd found ways to put that aside, just as he'd put the idea of that particular book aside. He'd found other women and other murders. When he thought of Olivia, it was with regret, guilt, and a wondering about what might have been. So he tried not to think of it. He jogged toward the tidy 2-story bungalow, the color of buttermilk. The sun splattered over the red tile roof, shot out from the windows. It might have been late March, but Southern California was experiencing a sultry heat wave that delighted him. Out of habit, he went around to the front of the house to get his mail. The floods of color in his flower beds were the envy of his neighbors. He went inside, moving straight through the living area he'd furnished sparsely, and dumped the mail on the kitchen counter, then pulled a large bottle of spring water from the fridge. He glanced at his answering machine, saw he'd already accumulated 4 messages since he'd gone out for his run, fearing at least one would be from the now dreaded Corinne. He decided to make coffee and toast a couple of bagels before he played them back. A guy needed fuel for certain tasks. He tossed his sunglasses on top of his pile of mail and got down to the first order of business. While the coffee brewed, he switched on the portable TV, flipping through the morning talk shows to see if there was a topic of interest to him. His bedroom VCR would have taped the Today Show while he'd been out. He'd catch up with that later, see what was up in the world, skim through it for the news headlines. He'd brought the morning papers in before his run, and he'd get to them as well, spending at least an hour, if not two, absorbing the top stories, the metro reports, the crime. You just never knew where the next book would come from. He glanced again at the light blinking on his answering machine, but decided his mail was a higher priority than his phone messages. Not that he was procrastinating, he thought as he sat at the counter with his single man's breakfast and listened with half an ear to Jerry Springer. He scooped back his hair, thought vaguely about a haircut, and worked his way through the usual complement of bills and junk mail. There was a nice little packet of reader mail forwarded by his publisher that he decided to read and savor later. His monthly issue of Prison Life and a postcard from a friend vacationing in Maui. Then he picked up a plain white envelope with his name and address carefully handwritten on it. The return address was San Quentin. He received mail from prisoners routinely, but not, Noah thought with a frown, at his home address. Sometimes they wanted to kick his ass on general principles, but for the most part, they were certain he'd want to write their story. He hesitated over the letter, not sure if he should be annoyed or concerned that someone in one of those cages had his home address. But when he had opened it and skimmed the first lines, his heart gave a quick jerk that was both shock and fascination. Dear Noah Brady, my name is Sam Tanner. I think you'll know who I am. We are, in a way, connected. Your father was the primary investigating officer in MX's wife's murder, and the man who arrested me. You may or may not be aware that he has attended all of my parole hearings since I began serving my sentence. You could say Frank and I have kept in touch. I read with interest your book Hunt by Night. Your clear-sighted and somewhat dispassionate look into the mind and methods of James Trolley made his systematic selection and mutilation of male prostitutes in West Hollywood more chilling and real than any of the stories in the media during his spree 5 years ago. As an actor, I have a great appreciation for a strong, clear-headed writer. It has been some years since I've bothered to speak to reporters, to the freelance journalists and writers who initially clamored to tell my story. I made mistakes in whom I trusted, and was paid back by having my words twisted to suit the public's thirst for scandal and gossip. In reading your work, I've come to believe that you're interested in the truth, in the real people and events that took place. I find this interesting, given my connection to your father, almost as if it's been fated. I've come to believe in fate over these last years. I would like to tell you my story. I'd like you to write it. If you're interested, I think you know where to find me. I'm not going anywhere for a few more months. Sincerely, Sam Tanner. Well. Noah scratched his chin and read over the high points of the letters again. When his phone rang, he ignored it. When Corinne's angry voice shot out accusing him of being an insensitive pig, cursing him and swearing revenge, he barely heard. "Oh, I'm interested all right, Sam. I've been interested in you for 20 years. He had files stuffed full on Sam Tanner, Julie MacBride, and the Beverly Hills murder his father had investigated. He'd kept them and had continued to accumulate data even after his painful visit to Olivia at college. He'd put the book aside, but not his interest in the case, and not his determination to one day write the book that would tell the story from all angles. But he'd put it aside for 6 years, he thought now, because every time he started to work on it again, he saw the way Olivia had looked at him when she stood by the desk in that little hotel room, with his papers gripped in her hands. This time, when that image tried to form, he blocked it out. He couldn't, and wouldn't, channel his work because of a blighted love affair. An exclusive series of interviews with Sam Tanner. They'd have to be exclusive, Noah thought, as he got to his feet to pace. He was going to make that a condition from the get-go. He'd need a list of everyone involved, even peripherally. Family, friends, employees, associates. Excitement pumped through his blood as he began to outline his research strategy. Court transcripts. Maybe he could track down some of the members of the jury. Police reports. The thought of that brought him up short. His father. He wasn't at all sure his father was going to be happy with the idea. He headed to the shower to clean up and to give himself time to think. The Brady house hadn't changed a great deal over the years. It was still the same pale rose stucco, the lawn nicely mowed, and the flowers on the edge of death. Since his father had retired from the force the year before, he'd piddled with a variety of hobbies, including golf, photography, woodworking, and cooking. He'd decided he hated golf after the first 9 holes. He'd also decided that he had no eye for photography, no affinity for wood, and no skill in the kitchen. 6 months after his retirement, Celia sat him down, told him she loved him more than she had the day they'd married. And if he didn't find something to do and get out of her house, she was going to kill him in his sleep. The local youth center saved his life and his marriage. Most afternoons, he could be found there, coaching the kids on the basketball court, as he'd once coached his son, listening to their complaints and triumphs and breaking up the inevitable fights and squabbles. Mornings, after Celia had gone off to work, he spent puttering, doing crosswords, or sitting in the backyard, reading one of the paperback mystery novels he'd become addicted to, since murder was no longer a part of his daily routine. That's where Noah found him. His long legs stretched out in front of him as he relaxed in a lawn chair under a stingy patch of shade. He wore jeans, ancient sneakers, and a comfortably wrinkled cotton shirt. His hair had gone a shimmering pewter gray, but remained full and thick. "Do you know how hard it is to kill geraniums?" Noah glanced at the withered pink blooms struggling along the back deck. "It almost has to be premeditated." "You'll never convict me." Pleased to see his son, Frank set aside the latest John Sanford novel. Merely shaking his head, Noah unwound the hose, switched it on, and gave the desperate flowers another shot at life. "Didn't expect to see you until Sunday." "Sunday? Your mother's birthday." Frank narrowed his eyes. "You didn't forget?" No, I've already got her present. It's a wolf. He turned his head to grin. Don't panic. She doesn't get to keep it here. She gets to adopt one in the wild, and they keep tabs on it for her. I figured she'd go for that. And the earrings I picked up. Show off, Frank grumbled and crossed his feet at the ankles. You're still going out to dinner with us Sunday, though? Wouldn't miss it. You can bring that girl if you want, the one you've been seeing. That would be Karin, who just left me a message on my machine calling me a pig. I'm steering clear of her. Good. Your mother didn't like her. She only met her once? Didn't like her? Shallow, snooty, stupid, I believe, were the 3 words she used. It's annoying how she's always right. Satisfied the geraniums would live another day, Noah turned off the hose and began to wind it back on its wheel. Frank said nothing for a moment, just watched while his son carefully aligned the hose. Carefully enough to make Frank's lips twitch. You know, I was a pretty good detective. I don't think you came here to water my flowers? When he couldn't use the hose to stall any longer, Noah slid his hands in the back pockets of his jeans. I got a letter this morning. Guy in San Quentin wants me to tell his story. And? Frank raised his eyebrows. You get fairly regular correspondence from criminals these days, don't you? Yeah, most of it's useless. But I'm interested in this case. Been interested in it for a while. He took off his sunglasses, met his father's eyes levelly. About 20 years now. It's Sam Tanner, Dad. There was little hitch in Frank's heart rate. Beat. Hesitation beat. He didn't jolt. He'd been a cop too long to jump at shadows and ghosts, but he braced. I see. No, I don't see, he said immediately, and pushed out of his chair. I put that son of a bitch away and now he writes to you? He wants to talk to the son of the man who helped send him over, who's made goddamn sure he stayed over for 20 years? That's bullshit, Noah. Dangerous bullshit. He mentioned the connection. Noah kept his tone mild. He didn't want to argue. Hated knowing he was going to upset his father. But his decision was already made. Why did you go to all his parole hearings? Some things you don't forget. And because you don't, because you can't, you make sure the job stays done. And he'd made a promise to a young girl with haunted eyes as they'd stood in the deep shadows of the forest. He hasn't forgotten either. What better way to pay me back than to use you? He can't hurt me. Dad? I imagine that's just what Julie MacBride thought the night she opened the door to him. Stay away from him, Noah. Put this one aside. You haven't. He held up a hand before Frank could speak. Just listen a minute. You did your job. It cost you. I remember how it was. You'd pace the floor at night, or come out here to sit in the dark. I know there were others that followed you home, but nothing ever like this one. So I never forgot it either. I guess you could say it's followed me too. This one's part of us. All of us. I've wanted to write this book for years. I have to talk to Sam Tanner. If you do that, Noah, and go on to write this book, drag out all that ugliness again, do you realize what it might do to Tanner's other victims? The parents, the sister, her child? Olivia? No, Noah told himself. He was not going to cloud the issue with Olivia. Not now. I thought about what it might do to you. That's why I'm here. I wanted you to know what I'm going to do. It's a mistake. Maybe, but it's my life now, and my job. You think he'd have contacted you if you weren't mine? Fear and fury sprang out in equal measures, turning Frank's eyes hard, snapping into his voice like the crack of a bullet. The son of a bitch refuses to talk to anyone for years, and they've tried to get to him. Brokaw, Walters, Oprah. No comment, no interviews, no nothing. Now, just months before he's likely to get out, he contacts you, offers you the story on a plate. Damn it, Noah. It doesn't have to do with your work. It has to do with mine. Maybe. Noah's tone chilled as he slipped his sunglasses back on. And maybe it has to do with both. Whether or not you respect my work, it's what I do. And what I'm going to keep doing. I never said I didn't respect your work. No, but you never said otherwise either. It was a bruise Noah just realized he'd been nursing. I'll take my breaks where I find them and make them work for me. I learned that from you. I'll see you Sunday. Frank stepped forward, started to speak, but Noah was already striding away. So he sat, feeling his age, and stared down at his own hands. Noah's foul mood drove home with him, like a separate energy. An irritable passenger in the stone-gray BMW. He kept the top down, the radio up, trying to blow away the anger, drown out his thoughts. He hated the sudden discovery that he was hurt because his father had never done a tap dance of joy over the success of his books. It was stupid, he thought. He was old enough not to need the whistles and claps of parental approval. He wasn't 18 and scoring the winning basket at the tail of the fourth quarter any longer. He was a grown man, both happy and successful in his profession. He was well paid, and his ego got all the boosts it required from reviews and royalty checks. Thank you very much. But he knew, had known all along, that his father disapproved of the path he'd taken with his writing. Because neither had wanted to confront the other, little had been said. Until today, Noah thought. Sam Tanner had done more than offer a story to be told. He'd put the first visible crack in a relationship Noah had counted on all his life. It had been there before, hidden, from the first moment he decided to write about all the ripples on the river of murder. Fiction would have been fine, Noah knew. Entertaining, but digging and exposing the realities, stripping down killers, victims, survivals for public consumption. That's what his father disliked and couldn't understand. And just now, because he didn't know how to explain it, Noah's mood teetered on the edge of vile. Spotting Karin's car parked in front of his house tripped it over the rest of the way. He found her sitting on his back deck, her long, smooth legs clad in tiny pink shorts, a wide-brimmed straw hat protecting her face from the sun. When he opened the glass door, she looked up, her eyes brimming behind the amber lenses of her designer sunglasses. Her lips trembled. "Oh, Noah, I'm so sorry. I don't know what came over me." He cocked his head. It would have been fascinating if it hadn't been so tedious. It was a pattern he recognized from their weeks together. Fight, curse, accuse, throw things, slam out. Then come back with tearful eyes and apologize. Now, unless she decided to deviate from form, she would slither around him and offer sex. When she rose, smiling tremulously as she crossed to him and slid her arms around him, he decided she just didn't have the imagination to improvise. "I've been so unhappy without you these last few days." She lifted her mouth to his. "Let's go inside so I can show you how much I've missed you. It worried him a little that he wasn't tempted, not in the least. Karin, it's not gonna work. Why don't we just say it was fun while it lasted? You don't mean it. Yes. He had to nudge her back so she'd stop rubbing against him. I do? There's someone else, isn't there? All the time we were living together, you were cheating on me. No, there's no one else. And we weren't living together. You just started staying here. You bastard. You've already had another woman in our bed. She rushed past him into the house. It's not our bed, it's my bed, God damn it. He was more weary than angry, until he walked into the bedroom and saw she was already ripping at his sheets. Hey, cut it out. He made a grab for her, but she rolled onto the bed, leaped off the other side. Before he could stop her, she'd grabbed the bedside lamp and heaved it at him. The best he could do was block it so the base didn't wrap him between the eyes. The sound of the glass crashing on the floor snapped the already unsteady hold on his temper. Okay, that's it. Get out. Get the hell out of my house and stay away from me. You never cared. You never thought about my feelings. You're right. Absolutely. He went for her as she made a beeline for his prized basketball trophy. I didn't give a damn about you. He panted it out as he struggled to get her out without losing any of his own skin to her long, lethal nails. I'm a pig, a creep, a son of a bitch. I hate you, she shrieked it, slapping and kicking as he dragged her to the front door. I wish you were dead. Just pretend I am. And I'll do the same for you. He shoved her outside, shut the door, then leaned back against it. He let out a long breath, rolled his shoulders, then, because he hadn't heard her car start, glanced out the window. Just in time to see her rake her keys over the glossy finish of his BMW. He roared like a wounded lion. By the time he had flung open the door and burst out, she was leaping into her own car, squealing away. Hands clenched, he looked at the damage. Deep, nasty scratches formed letters on the hood. P.I. At least she hadn't had the satisfaction of finishing the thought, he decided. Okay, fine. He'd have the car repaired while he was out of town. It seemed like a very good time to head north to San Quentin. 12 Noah's first distant glimpse of San Quentin made him think of an old fortress, now serving as some sort of thematic resort complex. Disneyland for cons. The building was the color of sand and stretched out over San Francisco Bay, with its multi-level and towers and turrets with a faintly exotic air. It didn't smack of prison unless you thought of the armed guards in those towers, the spread of security lights that would turn the air around it orange and eerie at night, and all the steel cages it held inside. He'd opted to take the ferry from San Francisco to Marin County, and now stood at the rail while it glided over water, made choppy by the wind. He found the architecture of the prison odd and somehow very Californian, but doubted the inmates had much appreciation for the structure's aesthetics. It had taken him only hours to clear through channels for permission to visit. It made Noah wonder if Tanner had connections on the inside that had helped smooth the way. Didn't matter, Noah decided, while the wind cut through his hair like jagged shards of glass. The results were what counted. He'd taken a day to read through his files on the MacBride murder, to study, refresh his memory, to consider. He knew the man he would meet as well as anyone from the outside was able to, he imagined. At least he knew the man Tanner had been. A hard-working, talented actor with an impressive string of successful movies under his belt by the time he'd met Julie Bride, his co-star in Summer Thunder. He'd also, by all counts, had an impressive string of females associated with name before he'd married. It had been a first marriage for both of them, though he'd been seriously involved with Lydia Coring, a very hot property during the 70s. The gossip columns had had a field day with their stormy and very public breakup once he'd set his sights on Julie. He'd enjoyed his fame, his money, and his women, and had continued to enjoy the first two after his marriage. There'd been no other women after Julie. Or, Noah mused, he'd been very, very discreet. Insiders called him difficult, temperamental, then had begun to use terms like explosive temper, unreasonable demands when his two films after Summer Thunder had tanked at the box office. He'd begun to show up late and unprepared for shooting, had fired his personal assistant, then his agent. It became one of Hollywood's worst-kept secrets that he was using, and using heavy. So he'd become obsessive about his wife, delusional about the people around him, focused on Lucas Manning as his nemesis, and in the end, violent. In 1975, he'd been the top box office actor in the country. By 1980, he'd become an inmate in San Quentin. It was a long way to fall in a short amount of time. The careless spread of staggering wealth and fame, the easy access to the most beautiful women in the world, the scrambling of maitre d's to provide the best tables, the A-list for parties, the cheers of fans. How would it feel to have that sliding through your fingers? Noah wondered. Add arrogance, ego, mix it with cocaine, a little freebasing, jealousy over an up-and-coming box office rival and a shattered marriage, and you had a perfect formula for disaster. It would be interesting to see what the last 20 years had added or taken away from Sam Tanner. He was back in his rental car when the ferry docked, and anxious to get on with it. Though he hoped to be done with TV initial interview in time to get back to the airport and catch F evening flight home, he tossed a few things in a bag, just in case he decided to stay over. He hadn't mentioned the trip to anyone. As he waited his turn, he drummed his fingers on the wheel to the Spice Girls and, inexplicably, thought of Olivia MacBride. Oddly, the image that came to his mind was of a tall, gangly girl with pale hair and tanned arms, of sad eyes, as they'd sat on a riverbank watching beavers splash. He had done his research, but had found nothing public on her since her childhood. A few speculations now and then in the press. A recap story. The reprint of that stunning photo of her grief when she'd been 4. That was all the mass media could manage. Her family had pulled the walls up, he thought, and she'd stayed behind them, just as her father had stayed behind the thick, sand-colored walls of his prison. It was an angle he intended to pursue. When the time came, he'd do whatever it took to convince her to speak with him again, to cooperate with the book. He could only hope that after 6 years, her bitterness toward him would have lost its edge, that the sensible and wonderfully sweet science student he'd spent such a lovely few days with would see the value and the purpose of what he meant to do. Beyond that, he couldn't think of what it would be like to see her again. So he tucked her away in his mind and concentrated on today. He drove his rental car down the road toward the prison, past an old pier and a pumping station, He caught a glimpse of a paved trail, which he assumed led down to the water, and what might have been a little park, though he wondered why anyone would want to loiter or picnic in the shadow of those forbidding walls. The visitors' parking lot skirted a small, attractive beach, with the waters a dull iron gray beyond. He'd considered a tape recorder, or at least a notebook, but had decided to go in cold. Just impressions this time. He didn't want to give Tanner the idea he was making a commitment. The visitor's entrance was a long hall with a side door halfway down. The single window was covered with notices, preventing views from either side. There was a sign on the door that had a chill sliding down his spine, even as his lips quirked in wry amusement. Please do not knock. We know you are out there. We will get to you as soon as possible. So he stood, alone in the empty hallway, with the wind whistling stridently, waiting for those who knew he was there to get to him. When they did, he relayed his business, gave his ID, filled out the required forms. There was no small talk, no polite smiles. He'd been the road before, in New York, in Florida. He'd been on death row and felt the ice slick through his gut at the sound of doors sliding shut and footsteps echoing. He'd spoken to lifers, the condemned, and already damned. He'd smelled the hate, the fear, and the calculation. As much a stink in the air as sweat and piss and hand-rolled cigarettes. He was taken down a hallway, bypassing the main visitors area, and shown into a small, cheerless room with a table and 2 chairs. The door was thick with a single window of reinforced glass, and there Noah had his first look at what had become of Sam Tanner. Gone was the pampered screen idol with the $1 million smile. This was a hard man, body and face. Noah wondered how much his mind had toughened as well. He sat, one hand chained, the bright orange prison jumpsuit baggy and stark. His hair was cut brutally short and had gone a nearly uniform ash gray. The lines dug deep into his face, gave him the look of a man well beyond his age of 58. And Noah remembered another inmate once telling him prison years were long dog years. Everyone behind bars was the equal of 7 out in the world. The eyes were a sharp and cold blue that took their time studying Noah, barely flicked toward the guard when they were told they had 30 minutes. Glad you could make it, Mr. Brady. That hadn't changed, Noah realized. The voice was as smooth and rich and potent as it had been in his last movie. Noah sat as the door closed and the lock snicked into place at his back. How did you get my home address, Mr. Tanner? A ghost of a smile played around his mouth. I still have some connections. How's your father? Noah kept his eyes level and ignored the jolt in his gut. My father's fine. I can't say he sends his best. Sam's teeth bared in a fleeting grin. A straight-up cop, Frank Bradf. I see him and Jamie. Now and again. She's still a pretty woman, my former sister-in-law. I wonder just how close her and your old man are. Did you get me all the way up here to annoy me, Tanner, with speculations on my father's personal life? The smile came back, small and sly. I haven't had much interesting conversation lately. Got any reels? Noah lifted a brow. He knew most of the basic prison terms. No, sorry, I don't smoke. Fucking California. With his free hand, Sam reached inside his jumpsuit, carefully removed the tape that affixed a single hand-rolled cigarette and wooden match to his chest. making prisons non-smoking facilities. Where do they come up with this shit? He lighted the match with his thumbnail, then puffed the cigarette to life. Used to be, I had the resources for a full brick a day. A couple packs of reels is decent currency inside. Now I'm lucky to get a carton a month. It's lousy the way they treat murderers these days. Those hard blue eyes only glimmered. Amusement or disdain, Noah couldn't be sure. Are you interested in crime and punishment, Brady? Or are you interested in the story? One goes with the other. Does it? Sam blew out a stream of ugly-smelling smoke. I've had a long time to think about that. You know, I can't remember the taste of good scotch or the smell of a beautiful woman. You can deal with the sex. There are plenty inside who'll bend over for you if that's what you want. Otherwise, you've always got your hand. But sometimes you wake up in the middle of the night just aching for the smell of a woman. He jerked a shoulder. There ain't no substitute. Me, I read a lot to get through those times. I used to stick to novels, pick a part in one, and imagine playing it when I got out. I loved acting. He said it with the same cold look in his eyes. I loved everything about it. It took me a long time to accept that part of my life was over too. Noah angled his head. Is it? What role are you playing here? Tanner? Abruptly, Sam leaned forward, and for the first time, life sprang into his eyes, hot and real. This is all I've got. You think because you come in here and talk to cons, you understand what it's like? You can get up and walk out anytime. You'll never understand. There's not much stopping me from getting up and walking out now, Noah said evenly. What do you want? I want you to tell it, to put it all down, to say how it was then, how it is now, to say why things happened and why they didn't. Why two people who had everything lost it all. And you're going to tell me all that? Yeah, I'm going to tell you all of it. Sam leaned back, drawing out the last stingy sliver of his smoke. And you're going to find out the rest. Why? Why me? Why now? Why you? Sam dropped the smoldering bit of paper and tobacco on the floor, absently crushed it out. I liked your book, he said simply, and I couldn't resist the irony of the connection. Seemed almost like a sign. I'm not one of the pitiful who found God in here. God has nothing to do with places like this, and he doesn't come here. But there's fate, and there's timing. You want to consider me fate, okay? What's the timing? I'm dying. Noah skimmed his gaze coolly over Sam's face. You look healthy enough to me. Brain tumor. Sam tapped a finger on his head. Inoperable. The doctors say maybe a year, if I'm lucky. And if I'm lucky, I'll die in the world and not inside. We're working on that. It looks like the system's going to be satisfied with my 20, now that I'm dead anyway. He seemed to find that amusing and chuckled over it. It wasn't a sound that encouraged the listener to join in. You could say I've got a new sentence, short stretch with no possibility of parole. So, if you're interested, you'll have to work fast. Ami, you've got something new to add to everything that's been said, printed, filmed over the last couple of decades? Do you want to find out? Noah tapped a finger on the table. I'll think about it. He rose. I'll get back to you. Brady, Sam said as Noah moved to the door. You didn't ask if I killed my wife. Noah glanced back, met his eyes dead on. Why would I? Nay said and signaled for the guard. Sam smiled a little. He thought the first meeting had gone well and never doubted Frank Brady's son would come back. Noah sat in prison supervisor Detterman's office, surprised and a little flattered that his request for a meeting had been so quickly granted. Hollywood would never have cast George Deiterman in the role of head of one of the country's most active prisons. With his thinning patch of hair, small build, and round black-framed glasses, he looked like a man very low on the feeding chain of a mid-level accounting firm. He greeted Noah with a brisk handshake and a surprisingly charming smile. "I enjoyed your first book," he began, as he took his place behind his desk. "And I'm already enjoying the second." "Thank you. And should I assume you're here gathering information to write another?" "I've just spoken with Sam Tanner." "Yes, I'm aware of that." Ditterman folded his small, neat lands on the edge of his desk. "I cleared the request. Because you admire my work, or because of Tanner?" "A little of both. I've been in this position in this facility for 5 years. During that period, Tanner has been what you'd call a model prisoner. He stays out of trouble. He does his work in the prison library well. He follows the rules." "Rehabilitated?" Noah asked, with just enough cynicism in his tone to make Determan smile again. "That depends on which definition you choose. Societies, the laws, this houses, but I can say that at some point he decided to do his time clean." Determan unlaced his fingers, pressed them together, laced them tidily again. "Tanner's authorized me to give you access to his records and to speak to you frankly about him." "He works fast," Noah mused. "Fine. He'd been waiting a long time to begin this book, and he intended to work fast himself. Then why don't you, Supervisor, speak frankly to me about inmate Tanner? According to reports, he had a difficult time adjusting when he first came here. There were a number of incidents, altercations between him and the guards, between him and other prisoners. Inmate Tanner spent a large portion of 1980 in the infirmary being treated for a number of injuries. He got into fights. Consistently, he was violent and invited violence. He was transferred to solitary several times during his first 5 years. He also had an addiction to cocaine and found sources within the prison to feed that addiction. During the fall of 1982, he was treated for an overdose. Deliberate or accidental? That remains unclear, though the therapist leaned toward accidental. He's an actor, a good one. Determan's eyes remained bland, but Noah read sharp intelligence in them. My predecessor noted several times that Tanner was a difficult man to read. He played whatever role suited him. Past tense. I can only tell you that for the past several years he settled in. His work in the library appears to satisfy him. He keeps to himself as much as it's possible to do so. He avoids confrontations. He told me he has an inoperable brain tumor, terminal. Around the first of the year, he complained of severe, recurring headaches, double vision. The tumor was discovered, tests were run, and the consensus is he has perhaps a year, most likely less than that. How'd he take it? Better than I think I would. There are details of his file and his counseling and treatment I can't share with you, as I'll require not only his permission, but other clearance. If I decide to pursue this, to interview him, to listen, I'll need your cooperation as well as his. I'll need names, dates, events, even opinions. Are you willing to give me those things? I'll cooperate as much as I'm able. To be frank, Mr. Brady, I'd like to hear the entire story myself. I had a tremendous crush on Julie MacBride. Who didn't? Noah murmured. He decided to stay the night in San Francisco, and after settling into a room with a view overlooking the bay, he ordered up a meal and set up his laptop. Once he'd plugged into the internet, he did a search on Sam Tanner. For a man who'd spent 2 decades behind bars without granting a single interview, there was a wealth of hits. A number of them dealt with movies, his roles, summaries, and critiques. Those could wait. He found references to a number of books on the case, including unauthorized biographies of both Sam and Julie. Noah had a number of them in his library and made a note to himself to read through them again. There were articles on the trial, mostly rehashes. He found nothing particularly fresh. When his meal arrived, Noah ate his burger and typed one-handed, bookmarking any areas he might want to explore again. He'd seen the photographs that popped before, the one of Sam, impossibly handsome, and a luminous Julie, both beaming beautifully into the camera. Another of Sam, shackled, being led out of the courthouse during the trial and looking ill and dazed. And both of those men, Noah thought, were inside the cool-eyed and calculating inmate. How many others would he find before his book was done? That, Noah admitted, was the irresistible pull. Who lived behind those eyes? What was it that gripped a man and drove him to butcher the woman he claimed to love, the mother of his child, to destroy everything he swore mattered to him? Drugs? Not enough, in Noah's opinion. And not in the court's opinion either, he recalled. The defense had fallen back on drugs during the sentencing phase, attempting to get the sentence reduced due to mitigating circumstances. It hadn't swayed the results. The brutality of the crime had outweighed everything else. And, Noah thought now, the pathetic video testimony of the victim's 4-year-old child. No jury could have turned their backs on that little girl. Her tearful description of what she'd seen that night, and given Sam Tanner any pity. 20 to life, the first 15 without possibility of parole. Noah didn't intend to be judge or jury, but to align facts. As far as he was concerned, drugs didn't matter. Drugs might blur the edges, remove inhibitions. They might bring out the beast, but the beast had to exist in order to act. The hand that had plunged the scissors repeatedly into Julie MacBride had belonged to a monster. He didn't intend to forget that. He could research the crime objectively. He could distance himself from the horror of it. That was his job. He could sit and listen to Sam Tanner, talk with him, become intimate with his mind, and put it all down on paper. He could dissect the man, prowl around in his brain, and note the changes that may or may not have taken place inside him over the last 2 decades. But he wouldn't forget that one night in high summer, Sam Tanner hadn't been a man. He started to begin a new search on Julie MacBride, then on impulse changed it to River's End Lodge and Campground. He sat back and sipped his coffee as the homepage came up. Technology, he mused, was a wonderful thing. There was an arty and appealing photo of the lodge, exactly as he remembered it. A couple of interior photos showed the lobby and one of the guest suites. There was a chatty little description, which touched on the history, the accommodations, the beauty of the national forest. Another click took him to the recreational offerings: fishing, canoeing, hiking, a naturalist center. He paused there and grinned. She'd done it then. Built her center. Good for you, Leave. They offered guided tours, a heated pool, health club facilities. He skimmed down, noting that weekend, full week, and special packages were offered. The proprietors were listed as Rob and Val MacBride. Nowhere did he find Olivia's name. You still there, Liv? He wondered. Yeah, you're still there. With the forest and the rivers. Do you ever think of me? Annoyed, he'd had the thought, the question. He pushed away from the desk and stalked to the window. He looked out at the city, at lights, at traffic, and wondered what had become of his ancient backpack. Turning away, he flicked on the television just for the noise. There were times when he couldn't think in silence, because he was a man and there was a remote at hand. He couldn't resist surfing the channels. He let out a short laugh when Julie MacBride, young, gorgeous, and alive, filled the screen. Those striking amber eyes were glowing with love, with pleasure, with the sheen of tears as she raced down a long sweep of white stairs and into the arms of Sam Tanner. Summer thunder, Noah mused. Last scene, no dialogue, the music swells. He watched, hearing the flood of violins as the couple embraced, as Julie's warm flow of laughter joined it. As Sam lifted her off her feet, circling in celebration of love found. Fade out. Fate? Noah thought. Well, sometimes there was just no arguing with it. He picked up a notebook, plopped down on the bed with it, and began to make a list of names and questions. Jamie Melbourne, David Melbourne, Roy, and Val MacBride, Frank Brady, Charles Brighton, Smith prosecution team. Who's still alive? Lucas Manning, Lydia Loring agents, managers, publicists, Rosa Sanchez housekeeper, other domestic staff. At the bottom of the list, he wrote Olivia MacBride. He wanted more from her than memories of one violent night. He wanted what she remembered of her parents together, what she remembered of them individually, the tone of their household, the undercurrents of marital distress. There were always other angles to pursue. Had Julie been involved with Lucas Manning, giving credence to her husband's jealousy? Would she have told her sister? Would the child have sensed it? The servants? And wasn't it interesting, Noah decided, that his daughter hadn't been among the things Sam Tanner claimed to miss? Oh yes, Olivia was key, Noah thought, and circled her name. This time, he couldn't allow himself to be distracted by feelings, by basic attraction, by even the connection of friendship. They were both older now, and that was behind them. This time when they met, it would be the book first. He wondered if she still wore her hair pulled back in a ponytail, if she still had that brief hesitation before she smiled. Give it a rest, Brady, he muttered. That's history. He pushed himself up, then dug in his briefcase for the numbers he'd looked up and scribbled down before leaving L.A. Rain began to lash the windows as he made the call, and he adjusted his vague plans of going out and indulging in some San Francisco nightlife to a solo beer at the bar downstairs. Good afternoon, Constellations. Noah Brady calling for Jamie Melbourne. Miss Melbourne is with a client. May I take a message? Tell her I'm Frank Brady's son, and I'd like to speak with her. I'm out of town at the moment. He glanced at the phone, then reeled off the number. "I'll be in for another hour." That was a test, he mused as he hung up. Just to see how quickly the Brady name got a call back. He stretched back out on the bed and had surfed through the channels twice when his phone rang. "Brady?" "Yes, this is Jamie Melbourne. Thanks for getting back to me." Within 6 minutes. Noah thought with a glance at his watch. "Is this about your father? I hope he's well." "He's fine, thanks. This is about Sam Tanner." He paused, waited, but there was no response. "I'm in San Francisco. I spoke with him earlier today." "I see. I was under the impression he spoke to no one, particularly reporters or writers. You're a writer, aren't you, Noah?" The first name, putting him in his place, he decided. Maintaining control. A good and subtle move. "That's right. He spoke to me, and I'm hoping you will too. I'd like to set up an appointment with you. I should be back in town by tomorrow evening. Do you have any time free Thursday or Friday?" "Why?" "Sam Tanner wants to tell his story. I'm going to write it, Miss Melbourne, and I want to give you every opportunity to tell your part of it. The man killed my sister and broke the hearts of every member of my family. What else do you need to know? Everything you can tell me, unless you want. The information I gather, coming only from his point of view, that's not what I'm after here." "No, you're after another bestseller, aren't you? However you can get it." "If that were true, I wouldn't have called you. Just talk to me. Off the record if you want. Then make up your mind." "Have you spoken with anyone else in my family?" "No." "Don't. Come to see me Thursday at 4, at my home. I'll give you an hour, no more. I appreciate it. If I could have your address. Get it from your father." She snapped that out, her controlled voice finally breaking. "He knows it." Noah winced as she broke the connection, though the click was quiet, almost discreet. Definitely stepping onto shaky ground there, he decided. She was predisposed not to cooperate, not to be objective about what he intended to accomplish. He flipped through channels, without interest as he considered. Sam hadn't told him about his death sentence in confidence. Perhaps he'd pass that information to Jamie, see if it made any difference to her. He could also use her reluctance to cooperate in his strategy with Sam. Playing one against the other would result in more information from both of them, if he did it well. And he'd just keep his own long-term and personal fascination with the case his little secret for now. He drifted off, with the rain pattering on the windows and the television blaring, and dreamed a dream he wouldn't remember of giant trees and green light, and a tall woman with golden eyes. 13. The same guard took Noah to the same room. This time he'd brought a notepad and a tape recorder. He set them both on the table. Sam glanced at them, said nothing, but Noah caught a quick glint in his eyes that might have been satisfaction or relief. Noah took his seat, switched on the recorder. "Let's go back, Sam. 1973. Fever was released in May and was the biggest moneymaker of the summer. I got an Oscar nomination for it. I listened to Desperado every time I turned on the radio. The 60s were pretty well dead," Sam said, with what might have been amusement. "And disco hadn't quite reared its ugly head. I was unofficially living with Lydia and having great sex and monumental fights. Pot was out, snow was in. There was always a party going on. and I met Julie MacBride. He paused. Just a heartbeat of silence. Everything that had happened to me before that moment took second place. You were married that same year? Neither one of us was the cautious type or the patient type. His gaze drifted off, and Noah wondered what images he could see playing against the ugly bare walls. It didn't take us long to figure out what we wanted. What we wanted was each other. For a while, that was enough for both of us. Tell me, Noah said simply, and waited while Sam took out his contraband cigarette, lighted it. She'd been in Ireland with her sister, taking a couple weeks between projects. We met in Hank Midler, the director's office. She came in, wearing jeans and a dark blue sweater. Her hair was pulled back. She looked maybe 16. She was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen in my life. His gaze arrowed back, shot straight into Noah's eyes. That's not an exaggeration. It's the truth. I was used to women, to having them, enjoying them. One look at her and she might have been the first. I think I knew, right then, she'd be the last. You may not understand that. Yes, I do understand it. He'd experienced that rush, that connection, when this man's daughter had opened her apartment door and given him a faintly annoyed frown. Been in love, have you, Brady? I've been in something. Sam let out a short laugh, then looked past Noah again, seemed to dream. My belly clutched up, he murmured. And my heart. I could actually feel it shaking inside me. When I took her hand, it was like, yes, you, finally. Later, she told me it had been exactly the same for her, as if we'd been moving through our lives to get to that moment. We talked about the script, went about the business as if both of us weren't reeling. Afterward, I asked her to dinner, and we agreed to meet at 7. When I got home, I told Lydia it was over. He paused, laughed a little, drew deep on the cigarette. Just over. I wasn't kind about it, wasn't cruel. The fact was, she'd simply ceased to exist for me. All I could think of was that at 7, I'd see Julie again. Was Julie involved with anyone at that time? She'd been seeing Michael Ford. The press played it up, but it wasn't serious. 2 weeks after we met, we moved in together. Quietly, or as quietly as we were able to. You met her family? Yes, that was important to her. It was a lot of work for me to bring Jamie around. She was very protective of Julie. She didn't trust me. Thought Julie was just another fling. Hard to blame her, he said with a jerk of his shoulders. I'd had plenty. Did it bother you that Julie's name was linked to a number of men at that time? Ford was just the latest. I didn't think of it then. Sam pulled the stub of the cigarette out of his mouth, crushed it out with a restrained violence that had Noah's eyes narrowing. It was only later, when things got out of control. Then I thought about it. Sometimes it was all I could think about. The men who'd had her, the men who wanted her, the men she wanted. She was pulling away from me, and I wanted to know who was going to take my place. Who the hell was she turning to when she was turning away from me? Lucas Manning. Even after 20 years, saying the name scored his tongue. I knew there was something between them. So you killed her. To keep her. The muscles in Sam's jaws quivered once, and his eyes went blank. That's one theory. Noah gave him a pleasant smile. We'll talk about the rest of the theories some other time. What was it like working with her on the movie? Julie? Sam blinked, lifted a hand to rub it distractedly over his face. Yes. Noah continued in the same mild tone. He'd thrown Sam off rhythm, exactly as he'd intended. He wasn't about to settle for well-rehearsed lines and perfect phrasing. You were getting to know each other on two levels during the shoot, as lovers and as actors. Let's talk about what she was like as an actor. She was good, solid. Sam dropped his hands into his lap, then lifted them onto the table, as if he wasn't quite sure what to do with them. A natural. The term's overused, but it applied to her. She didn't have to work as hard as I did. She just felt it. Did that bother you? That she was better than you? I didn't say she was better. His hand stilled, and his gaze whipped up, two hot blue points. We came at it from two different places, different schools. She had a phenomenal memory, and that helped her with lines. She never forgot a fucking line, but she tended to put herself into her director's hands, almost naively trusting him to make it all come together. She didn't know enough about the rest of the craft to risk input on angles, lighting, pacing. But you did, Noah interrupted before Sam could fall back into a rhythm. Yeah, I did. Midler and I went head-to-head plenty on that film, but we respected each other. I was sorry to hear he died a couple of years ago. He was a genius, and Julie trusted him. She practically worshipped him. The chance to work with him was the main reason she'd taken the part, and he knew how to showcase her, knew how to coax the best from her. She was like a sponge, soaking up the thoughts and feelings of her character, then pouring them out. I built the character, layer by layer. We made a good team. Julie won the New York Film Critics Award for her portrayal of Sarah in Summer Thunder. You were nominated but didn't win. Did that cause any friction between you? I was thrilled for her. She was upset that I hadn't won. She'd wanted it more than I had. We'd been married less than a year at that time. We were as close to royalty as you can get in that town. We were completely in love, completely happy, and riding the wave. She shared everything with me then, understood me as no one ever had. And the next year, when she was nominated for an Oscar for Best Actress for Twilight's Age, and your movie got mixed reviews. How did that affect your relationship? A muscle twitched under Sam's left eye, but he continued to speak coolly. She was pregnant. We concentrated on that. She wanted a healthy baby, a lot more than she wanted a statue. And you, what did you want? Sam smiled thinly. I wanted everything, and for a while, that's just what I had. What do you want, Brady? The story, from all the angles. He leaned forward and switched off the tape recorder. I'm heading back to L.A., he continued as he began to pack his briefcase. I'll be talking to Jamie Melbourne tomorrow. He noted the way Sam's fingers jerked and curled on the table. Is there anything you want me to pass along to her? She won't take anything from me but my death. She'll be getting that soon enough. She was jealous of Julie, he said in a rush, and had Noah pausing. Julie could never see it, or never wanted to admit it. But Jamie had plenty of built-up jealousy over Julie's looks, her success, her style. She played the devoted sister, but if she'd had the chance, if she'd had the talent, she'd have knocked Julie aside, stepped over her, and taken her place. Her place with you? She settled for Melbourne. music agent with no talent of his own. She played second lead to Julie all her life. When Julie was dead, Jamie finally got the spotlight. Is that another theory? If she hadn't tagged on to Julie, she'd still be running that lodge up in Washington. You think she'd have a big house, her business, her pussy-whipped husband if Julie hadn't cleared the way. Oh, there was resentment here, bitterness that had brewed for more than 2 decades. Why should that matter to you? She's kept me in here, made damn sure I didn't get a decent shot at parole these last 5 years. Made it her goddamn mission to keep me inside. And all the while, she's still sucking up what Julie left behind. You talk to her, Brady. You have a nice chat with her. And you ask her if she wasn't the one who talked Julie into filing for divorce. If she wasn't the one who pushed it all over the edge. And if she wasn't the one who built her whole fucking big-time business off her dead sister's back. The minute his plane took off, Noah ordered a beer and opened his laptop. He wanted to get his thoughts and impressions into words while they were still fresh. And he wanted to get home. Spread his notes out around him. Start making calls, setting up interviews. The rush of anticipation racing through his blood was a familiar sensation and told him he was committed now. There was no going back. The endless stream of research, digging, backtracking, and puzzling didn't intimidate him. It energized him. From now until it was done, Sam Tanner would be the focus of his life. He wants to run the show, Noah wrote. So do I. It's going to be an interesting tug of war. He's smart. I think people have underestimated him, seeing him purely as a spoiled and selfish pretty boy with the filthy temper. He's learned control, but the temper's still under it. And if his reaction to Jamie Melbourne is any indication, his temper can still be mean. I wonder how much of what he tells me will be the truth, what he sees as the truth, or outright lies. One thing I'm sure of is that he wants the spotlight again. He wants to be recognized. He wants the attention that's been denied him since he walked into San Quentin. And he wants it on his terms. I don't think he's looking for sympathy. I don't think he gives a good goddamn about understanding. But this is his story. He's chosen the time to tell it. And he's chosen me to tell it too. It's a good twist. The son of the cop who took him down writing the book. The press will play on it, and he knows it. His comments on Jamie Melbourne are interesting. Truth, perception, or lie? It'll be even more interesting to find out. Most intriguing of all is the fact that he's yet to ask about Olivia, or to mention her by name. He wondered if Jamie would. Noah understood that Jamie Melbourne's publicity firm, Constellations, was one of the most prestigious in the entertainment business. It had branches in Los Angeles and New York and represented top names. He also understood that prior to her sister's death, Jamie had represented only Julie and had worked primarily out of her own home. It was an unarguable fact that Jamie's star had risen after her sister's murder. What that meant, Noah mused as he drove through the gates to the elaborate home in Holmby Hills, was yet to be seen. According to his research, the Melbournes had moved into the estate in 1986, selling their more modest home and relocating here where they were known for their lavish parties. The main house was 3 stories in sheer wedding cake white with a long flowing front porch at the entrance flanked by columns. Rooms speared out from the central structure in 2 clean lines on opposite sides, with walls of glass winking out on richly blooming gardens and fussy ornamental trees. Two gorgeous golden retrievers bounded across the lawn to greet him, tails slapping the air and each other in delight. "Hey there." He opened the car door and fell instantly in love. He was bending over, happily scratching ears and murmuring nonsense when Jamie walked over, carrying a ratty tennis ball. "Their goodness and mercy," she said, but didn't smile as Noah looked up at her. "Where's Shirley?" A faint wisp of humor played around her mouth. "She has a good home." Jamie held up the ball. As one, both dogs quivered and sat, staring up with desperately eager eyes. Then she threw it, sending it sailing for the dogs to chase. "Good arm," Noah murmured. "I keep in shape. It's too nice an afternoon to sit inside." And she'd yet to decide if she wanted him in her home. "We'll walk." She turned, heading away from where the dogs were wrestling deliriously over the ball. Noah had to agree. She kept in shape. She was 52 and could have passed easily for 40, and was all the more attractive as she wasn't going for 20. There were a few lines, but they added strength to her face. And it was her eyes that drew the attention, rather than the creases fanning out from them. They were dark, intelligent, and unflinching. Her hair was a soft brown, cut in a just above chin-length wedge that set off the shape of her face and added to the image of a mature woman of style and no fuss. She was small-framed, slimly built, and wore rust-colored slacks and a simple camp shirt with confidence and comfort. She walked like a woman who was used to being on her feet and knew how to get where she wanted to go. "How is your father?" she asked at length. "He's fine, thanks. I guess you know he retired last year." She smiled now briefly. "Yes. Does he miss his work?" "I think he did, until he got involved with the neighborhood youth center. He loves working with kids." "Yes, Frank's good with children. I admire him very much." She walked past a glossy bush that smelled delicately of jasmine. "If I didn't, you wouldn't be here now." "I appreciate that, and you're taking the time to see me, Miss Melbourne." She didn't sigh out loud, but he saw the rise and fall of her shoulders. "Jamie, he's spoken to me about you often enough that I think of you as Noah." "Has he?" "I didn't realize the two of you had had that much contact." "Frank was an integral part of the most difficult period of my life. Most people tend to separate themselves from people who remind them of difficult periods. I don't," she said briefly, and walked toward a large fan-shaped swimming pool, bordered in white stone and cool pink flowers. "Your father helped me through a tremendous loss, helped see that my family got justice. He's an exceptional man." "Your father's a great man," Olivia had told him once. And later, beside him, "You're very small." Noah turned off the ache of that and nodded. "I think so. I'm glad to hear it." As they skirted the pool, he could see the deep green of tennis courts in the distance. Tucked behind oleanders and roses was a scaled-down version of the main house. "I don't like your work," she said abruptly. "All right." She stopped, turned to him. "I don't understand it, or why you do it. Your father dedicated his life to putting people who take the lives of others in prison. And you're dedicating yours to putting their names in print, to glorifying what they've done. Have you read my work?" "No." "If you had, you'd know I don't glorify the people I write about or what they've done. Writing about them is glory enough." Writing about them lays it out, Noah corrected. The people, the acts, the history, the motives, the whys. My father was interested in the whys too. How and when aren't always enough. Don't you want to know why your sister died, Jamie? I know why she died. She died because Sam Tanner killed her. Because he was jealous and sick and vicious enough not to want her to live without him. But they'd loved each other once. Enough to marry and make a child. Enough, even when they were supposedly having serious marital difficulties, for her to open the door to him. And for that last act of love, he killed her. This time, Jamie's voice was hot and bitter. He used her feelings, her loyalty, her need to keep her family together. He used them against her just as surely as he used the scissors. You could tell me about her the way no one else can. About what she thought, what she felt, about what happened to turn her life into a nightmare. What about her privacy? She's never had that, has she? He said it gently. I can promise to give her the truth. She looked away again, wearily. There are a lot of degrees in the truth. Give me yours. Why is he letting you do this? Why is he talking to you? To anyone after all these years? He's dying. He said it straight and watched her face. Something flickered across it, glinted in her eyes, then was gone. Good. How long is it going to take him? A hard woman, Noah thought. Hard and honest. He has brain cancer. They diagnosed it in January and gave him under a year. Well, justice wins. So he wants his brief time in the sun again before he goes to hell. That may be what he wants, Noah said evenly. What he'll get is a book written my way, not his. You'll write it with or without my cooperation. Yes, but I'll write a better book with it. She believed he meant it. He had his father's clear, assessing eyes. I don't want to hate you for it, she said almost to herself. I've centered all my hate on one place all these years. I don't want to diffuse it at this point, especially now that his time is nearly up. But you have something to say, haven't you? Things you haven't said yet. Maybe I do. I spoke with my husband about this yesterday. He surprised me. How? He thinks we should give you your interviews to counterbalance what Sam tells you David thinks, to make sure whatever ugliness he's formed in his mind doesn't stand on its own. We were there, part of their lives. We know what happened to it. So, yes, maybe I do have something to say. She ripped at a hibiscus, tore the fragile pink blossom to shreds. I'll talk to you, Noah, and so will David. Let's go inside, so I can check my calendar. Got any time now? He smiled, a quick and charming flash. You said I could have an hour, and we've only used about half that. That part must come from your mother, Jamie mused. The fast dazzle. Frank's more subtle. Whatever works. All right, come inside. I need to get my things out of the car. Taping interviews protects both of us. Just ring. Rosa will let you in. Rosa? Would that be Rosa Sanchez? Rosa Cruz now. And yes, the same Rosa who worked for Julie at one time. She's been with David and me for the past 20 years. Go get your tape recorder, Noah. You're still on the clock. He made it fast, though the dogs conned him into throwing the ball for them and made him wonder why he didn't get himself a dog of his own. When he rang the bell, he noted that the long glass panes on either side of the grand white door were etched with calla lilies, and the marble urns that flanked them were spilling over with fuchsia in tones of deep reds and purples that were obviously well loved and well tended. The woman who answered the door was very short and very wide, so that he thought of a barrel in a smartly pressed grey uniform. Her hair was the same color as the cloth and wound tidily, almost ruthlessly, back into a nape bun. Her face was round and deep gold, her eyes a nut brown that snapped with disapproval. All in all, Noah thought, she made a better God than goodness and mercy, who were at that moment happily peeing on the tires of his rental car. Mr. Brady. Her voice was richly Mexican and cold as February. Miss Melbourne will see you in the solarium. Thanks. He stepped into a foyer wide as a ballroom and had to muffle a whistle of interest at the flood of crystal in the chandelier and what seemed like acres of white marble on the floor. Rosa's heels clicked over it busily, giving him little time to study the art and furnishings of the living room. But what he did see told him the dogs weren't allowed to do any romping in that area. The solarium was a towering glass dome snugged onto the south side of the house, crowded with flowers and plants and their exotic mix of scents. Water glistened its way down a stone wall and into a little pool where white water lilies floated. Seats and benches were tucked here and there, and a pretty conversation area was arranged beside the tall glass. Jamie was already waiting on a generously sized rattan chair with cushions striped in cherry green and white. On the rippled glass of a round table was a clear pitcher filled with amber iced tea, two tall glasses, and a plate of what Noah thought of as girl cookies, tiny, frosted, and shaped like hearts. Thank you, Rosa. You have a cocktail party at 7. Rosa relayed this with her eyebrows beetled into one straight line. Yes, I know. It's all right. She only sniffed, then muttered something in Spanish before she left them alone. She doesn't like me. Rosa's very protective. As he sat, Jamie leaned forward to pour the tea. It's a great house. He glanced over her shoulder, through the glass to the flood of flowers beyond. Your dahlias are terrific. A nice match with the wild indigo and dusty Miller. Jamie's brows rose. You surprise me, Noah. The horticultural limits of most young hunks stop at roses. The grimace he didn't quite hide made her laugh and relax. And you can be embarrassed. Well, that's a relief. Was it the flower comment or the hunk reference? Flowers are a hobby of mine. Ah, the hunk then. Well, you're tall, built, and have a very handsome face. So there you are. She continued to smile and indulged herself in a cookie. Your parents keep hoping you'll find the right woman and settle down. What? Thoroughly amused now, she lifted the plate, offered it. Haven't they mentioned that to you? No. Jesus. He took a cookie, shaking his head as he set up his tape recorder. Women aren't high on my list right now. I just had a narrow escape. Really? Jamie tucked her legs up under her. Want to talk about it? His gaze shifted, met hers. Not while I'm on the clock. Tell me about growing up with Julie. Growing up? He'd broken her rhythm. Why? I thought you'd want to discuss that last year. Eventually. The cookies weren't half bad, so he had another. But right now, I'd like to know what it was like being her sister. More, her twin sister. Tell me about that, about when you were kids. It was a good childhood for both of us. We were close and we were happy. We had a great deal of freedom, I suppose, as children often do, who grow up outside of the city. My parents believed in giving us responsibilities and freedom in equal measure. It's a good formula. You grew up in a fairly isolated area. Did you have any other friends? A few, certainly. But we were always each other's best friend. We enjoyed each other's company and liked most of the same things. No squabbles, no sibling rivalry, nothing major. We had spats. I doubt anyone can fight like sisters or aim for the weak spots with more accuracy. Julie wasn't a pushover and gave as good as she got. She get a lot? Jamie nibbled on her cookie, smiled. Sure, I wasn't a pushover either. Noah, we were two strong-minded young girls growing up in each other's pockets. We had a lot of room, but we were enclosed all the same. We sniped, we fought, we made up. We irritated each other, competed with each other, and we loved each other. Julie would take her licks and she'd take her swipes, but she could never hold a grudge. Could you? Oh, yes. The smile again, slightly feline now. That was one thing I was always better at. With Julie, she'd go her round, aim her punches, then she'd forget it. 1 minute she'd be furious, stomp off with her nose in the air, and the next she'd be laughing and telling me to hurry up and look at something, or it would be, "Oh, come on, Jamie, get over it, and let's go for a swim." And if I didn't get over it quickly enough, she'd keep poking at me until I did. She was irresistible. You said holding grudges was the one thing you're better at. What was she better at? Almost everything. She was prettier, sharper, quicker, stronger. Certainly more outgoing and ambitious. Didn't you resent that? Maybe I did. She looked at him blandly. Then I got over it. Julie was born to be spectacular. I wasn't. Do you think I blamed her for that? Did you? Let's put this on another level, Jamie said after a moment, using an interest we both apparently share. Do you blame one rose for being a deeper color? A bigger bloom than the other? One isn't less than another, but different. Julie and I were different. Then again, a lot of people overlook the smaller bloom and choose the more spectacular one. But there's something to be said for slow bloomers, isn't there? She's gone. Jamie picked up her glass and sipped, watching Noah over the rim. I'm still here. And if she'd lived, what then? She didn't. Her gaze shifted away now, towards something he couldn't see. I'll never know what would have been in store for both of us if Sam Tanner hadn't come into our lives. 14. I was madly in love with Sam Tanner, and I spent many delightful hours devising ways in which he would die the most hideous and painful, and hopefully embarrassing, of deaths. Lydia Loring sipped her mineral water and lime from a tall, slim glass of baccarat crystal and chuckled. Her eyes, a summery baby blue, flirted expertly with Noah and had him grinning back at her. Care to describe one of the methods for the record? Well, let's see. She trailed off, recrossing her very impressive legs. There was the one where he was found chained to the bed and wearing women's underwear. He'd starved to death. It took many horrible days. So, I take it the two of you didn't end your relationship in an amicable fashion. Hell, we didn't do anything in an amicable fashion. We were animals from the first minute we laid hands on each other. I was crazy about him, she added, running her finger around the rim of her glass. Literally, when they convicted him, I opened a bottle of Dom Perignon, 75, and drank every single drop. That was several years after your relationship ended. Yes, and several years before my lovely vacation at Betty Ford's. I do, occasionally, still miss the marvelous zip of champagne. She lifted a shoulder. I had problems. So did Sam. We drank hard, played hard, worked hard. We had outrageous sex, vicious fights. There was no moderation for either of us back then. Drugs. Rehabilitated, she said, holding up a hand and flashing a killer smile. My body's a temple now, and a damn good one. No arguing there, Noah responded and made her purr. But there were drugs. Honey, they were passed out like candy. Coke was our favorite party favor. Word was, after Sam fell for Julie, she put a stop to that. But me, I just kept on flying. Wrecked my health, toppled my career, screwed up my personal life by marrying two money-grubbing creeps. When the 80s dawned, I was sick, broke, ruined. I got clean and clawed my way back. Sitcom guest shots, bit parts in bad movies. I took whatever I could get, and I was grateful. Then 6 years ago, I got Roxy. She smiled over the situation comedy that had boosted her back to the top. A lot of people talk about reinventing themselves. I did it. Not everyone would be so upfront about the mistakes they made along the way. You've always been brutally honest about what you did, where you were. Part of my personal philosophy. I had fame once, and I handled it badly. I have it again, and I don't take any of it for granted. She glanced around the spacious dressing room with its plump sofa, fresh flowers. Some say Roxy saved my life, but they're wrong. I saved my life, and part of the process was putting my relationship with Sam Tanner in perspective. I loved him. He loved Julie, and look what that got her. She plucked a glossy green grape from a bowl, popped it in her mouth. Look what getting dumped by him got me. How did you feel about her? I hated her. She said it cheerfully, without a hint of guilt. Not only did she have what I wanted, but she came off looking like the wholesome girl next door while I was the used-up former lover. I was thrilled when their marriage hit the rocks, when Sam started showing up at clubs and parties again. The old Sam, looking for action, asking for trouble. Did you give it to him? The action? The trouble? For the first time since the interview began, she hesitated. Stalling, she rose to refill her glass. I was different back then. Selfish, single-minded, destructive. He'd come into a party, make some comment about Julie being tired or tied up. But I knew him, knew that edge in his eyes. He was unhappy and angry and restless. I was between marriages to asshole number 1 and asshole number 2, and I was still in love with Sam. Pitifully in love with him. She turned then, looking smart and sophisticated in the snazzy red suit she would wear to shoot the upcoming scene. This is painful. I didn't realize it would be painful. Well, she lifted her glass in salute and offered him her signature self-mocking smile. Builds character. At one of those ubiquitous parties we indulged ourselves in during that regrettable era, Sam and I shared a couple of lines for old time's sake. I won't say who hosted the party. It doesn't really matter. It could have been anyone. We were in a bedroom, sitting at this ornate glass table. The mirror, the silver knife, the pretty little straws. I egged him on about Julie. I knew what buttons to push. Her gaze turned inward, and this time he thought he saw regret in them. He said he knew she was fucking Lucas. Lucas Manning. He was going to put a stop to that. By Christ. And she was going to pay for cheating on him. She was keeping his daughter away from him, turning the kid against him. He'd see them all in hell before she replaced him with that son of a bitch. They didn't know who they were dealing with, and he'd show them just who they were dealing with. He was ranting, and I pushed him along, telling him exactly what he wanted to hear. All I could think was, he'll leave her and come back to me, where he belongs. Instead, he turned on me, shoved me away. We ended up screaming at each other. Just before he slammed out, he looked at me, sneered at me. He said I'd never have any class, never be anything but a second-rate whore pretending to be a star, that I'd never be Julie. 2 days later, she was dead. He made her pay, Lydia said with a sigh. If he'd killed her that night, the night he left me at that party, I don't think I'd have survived it. For purely selfish reasons, Manon, I'm grateful. He waited just long enough, so I was sure he'd forgotten me again. You know, it took me years to realize how lucky I was. He never loved me. Did he ever hit you? Sure. The humor came back into her eyes. We hit each other. It was part of our sexual dance. We were violent, arrogant people. But there weren't any reports of abuse or violence in his marriage until the summer she died. What do you think about that? I think she was able to change him for a time. Or that he was able to change himself for a time. Love can do that. Or very great need. Noah. She came back and sat. I believe he really, really wanted to be the person he was with her, and it was working. I don't know why it stopped working, but he was a weak man who wanted to be strong, a good actor who wanted to be a great one. Maybe, because of that, he was always doomed to fail. There was a brisk knock at the door. Miss Loring, you're needed on the set. 2 minutes, honey. She set her glass aside, grinned at Noah. Work, work, work. I appreciate you squeezing some time into your schedule for me. When he rose, she eyed him up and down, with a sly cat smile on her face. I imagine I could squeeze more if you're interested. I'm bound to have some follow-up questions along the way. She stepped closer, tapped a finger to his cheek. You look like such a bright young man, Noah. I think you know, I was talking about a more personal session. Yeah. The thing is, Lydia, you scare me. She threw back her head and laughed in delight. Oh, what a lovely thing to say. What if I promised to be gentle? I'd say you're a liar. Relieved by her laugh, he grinned back at her. There, I said you were bright. Well, she hooked her arm through his as they walked to the door. You know how to get in touch now if you change your mind. Older women are very creative, Noah. She turned, gave him a sharp little nip on the bottom lip that had both heat and nerves swimming into his blood. Now you're really scaring me. One last thing? She turned again, leaned back against the door. Yes? Was Julie having an affair with Lucas Manning? All business, aren't you? I find that very sexy. But since I don't have time to attempt a worthwhile seduction, I'll tell you that I don't know the answer. At the time, there were 2 camps on that subject. The one that believed it, delighted in believing it, and the one that didn't and wouldn't have if Julie and Lucas had been caught in bed, naked at the Beverly Hills Hotel. Which camp were you in? Oh, the first, of course. I got off hearing anything negative or juicy about Julie in those days. But that was then. And this isn't. Later, years later, when Lucas and I had our obligatory affair, she lifted her brows when his eyes narrowed. Oh, didn't dig that up, I see. Yes, Lucas and I had a few memorable months together, but he never told me if he'd slept with her. So I can only tell you, I don't know. But Sam believed it, so it hardly matters. It mattered, Noah thought. Every piece mattered. Like any self-respecting resident of Los Angeles, Noah conducted a great deal of business on the freeway. As he wound through traffic toward home, he used his cell phone to try to contact Charles Brighton Smith. Sam Tanner's renowned defense attorney was 78, still practicing law when the mood struck him on his fifth wife, this one a gorgeous 27-year-old paralegal, and currently enjoying the sun and surf at his island retreat on St. Bart's. With tenacity, Noah managed to get as far as an administrative assistant who informed him in snippy tones that Mr. Smith was incommunicado, but the message and request for an interview would be related at the earliest convenience, interpreting that to mean any time from tomorrow to never. Noah went to work on accessing a copy of the trial transcript. He toyed with swinging off the exit to his parents' house, then decided he would treat his father professionally, try to keep their personal relationship separate. Somehow. It was time, he thought, to sit down at his machine and begin working out an outline for the book. He'd already decided on the form. It wouldn't begin with the murder, as he'd once planned, but with all that had led up to it. A section on Sam Tanner's rise through Hollywood, paralleled by a section on Julie MacBride's. The meeting that had changed them, the fast-forward love affair sliding, from all reports, into a blissful marriage that had produced a much-loved child. Then the disintegration of that marriage, of love turning to obsession and obsession to violence, and a section on the child, one who had seen the horrors of that violence, a section on the woman she'd become and how she lived with it. Murder didn't stop with death. That, Noah thought as he turned toward home, was something he'd learned from his father. And what, most of all, he tried to illustrate in his work. It hurt that the man he admired and respected most didn't understand that. He parked, jingling his keys in his hand as he walked toward his front door. It annoyed him that he couldn't seem to shake that need for his father's approval. If I'd been a cop, he thought, scowling, that would have been just dandy. Then we'd sit around over a beer and talk shop, crime and punishment, and he'd brag about his son, the detective at his weekly pinnacle game. But I write about murders instead of investigating them. So it's like some slightly embarrassing secret. Get over it, Brady, he muttered, then started to jab the key in the lock. He didn't need to. He didn't have to be a homicide detective to see the door was unlocked and not quite closed. The muscles of his stomach clutched into one tight, nasty ball as he gently nudged the door open. He stood, staring in shock at the destruction of his house. It looked as if a team of mad demons had danced over every surface, ripped and torn at every fabric, smashed every piece of glass. He leaped inside, already swearing, and felt only a quick flutter of relief when he saw his stereo equipment still in place. Not a burglary then, he thought, hearing the buzz of blood in his head as he waded through the mess. Papers were strewn everywhere. Glass and pottery crunched under his feet. He found his bedroom in worse condition. The mattress had been shredded, the filling spilling out like guts from a belly wound. Drawers were upended and thrown against the wall to splinter the wood. When he found his favorite jeans sliced from the waist down to their frayed hems, the buzz turned to a roar. She's crazy! She's fucking insane! Then anger turned to sheer horror. No, 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 he hissed under his breath as he raced from the bedroom into his office. Oh God, oh shit. His basketball trophy was now stuck dead center in his computer monitor. The keyboard, ripped away from the unit, was covered with potting soil from the ornamental lemon tree that had thrived in the corner. His files were scattered, torn, covered with dirt. Before it had been destroyed, his computer had been used to generate the single clean sheet of paper and message that was taped to the base of the trophy. I won't stop until you do. Rage washed through him like a tidal wave, in one vicious screaming flood. Before he could think, he dug for his phone, then only cursed bitterly when he found the receiver smashed. Okay, Karin, you want war. You got war. Lunatic bitch. He stormed back into the living room for the briefcase he'd dropped, tearing through it for his cell phone. When he realized his hands were shaking, he walked outside, sucked in air, then just sat down and dropped his head into his hands. He was sick dizzy, with the fury still pumping through him in fast heartbeats. But under it was the baffled outrage of the victim. When he was able to use the phone, he didn't call Karin, but his father. Dad, I've got a problem here. Can you come over? 20 minutes later, Frank pulled up and Noah was sitting in exactly the same spot. He hadn't worked up the energy to go back inside, but got to his feet now. Are you all right? Moving fast, Frank came up the walk, took his son by the arm. Yeah, but, well, take a look for yourself. He gestured toward the door, then braced himself to step inside. God Almighty. Noah. This time Frank laid a hand on Noah's shoulder in support, even as he scanned the room, picking up details in the chaos. When did you find this? About a half hour ago, I guess. I had an appointment in Burbank, just got back. I've been gone all day doing research. Did you call the cops? No, not yet. That's the first step. I'll do it. He took Noah's phone and made the call. The electronics are still here, he began, when he disconnected. You keep any cash in the house? Yeah, some. He stepped through the debris and into the office, kicking papers out of the way. He found his desk drawer in the corner, with a $50 bill under it. I probably had a couple of hundred, he said, holding up the bill. I'd guess the rest is buried under here somewhere. Everything's still here, Dad. It's just trashed. Yeah, I think we can rule out burglary. He studied the monitor, felt a twinge of his own. He remembered when Noah had won that MVP trophy, the pride and excitement they'd shared. Got a beer? I did before I left this morning. Let's see if you still do. And we'll go sit out on the deck. It'll take me weeks to replace some of this data, Noah said as he rose. Some I'll never be able to replace. I can buy a goddamn new computer, but not what was in it. I know. I'm sorry, Noah. Let's go outside and sit down until the uniforms get here. Sure. What the hell? More sick than angry now, Noah found 2 beers in the refrigerator, popped tops on both, and sat with Frank on the back deck. You got any idea who or why on this? Noah let out a short laugh, then tipped back the beer to drink deeply. Just a little bunny boiler, I know. Excuse me? Karin. Noah dragged a hand through his hair, then sprang up to pace. A little clip from Fatal Attraction. She didn't take it well when I stopped seeing her. She's been calling, leaving crazy messages. And the other day, she was out here when I got home, all dewy-eyed and apologetic. When I didn't bite, she got nasty, keyed my car on the way out. You still have any of her messages on your machine? No. My strategy was to ignore her, so she'd go away. He looked in through the deck door, and the light of battle came back into his eyes. Didn't work. She's going to pay for this. You know what she drives? Sure. We'll check with the neighbors, see if anyone saw her or her car in the area today. You give the cops her address and let them go have a talk with her. Talk's not what I have in mind. The best thing for you to do is stay clear. I know you're pissed, Noah, he continued when Noah whirled around. And we can have her charged with breaking and entering, destruction of property, malicious mischief, and all manner of things if we can prove she did this. Prove it, my ass. Who else? I knew she did it the minute I walked in. Knowing and proving are different things. Could be she'll admit to it under a little pressure. But for now, you let the cops take the report, do their job, and you steer clear. Don't talk to her. Worry clouded Frank's eyes at the battle light gleaming in his son's. Has she ever gotten physically violent with you? Jesus, I outweigh her by 60 pounds. He sat again, then looked up quickly. I never touched her that way. The last time she was here, she went at me and I hauled her out the door. Frank worked up a smile. You sure can pick 'em. I'm giving celibacy a try for a while. With a sigh, Noah picked up his beer again. Women are too much trouble. A couple of hours ago, I got hit on by a TV star old enough to be my mother. And for a minute, it didn't seem like such a bad idea. Your appointment in Burbank, Frank said primarily, to keep Noah's mind off his problem for a little while. Yeah, Lydia Loring, she looks damn good. He rubbed the bottle of beer between both hands. I'm interviewing people connected to Sam Tanner and Julie MacBride. I've been to San Quentin. I've talked to Tanner twice. Frank puffed out his cheeks. What do you want me to say? Nothing. Disappointment was just one more weight in his gut. But I'm hoping you'll cooperate. Talk to me about the case, your investigation. I can't write the whole story, do justice to it, without your end. Sam Tanner has brain cancer. He has less than a year to live. Frank lowered his eyes to his beer. Some things come around, he murmured. They take their own sweet time, but they come around. Don't you want to know? Noah waited until Frank looked up again. You never forgot this case. Never really let go of it. Or the people in it. He confessed. He recanted. Then he shut up for 20 years. Only 3 people know what happened that night. And only 2 of them are still alive. One's dying. And one was 4 years old, Noah. For pity's sake. Yeah, and her testimony damned him. Tanner will talk to me. I'll convince Olivia MacBride to talk to me. But you're the one who strings them together. Are you going to talk to me? He's still looking for glory. At the end, he's still looking for glory. And he'll twist what he tells you so that he gets it. The MacBride family deserves better. I thought I deserved your respect, but I guess we don't always get what we deserve. He got to his feet. The cops are here. Noah. Frank stood, touched a hand to his son's arm. Let's table this until we get what's going on here, with you straightened out. Then we'll talk again. Fine. Noah. Frank tightened his grip, accepted the look of anger in his son's eyes. Let's get through one problem at a time. He nodded toward the living area. This is a pretty big one. Sure. As Noah resisted the nasty urge to shrug the hand away. One problem at a time. It was one tedious routine followed by another. Telling his story to the police, answering their questions, watching them look over what was left of his things was only the first. He called his insurance company, reported the loss, dealt with the curiosity of the neighbors who wandered down. Then he locked himself inside and wondered where to begin. It seemed most practical to start in the bedroom, to see if he had any clothes worth salvaging or if he'd walk around naked until he could get more. He managed to pick through, find enough for one mixed load, and dumped it all together in the washing machine. He ordered a pizza, got out another beer, and sipping it, studied the living room. He wondered if it wouldn't be better, all around, to just hire a crew to come in with shovels and haul the entire mess away. Start from scratch, Brady, he muttered. It could be liberating. He was still scoping it out when someone knocked on his door. Since it was too soon for the pizza, he considered ignoring it, but decided even another nosy neighbor was better than stewing in his own helpless disgust. Hey, Noah, don't you ever return phone calls? I've been... Whoa, some party. Why wasn't I invited? Resigned, Noah closed the door behind his oldest friend. Mike Elmo had been part of his life since grade school. It was a surprise party, I bet. Mike hooked his thumbs in the pockets of the Dockers he'd bought, because the commercials had convinced him women couldn't resist a guy wearing them, and blinked out of eyes red-rimmed from the contacts he couldn't quite adjust to. Man, this sucks. Want a bee? You bet. You get ripped off? Just ripped. Noah took the path he'd already kicked clear into the kitchen. Corinne's a little irritated that I dumped her. Wow, she'd do this? Seriously twisted. He shook his head, his chestnut brown eyes soft and sad. I told you. Noah snorted and offered the beer. You told me she was your lifetime fantasy woman and tried to pump me for every sexual detail. So, my fantasy woman's twisted. What are you going to do? Drink this beer, eat some pizza, and start cleaning it up. What kind of pizza? Pepperoni and mushroom. Then I can give you a hand. Aye. Mike plopped his chunky butt on a torn cushion. So, do you think Corinne'd have sex with me now that you've split? Jesus, Mike. Noah enjoyed his first laugh in hours. Sure, I'll even put in a good word for you. Cool. Rebound sex is very intense. He stretched out his short legs, crossed his ankles. Oh yeah, I get a lot of rebound sex. Guys like you shake a woman off. They're prime for me. I sure do appreciate your support and sympathy during this difficult time. Well, you can count on me. He offered Noah his surprisingly sweet puppy dog smile out of his half-homely face. Hey, it's only stuff, and not really good stuff anyway. You go back to IKEA, or hit Pier Wonder or something, and dump it all back in. Take you a few hours. Because he'd been thinking the same thing about the bulk of his furniture. Noah scowled. She broke my basketball trophy. Mike straightened, and a look of utter horror whitened his face. Not the MVP? Not from the championship game of '86? Yeah. And since that had gotten the kind of rise out of his friend that soothed the soul, he narrowed his eyes. She broke it by shoving it into my computer monitor. That sick, evil bitch broke your computer? Christ God! He was up now, stumbling through the wreckage to Noah's office. Computers were Mike's first love. Women could come and go, and for him it was usually the latter. But a good motherboard was always there for you. He actually yelped when he saw the damage, then leaped toward the once sleek trophy. Jesus, she killed it dead. She mutilated it, butchered it. What kind of a mind does this? He turned back to Noah, his eyes wide and bright and blinking as his contacts haloed his vision. She should be hunted down like a dog. I called the cops. No, for this, you need a vigilante like Darkman. You need ruthlessness like the Terminator. I'll give them a call next. Think you can salvage anything off the hard drive? She trashed every stinking one of my disks. She's the Antichrist, Noah. He shook his head sadly. I'll see what I can do, but don't hold out any hope. There's the pizza, he said when he heard the knock. Let me fuel up, then I'll do what I can do. And you know what? I don't even want rebound sex with her now. 15. It took Noah a week to get his house in order. The sorting, cleaning, dumping was purely a pain in the ass. But the demands of it kept him from feeling helpless. A new computer was a priority, and with Mike egging him on, he bought a system that sent his friend into raptures of delight and envy. He wouldn't have bought all the damn software games if Mike hadn't kept pushing them on him. And he sure as hell wouldn't have sat up half the night playing video pinball if he hadn't bought it in the first place. But he told himself that was beside the point. He'd needed the distraction. He outfitted his living room with cargo furniture, ordering straight out of an in-store catalog by pointing at a page and telling the salesman, "Give me that." This delighted the salesman and saved Noah a headache. Within 2 weeks, he could walk through his house without cursing and made serious inroads on reorganizing his office and regenerating lost data. He had his car back, a new mattress, and a half-baked promise through Smith's admin for a meeting when the lawyer returned to California the following month. And he managed to track down Lucas Manning. Manning wasn't quite as cheerfully forthcoming as Lydia Loring had been, but he agreed to talk about Julie. Noah met him at Manning's Century City suite of offices. It always surprised and slightly disillusioned Noah that actors had big, plush executive offices. They might as well be CEOs, he thought, as he was cleared through several levels of security. Manning greeted Noah with a professional smile and assessed him with eyes of storm gray. The years had turned his once burnished gold coin hair into the brilliance of polished pewter and filed down his face to the sharp points and angles of a scholar. According to the polls, women continued to find him one of the most appealing leading men in the business. I appreciate your taking the time to talk to me. I might not have. Manning gestured to a chair. But Lydia campaigned for you. She's quite a woman. Yes, she is. So was Julie. Mr. Brady, and even after all this time, it's not easy for me to talk about what happened to her. No need for small talk, Noah thought. And following Manning's lead, he took out his recorder and pad. You worked together. One of the happiest experiences of my life. She was a brilliant natural talent, an admirable woman, and a good friend. There are those who believed, and still believe, that you and Julie MacBride were more than friends. We could have been. Manning eased back, laid his hands on the ornately carved arms of his chair. If she hadn't been in love with her husband, we would have been. We were attracted to each other. Part of that was the intimacy of the roles we played, and part was simply a connection. Sam Tanner believed you acted on that connection. Sam Tanner didn't value what he had. Manning's strained voice hardened at the edges and made Noah wonder if the delivery was emotion or simply skill. He made her unhappy. He was jealous, possessive, abusive. In my opinion, his addiction to drugs and alcohol didn't spark this abuse. It simply uncovered it. There was a bitterness still toward Tanner, Noah thought. Every bit as ripe as Tanner's was toward him. Did she confide in you? To an extent. He lifted the fingers of one hand off the arm of the chair, then dropped them again, like a pianist hitting keys. She wasn't a whiner. I admit, I pressed her to talk to me. And we'd grown close during the filming, remained friends afterward. I knew she was troubled. At first she made excuses for him. Then she stopped. Ultimately, she told me in confidence that she'd filed for divorce to snap him out of it, to force him to get help. Did you and Tanner ever discuss it? Manning's lips twisted into a smile, wry and experienced. He had a reputation for having a violent temper, for causing scenes. My career had just taken off, and I intended to be in it for the long haul. I avoided him. I'm not of the school that believes any press is good press, and I didn't want to see headlines splashed around gloating that Tanner and Manning had brawled over MacBride. Instead, they gloated that Manning and MacBride were an item. There was nothing I could do about that. One of the reasons I agreed to this interview was to set the record straight about my relationship with Julie. Then I have to ask, why haven't you set the record straight before now? You've refused to discuss her in interviews since her death. I set the record straight. Manning angled his head slightly, lowered his chin. It was an aggressive stance, with those storm cloud eyes just narrowed. In court, he continued, under oath, but the media, the masses were never really satisfied. For some, the idea of scandal, of illicit sex, was as much of a fascination as murder. I refused to play into it, to demean Julie that way. Maybe, Noah mused, or maybe the mystery of it gave your rocketing career one more boost. And now? Now you're going to write the book. Rumors around this town are that it'll be the definitive work on the Julie MacBride murder. He smiled thinly. I'm sure you know that. There are a lot of rumors around this town, Noah said equably. I let my agent worry about that end of it. I just do the work. Lydia said you were sharp. You're going to write the book, he repeated. I'm part of the story. So I'll answer the questions I've refused to answer for the last 20 years. Julie and I were never lovers. Tanner and I never fought over her. The fact is, I'd have been delighted if both of those misconceptions had been true. The morning I heard what had happened to her remains the worst day of my life. How did you hear? David Melbourne called me. Julie's family wanted to block as much media as possible. And he knew, the minute the press got wind of it, they'd start hammering me for comments, interviews, statements. Of course, he was right. Manning murmured, "It was early. The call woke me. My private number. Julie had my private number." He closed his eyes, and pain flickered over his face. He said, "Lucas, I have terrible, terrible news." I remember exactly how his voice broke, the grief in it. "Julie's dead. Oh, God. God, Julie's dead. Sam killed her." He opened his eyes again, emotion rushing into them. I didn't believe it. Wouldn't. It was like a bad dream. Or worse? Worse. Some scene I'd be forced to play, over and over again. I'd just seen her the day before. She'd been beautiful and alive, excited about a script she'd just read. Then David told me she was dead. "Were you in love with her, Mr. Manning?" "Completely." Manning gave him 2 full hours. Noah had miles of tape, reams of notes. He believed part of Manning's interview had been calculated, rehearsed, timing, phrasing, pause, and impact. But in it, there was truth. And with truth, there was progress. He decided to celebrate by meeting Mike at an off-the-strip bar called Rumors for a couple of drinks. "She's giving me the eye." Mike rolled his own watering eyes to the left and muttered into his pilsner. "Which eye?" "The eye, you know. The blonde in the short skirt." Noah considered his order of nachos. The energy from a good day's work bubbled under the surface of his skin and conversely helped him relax. "There are 133 blondes in short skirts in here. They all have eyes. The 1-2 tables over to the left. Don't look." Though he hadn't intended to, Noah shrugged. "Okay, I'm going up to San Francisco again in a couple of days." "Why?" "Work. The book. Remember?" "Oh, yeah. I'm telling you, she's definitely eyeing me. She just did the hair flip. Hair flipping's the second stage." "Go make a move then." "FM biding my time, scoping it out. What's it like inside San Quentin? Anyway." Mike tried a little eyebrow wiggle on the blonde to get her reaction. "Depressing. You walk through a door. It locks behind you. Your hair stands on end when you hear that click." "So does he still look like a movie star?" "You never said." "No, he looks like a man who spent 20 years in prison." "Are you going to eat any of these?" "After I talk to the blonde. I don't want nacho breath." "Okay, that was 5 full seconds of eye contact. I'm going in." "My money's on you, pal." Then Noah muttered as Mike swaggered away, "She'll eat him alive." He amused himself watching the action. The dance floor was packed. Bodies crammed against bodies in a shower of flashing colored lights, and all bumping and twisting to the music. It made him think of the night he'd taken Olivia dancing, and how he'd stopped hearing the music or anything but the beat of his own blood once his mouth tasted hers. "Put it away, pal," he muttered, and scowling, picked up his beer. "You blew that one." He sipped his beer and watched the show. He'd always enjoyed an occasional night in a club, getting blasted with music and voices, being pressed in with people and movement. Now he was sitting alone, while his oldest friend worked the blonde and wishing he'd stayed home. He pushed aside the nachos without interest, lifted his beer again, and spotted Karine crossing the floor toward his table. "Of all the gin joints in all the towns," he mumbled, and took a longer, deeper drink. "I thought you were playing hermit." She decked herself out in a leather dress of electric blue that coated her like a tattoo, and screamed to an abrupt halt just past her crotch. Her hair was in 1,000 wild fuck-me curls, and her mouth was painted a hot, wet red. It occurred to him that it was just that look that had made him think with his glance when he'd first seen her. He said nothing, lifted his glass again, and did his best to stare through her. "You set the cops on me." She leaned down, planting her palms on the table and her impressive breasts directly at eye level. "You got some nerve, Noah, getting your father to call out his Gestapo friends to give me grief." He flicked his gaze up to hers, then over her shoulder, where one of her friends was pulling desperately at her arm and muttering her name. His lips curved in a viciously cold smile, and he pitched his voice just over the roar of music. "Why don't you do us all a favor and get her out of here?" "I'm talking to you." Corinne jabbed a nail, painted the same wild blue as her dress, into his chest. "You pay attention to me when I'm talking to you, you bastard." The control snapped in, even as he imagined squeezing his hands around her neck until her eyes popped. "Back off." She jabbed him again, hard enough this time to break skin, then let out a squeal of shock when he grabbed her wrist. "Keep out of my way. You think you can trash my house, destroy my things, and I'll do nothing? You keep the hell out of my way." "Or what?" She tossed her hair back, and to his disgust, he saw it wasn't fear in her eyes, but excitement, edged with a glint of lust. "Going to call Daddy again?" She raised her voice now, to just under a scream. Even in the din, it cut, and had heads turning. "I never touched your precious things. I wouldn't lower myself to go back in that house after the way you treated me, and you can't prove any different. If I'd been there, I'd have burned it down. And I'd have made sure you were inside when I did. You're sick." He shoved her hand aside. "And you're pitiful." He was pushing his chair back when she slapped him. The ring on her finger nicked the corner of his mouth, and he tasted blood. His eyes went dark and flat as he got to his feet. "You keep crossing that line, Corinne, and you're going to get run over." "We got a problem here." Noah merely glanced at security. The man's shoulders were wide as a canyon, and his big, sharp smile didn't hold any humor. Before he could speak, Corinne had launched herself against the boulder of his chest, blinking until her eyes filled. "He wouldn't leave me alone. He grabbed me." "Oh, for Christ's sake." "That's a damn lie." This from Mike, who'd hopped to Noah's side. "She started on him. She's a lunatic. Wrecked his house last week." "I don't know what they're talking about." Tears slid gracefully down her cheeks as she tipped her face back to the bouncers. "He hurt me." I saw what happened. A brunette with amused eyes and a slight southern drawl strolled up. "I was sitting right over there." She gestured behind her, kept her voice low. "This guy was having a beer at this table, minding his own business." She came up to him, got in his face, started poking at him and yelling abuse. Then she slugged him. The outrage had Corinne shrieking. She took a swipe at the brunette, missing by a mile, as the bouncer nipped her around the waist. Her exit, kicking and screaming, caused quite a stir. "Thanks." Noah dabbed the back of his hand on his lip. The brunette's smile was slow and friendly. "Anytime. I'm going to get you a fresh beer. Sit, relax." Mike fussed around him like a mother. "Man, that woman is over the edge and then some. I'll get the beer and some ice." "Your friend's very sweet." She offered Noah a hand. "I'm Dory." "Noah?" "Yes, I got that from Mike already. He likes my friend." She fluttered a hand toward the table, where the blonde sat looking wide-eyed and prettily distressed. She likes him. Why don't you join us? She had a voice like cream and skin to match, intelligent interest in her eyes, and a sympathetic smile, and he was just too damn tired to start the dance. I appreciate it, but I'm going to take off. Go home, soak my head. I'm considering entering a monastery. She laughed, and because he looked as if he could use it, touched a light kiss to his cheek. Don't do anything rash. 10, 20 years from now, you'll look back and smile at this little incident. Yeah, that's about right. Thanks again, and tell Mike I'll catch him later. Sure. She watched him go with a little tug of regret. He was lost in the forest, the lovely deep woods with the low glow of light edged with green. There was silence, such silence he could swear he heard the air breathing. He couldn't find his way over the slick carpet of moss, through the tangle of dripping vines, beyond the great columns of trees that rose like an ancient wall. He was looking for something, someone. He had to hurry, but whichever direction he took, he remained cupped there, in the ripe and green darkness. He heard the faint murmur of water from a stream, the sigh of the air and the drumming inside his head that was the frantic beat of his own blood. Then under it, like a whisper, came his name. Noah. 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 He shot up in bed, fists raised, eyes still glazed, and blinded by the dream, his heart cartwheeling madly in his chest. And you used to wake up with a smile on your face. What? What? He blinked, his vision clear as the sharpest edge of the dream dulled and faded. Mom? He stared at her, then flopped back, buried his face in his pillow. Geez, why don't you just bash me over the head with a tire iron next time? Let's just say I didn't expect to find you still in bed at 11 o'clock in the morning. She sat on the edge of the bed, then rattled the bakery box she carried. I brought pastries. His pulse had nearly leveled out, so he opened one eye, and it was full of suspicion. Not that carob crap. She sighed heavily. All my hard work for nothing. You still have your father's stomach. No, not carob. I brought my only son poisonous white sugar and fat. The suspicion remained, but around it was greedy interest. What do I have to do for them? She leaned over, kissed the top of his head. Get out of bed. That's it. Get out of bed, she said again. I'll go make coffee. The idea of coffee and food thrilled him so much. He was out of bed and pulling on his jeans before it struck him how weird it was to have his mother drop by with pastries on a Sunday morning. He started out, rolled his eyes, and went back for a t-shirt. She'd never let him chow down bare-chested. Since he'd gone that far, he brushed his teeth and splashed some water on his face. Coffee was just scenting the air when he walked out. You know, you're a very creative young man, Celia began. It baffles me that you didn't take a little more time, a little more care in furnishing your home. I just live here. He slid onto a stool at the counter. And this stuff suits the place. Actually, it does. She glanced back at the simple, straight lines and dark blue cushions. There's just not much of Noah around here. I lost a lot of stuff. He lifted his shoulder. I'll pick it up here and there, eventually. She said nothing more, and turned away to get out mugs and plates until she could bank some of the fury. Every time she thought about what had been done to him, she wanted to march over to wherever that Karen creature lived and wade in. So, what's Dad up to? A basketball game? What else? She poured the coffee, arranged the pastries on a plate. He'd already grabbed one when she turned and opened the fridge. You know, you'd be so much better off using your juicer than buying this processed stuff. His answer was muffled around Bavarian cream and only made her shake her head as she poured orange juice into a glass for him. Leaning on the counter, she watched him eat. His eyes were heavy, she noted, his hair tousled and his t-shirt torn at the shoulder. Love, wonderfully warm, spurted through her. He grinned a little, licking cream and chocolate off his thumb. She was so damn pretty, he thought. Her hair bright as polished copper, her eyes an all-seeing blue. What? I was just thinking how good-looking you are. The grin widened as he reached for another pastry. I was thinking the same thing about you. I get my good looks from my mom. She's a beaut. And right now, she's got something on her mind. Yes, she does. Taking her time, Celia moved around the counter, took a stool. She propped her feet on the stool between them, lifted her coffee and sipped. You know how I've made it a policy not to interfere in your life, Noah. His grin faded. Ah, yeah, I always appreciated that. Good, because with that foundation between us, I expect you to listen to what I have to say. Oh. She let that pass, tossed back the hair. She still wore long enough to wrap into a fat braid. Mike called me this morning. He told me what happened last night. Biggest mouth in the West, Noah muttered. He was worried about you. Nothing to worry about, and he shouldn't have bothered you with it. Like he shouldn't have bothered me when you were 12, and that pimply-faced bully decided you'd make a nice punching bag every day after school. She cocked an eyebrow. He was 3 years older and twice your size. But did you tell me he was pounding on you? Noah tried to sulk into his coffee, but his lips curved. Dick Mertz, you drove over to his house and went head-to-head with his Neanderthal father, told him to send his little Nazi out, and you'd go a couple of rounds with him. There are times, Kia said primly, when it's difficult to remain a pacifist. It was a proud moment in my life, Noah told her, then sobered. I'm not 12 anymore, Mom, and I can handle my own bullies. This Corinne isn't some playground misfit either. Noah, she's proven she's dangerous. She threatened you last night. For God's sake, she talked about burning your house down around you. Mike, you moron. It's just talk, Mom. Is it? Are you sure? When he opened his mouth, she merely stared until he shut it again. I want you to get a restraining order. Mom? It's basically all the police can do at this point. And it might very well intimidate her enough to make her stop, go away. I'm not getting a restraining order. Why? A trickle of the genuine fear she felt broke through in the single word. Because it's not macho? He inclined his head. Okay. Oh! Frustrated, she slammed her coffee down and pushed off the stool. That's unbelievably stupid and short-sighted. What is your penis? Your shield? It's about as effective a shield as a piece of paper would be, he pointed out as she stormed around the room. She'll lose interest quicker if I lie back a bit. Then she'll latch onto some other poor bastard. The fact is, I'm going to be doing a lot of traveling over the next several months. I'm heading up to San Francisco in a few days. Well, I hope you don't come back to a pile of ashes, Celia snapped, then blew out a breath. I'm so angry, and I've got nowhere to put it. He smiled, opened his arms. Put it here, pal. She sighed again, hugely, then walked over to wrap her arms around him. I want to punch her. Just once. Just one good shot. He had to laugh and tightened his grip into a fierce squeeze. If you ever get the chance, I'll go your bail. Now stop worrying about me. It's my job. I take my work very seriously. She eased back, looked up, despite the man's face, the man's stubble of beard. He was still her little boy. Now, I guess we move on to phase 2. I know you and your father are tiptoeing around each other. Let it go, Mom. Not when it involves the two most important people in my life. The two of you were like a couple of polite strangers at my birthday dinner. Would you rather we'd fought about it? Maybe. Boy, I seem to have latent violent tendencies. She smiled a little, smoothed a hand over his hair, wished she could smooth out his troubles as easily. I hate seeing both of you unhappy and distant. This is my job, he pointed out, and I take it very seriously. I know you do. He doesn't. That's not true, Noah. Her brow furrowed because she heard the unhappiness under the anger. He just doesn't completely understand what you do and why you do it. And this particular case is very personal to him. It's personal to me too. I don't know why, he said when she studied him. It just is. Always has been. I have to follow through. I know that, and I think you're right. The tension and resentment eased off his shoulders. Thanks. I only want you to try to understand your father's feelings on it. And actually, I think you'll come to as you go deeper into the people and the events. Noah. He ached for that little girl. I don't think he's ever stopped aching for her. There have been other cases, other horrors, but that child stayed with him. She stayed with me, too, he thought. Right inside me. But he didn't say it. He hadn't wanted to think it. I'll be going up to Washington to see if she's still there. Celia hesitated, suffered through the tug-of-war with loyalties. She's still there. She and your father have kept in touch. Really? Noah considered as he got up to pour more coffee. Well then, that should make things easier. I'm not sure anything will make this easier. An hour later, when he was alone and slightly queasy from having inhaled 4 pastries, Noah decided it was as good a day as any to travel. This time he'd drive to San Francisco, he thought, as he went to the bedroom to toss what few clothes he had in a bag. It would give him time to think, and he could make arrangements on the way for a few days at River's End. It would give him time to prepare himself for seeing Olivia again. 16. Sam's nerves slithered under his skin like restless snakes. To keep them at bay, he recited poetry. Sandburg, Yeats, Frost. It was a trick he'd learned during his early stage work, when he'd suffered horribly, and he had refined it in prison, where so much of the life was waiting, nerves and despair. At one time he tried to calm himself, control himself, by running lines in his head. Bits and pieces of his movies in which he would draw the character up from his gut, become someone else. But that had led to a serious bout of depression during the first nickel of his time inside. When the lines were done, he was still Sam Tanner. He was still in San Quentin, and there was no hope that tomorrow would change that. But the poetry was soothing, helped stroke back that part of himself that was screaming. When he'd come up for parole the first time, he'd actually believed they would let him go. They, the tangled mass of faces and figures of the justice system, would look at him and see a man who'd paid with the most precious years of his life. He'd been nervous then, with sweat pooling in his armpits and his gut muscles twisted like thin rope. But beneath the fear had been a simple and steady hope. His time in hell was done, and life could begin again. Then he'd seen Jamie, and he'd seen Frank Brady, and he'd known they'd come to make certain the doors of hell stayed locked. She'd spoken of Julie, of her beauty and talent, her devotion to family, of how one man had destroyed all that out of jealousy and spite, how he had endangered and threatened his own child. She'd wept while she'd addressed the panel. Sam recalled quiet tears that had trickled down her cheeks as she spoke. He'd wanted to leap to his feet when she'd finished, shouting, "Cut! One take wonder! A brilliant performance!" But he'd recited poetry in his head and remained still, his face blank, his hands resting on his thighs. Then Frank had had his turn. The dedicated cop focused on justice. He described the scene of the murder, the condition of the body in the pitiless, formal detail of police speak. Only when he talked of Olivia, of how he'd found her, did emotion slip into his voice. It had been all the more effective. Olivia had been 19 then, Sam thought now. He tried to imagine her as a young woman, tall and slim, with Julie's eyes and that quick smile. But he'd only seen a little girl with hair as golden as dandelion, who'd always wanted a story at bedtime. He'd known as Frank had looked at him, as their eyes had met and held, that parole wouldn't be granted. He'd known that this same scene would be repeated year after year, like a film clip. The rage he'd felt wanted to spew from his mouth like vomit. In his head, he'd found Robert Frost and gripped the lines like a weapon. "I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep." For the last 5 years, he'd formed and refined those promises. Now the son of the man who'd murdered his hope was going to help him keep them. That was justice. Over a month had passed since Noah had first come to see him. Sam had begun to worry that he wouldn't come back, that the seeds he'd so carefully planted hadn't taken root after all. Those plans, those hopes, those promises that had kept him alive and sane would shatter, leaving him only the sharp edges of failure. But he'd come back, was even now being led to this miserable little room. Interior scene day, Sam thought, as he heard the lock slide open. Action? Noah walked to the table, set down his briefcase. Sam could smell his shower on him, the hotel soap. He was dressed in jeans, a soft cotton shirt, black Converse high tops. There was a small healing cut at the corner of his mouth. Sam wondered if he knew how young he was, how enviably young and fit and free. Noah took his tape recorder, a notebook, and a pencil out of the briefcase, and when the door was shut and locked at his back, tossed a pack of Marlboros and a book of matches in front of Sam. "Didn't know your brand." Sam tapped a fingertip on the pack, and his smile was sly and dry. "One's the same as the other in here. They'll all kill you, but nobody lives forever. Most of us don't know when or how it's going to end for us. How does it feel being someone who does?" Sam continued to tap his finger on the pack. It's a kind of power, or would be if I were in the world. In here, one day is the same as the next anyway. Regrets? About being in here or dying? Either. Both. With a short laugh, Sam opened the cigarettes. Neither one of us has enough time for that list, Brady. Just hit the high points. I regret I won't have the same choices you do when this hour's up. I regret I can't decide. You know, I think I'd like a steak tonight, medium rare, and a glass of good wine to go with it, and strong black coffee after. Ever had prison coffee? Yeah. It was a small thing to sympathize with. It's worse than cop coffee. What else do you regret? I regret that when I'm finally able to make that choice again, have that steak, I'm not going to have much time to enjoy it. That seems fairly simple. No, there are those who have choices and those who don't. It's never simple to the ones who don't. What choice have you made? He slid a cigarette out of the pack, angled it toward the recorder. With this. How far are you going to go with this? All the way. Sam looked down at the cigarette, effectively shuttering his eyes and whatever was in them. He opened the book of matches, tore one off, struck it to flame. Now, with his eyes closed, he drew in that first deep gulp of Virginia tobacco. I need money. Shibbai. When Noah only lifted an eyebrow, Sam took a second drag. I'm getting out when my 20's up. My lawyer's done that dance. I'm going to live on the outside for maybe 6 months. I want to live decently, with some dignity, and what I've got isn't going to run to that stake. He took another drag, a calming breath while Noah waited him out. It took everything I had to pay for my defense. And what you make in here isn't what you'd call a living wage. They'll pay you for the book. You'll get an advance. And with your second bestseller out there, it won't be chump change. How much? The snakes began to stir under his skin again. He couldn't keep his promises without financial backing. 20,000. That's one large one for every year I've been in. That'll buy me a decent room, clothes, food. It won't set me up at the BHH, but it'll keep me off the streets. It wasn't an unusual demand, nor did Noah consider it an unreasonable amount. I'll have my agent draw up an agreement. That suit you? The snakes coiled up and slept. Yeah, that suits me. Do you plan to stay in San Francisco when you're released? I think I've been in San Francisco long enough. Sam's lips curved again. I want the sun. I'll go south. L.A.? Nothing much for me there. I don't think my old friends will be planning a welcome home party. I want the sun, he said again. And some privacy. Choices. I spoke with Jamie Melbourne. Sam's hand jerked where it rested on the table. He lifted it, bringing the cigarette that smoldered between his fingers to his lips. And? I'll be talking to her again, Noah said. I'll be contacting the rest of Julie's family as well. I haven't been able to hook up with C.B. Smith yet, but I will. I'm one of his few failures. We didn't part ways with great affection. But he had one of his young fresh faces spring the lock at 20. Affection isn't what you're going to get from the people I interview. Have you talked to your father? I'm doing background first. Eyes sharp, Noah inclined his head. I won't agree to getting your approval on who I interview or what I use in the book. We go with this. You'll have to sign papers waiving those rights, even if my publishers wouldn't insist on that. And they will. I would. Your story, Sam, but my book. You wouldn't have a book without me. Sure I would. It'd just be a different book. Noah leaned back, his pose relaxed, his eyes hard as iron. You want choices? There's your first one. You sign the papers. You take the 20,000, and I write the book my way. You don't sign. You don't get the money, and I write it my way. There was more of his father in him than Sam had realized before. A toughness the beach boy looks and casual style skimmed over. Better that way, Sam decided. Better that way in the end. I'm not going to live to see the book in print anyway. I'll sign the papers, Brady. His eyes went cold, eyes that understood murder and had learned to live with it. Just don't fuck me up. Noah angled his head. Fine, but remember, you don't want to fuck me up either. He understood murder too. He'd been studying it all his life. Noah ordered a steak, medium rare, and a bottle of Côte d'Or. As he ate, he watched the lights that swept over the bay glint and glow against the dark, and listened to the replay of his latest interview with Sam Tanner. But most of all, he tried to imagine what it would be like to be eating that meal, drinking that wine, for the first time in over 20 years. Would you savor it, he wondered, or feed like a wolf after a long winter's famine? Sam, he thought, would savor it, bite by bite, sip by sip, absorbing the flavors, the texture, the deep red color of the wine in the glass. And if his senses threatened to overload from the sudden flood of stimuli, he'd slow down even more. He had that kind of control now. How much of the reckless, greedy for pleasure, out of control man he had been still strained for release inside him. It was smarter to think of Sam as two men, the one he'd been, the one he was now. Noah decided. Pieces of both had always been there, he imagined. But this was very much a story of what had been and what was. So he could sit here, try to picture how the man he knew now would deal with a perfectly cooked steak and a glass of fine wine. And he could imagine the man who'd been able to command much, much more at the flick of a finger. The man who'd taken Julie MacBride to bed the first time. I want to tell you how it was when Julie and I became lovers. It hadn't been an angle Noah had expected Sam to take. Not so soon, and not so intimately. But none of his surprise came through in his voice as he told Sam to go ahead. Listening now, Noah let himself slide into Sam's place, into the warm Southern California night, into a past that wasn't his. The words on the recording became images, and the images more of a memory than a dream. There was a full moon. It sailed the sky and shot beams of light like silver swords over the dark glint of the ocean. The sound of the surf as it rose, crested, crashed on shore was like the constant beat of an eager heart. They'd taken a drive down the coast, stopped for a ridiculous meal of fried shrimp, served in red plastic baskets, at a smudgy little diner where they'd hoped to go unnoticed. She'd worn a long flowered dress and a foolish straw hat to hide that waterfall of rich blonde hair. She hadn't bothered with makeup, and her youth, her beauty, her outrageous freshness hadn't been any sort of disguise. She'd laughed, licked cocktail sauce from her fingers, and heads had turned. They wanted to keep their relationship private, though so far it consisted of drives like this one, a few more elegant meals, conversations, and their work. Shooting had begun the month before, drastically cutting into any personal time they could steal. Tonight, they'd stolen a few hours to walk along that foaming surf, their fingers linked, their steps meandering. I love doing this. Her voice was low and smooth, with just a hint of huskiness. She looked like an ingenue and sounded like a siren. It was part of the mystique that made her. Just walking, smelling the night. So do I. Though he never had before her. Before Julie, he'd craved the lights, the noise, the crowds, and the attention centered on him. Now, being with her filled all those needy corners. I love doing this even more. He turned her, and she circled fluidly into his arms. Her lips curved as his met them, and they parted, inviting him in. She flowed into him, with tastes both sweet and sharp, sense both innocent and aware. The quiet sound of pleasure she made echoed in his blood like the crash of the surf. "You do it so well, too," she murmured. And instead of easing away as she most often did, she pressed her cheek to his. Let her body sway in tune to the sea. Sam, his name sighed out of her. I want to be sensible. I want to listen to the people who tell me to be sensible. Desire for her was an ache in his belly, a burning in the blood. It took every ounce of control to keep his hands gentle. Who tells you to be sensible? People who love me. She leaned back, her deep amber eyes steady on his. I thought I could be. Then I thought, well, if I'm not, I'll enjoy myself. I'm not a child. Why shouldn't I be one of Sam Tanner's women if I want? Julie. No, wait. She stepped back, lifted a hand palm out to stop him. I'm not a child, Sam, and I can deal with reality. I only want you to be honest with me. Is that where we're heading? To me becoming one of Sam Tanner's women? She'd accept that. He could see it in her eyes, hear it in her voice. The knowledge both thrilled and terrified him. He had only to say, yes, take her hand, and she would go with him. She stood, her back to the dark sea with its white edges, the moonlight peering down to cast their shadows on the sand, and waited for the truth, he thought, and realized the truth was what he wanted for both of them. Lydia and I aren't seeing each other anymore. Haven't been for weeks now. I know. Julie smiled a little. I read the gossip columns like anyone else. And I wouldn't be here with you tonight if you were still involved with someone else. It's over between us, he said carefully. It was over the first minute I saw you, because the first minute I saw you, I stopped seeing anyone else, stopped wanting anyone else. The first minute I saw you. He stepped to her, slipped the straw hat away so that her hair tumbled down. I started falling in love with you. I still am. I don't think I'll ever stop. Her eyes filled so that the sheen of tears sparkled like diamonds against gold. What's the point of being in love if you're going to be sensible? Take me home with you tonight. She stepped back into his arms, and this time the kiss was dark and edged with urgency. Then she was laughing, a quick river of delight as she grabbed the hat from him and sent it sailing over the water. Hands clasped again, they raced back to his car like children eager for a treat. With another woman, he might have rushed greedily into the oblivion of movement and mating, gulping it down, taking what his body craved and seeking the brutal pleasure of release. With another woman, he might have played the role of seducer, keeping part of himself separated, like a director orchestrating each step. In both of those methods were power and satisfaction. But with Julie, he could do neither. The power was as much hers as his. Nerves hummed along his skin as they walked up the stairs in his house. He closed the door of the bedroom behind them. He knew pieces of Lydia were still there, though she'd been viciously methodical in removing her things, and a number of his own when she'd moved out. But a woman never shared a man's bed without leaving something of herself behind to force him to remember. He had a moment to wish he'd tossed out the bed, bought a new one. Then Julie was smiling at him. Yesterday doesn't matter, Sam. Only tonight matters. She laid her hands on his cheeks. We're all that matters, all that's real. Touch me. She whispered it as her mouth cruised over his. I don't want to wait any longer. It all slipped into place, the nerves fading away when he swept her up. He understood this wasn't simply sex or need or gratification. It was romance. However many times he'd set the scene before, or had scenes set for him, he'd never believed in it. He laid her on the bed, covering her mouth with his as this new feeling flowed through him. Love, finally, love. Her arms soft, smooth, wrapped around him as the kiss went deep. For a moment, it seemed his world centered there, in that mating of lips. He didn't tell himself to be gentle, to move slowly. He couldn't separate himself and direct the scene. He was lost in it. And her, the scent of her hair, the taste of her throat, the sound of her breath as it caught, released, caught again. He slipped the thin straps of the dress from her shoulders, urged it down her body, as he savored that lovely mouth. She shivered when he stroked her breast, gasped when he skimmed tongue and teeth over the nipple, then moaned when he drew her deep into his mouth. She fit beneath him, slid against him, rose and fell with him. She said his name, only his name, and made his heart tremble. He touched and took and gave more than he'd known he had to give to a woman. Her skin dewed, adding one more flavor, her muscles quivered, adding another layer of excitement. He wanted to see all of her, to explore everything she had, everything she was. She was long and slender and lovely, so that even the ripple of ribs against her skin was a fascination. When she opened for him, rose up to meet him, he slipped into her like a sigh and watched those eyes film with tears. Slow, silky movement built to shudders. She cried out once, her nails biting into his hips, then again, like an echo as he poured himself into her. Noah blinked his vision clear and heard only silence. The tape had run out, he realized. He stared at the machine, more than a little stunned that the images had come quite so clear, and more than a little embarrassed to find himself hard and unquestionably aroused, with Olivia's face in his mind. Jesus, Brady. He picked up his wine with a hand not quite steady and took a long sip. It was one of the side effects of crawling inside Sam Tanner. Imagining what it was like to love and be loved by a woman like Julie MacBride. Remembering what it had been like to want the daughter that love had created. But it was damned inconvenient when he didn't have any outlet for the sexual frustration now kicking gleefully in his gut. He'd write it out, he decided. He'd finish his meal, turn on the tube for noise, and write it out. Since the story had a core of possessive love and sexual obsession, he'd write in Sam's memory of the night he and Julie had become lovers. Maybe it was idealized, he thought. And maybe there were times, moments, connections that produced the kinds of feelings Sam had spoken of. For Noah, sex had always been a delightful part of life, a kind of sport that required some basic skills, a certain amount of protection, and a healthy sense of team spirit. But he was willing to believe that for some it could contain gilded emotions. He'd give Sam that night, and all the romantic swells that went with it. It was, after all, how the man remembered it, or wanted to, and the shimmering romance of it would only add impact to the murder itself. He booted up his laptop, poured coffee from the room service carafe that had kept it acceptably hot. But when he rose to turn on the television, he stopped by the phone, frowned at it. What the hell, he thought, and going with impulse dug out the number for River's End. Within 10 minutes, he'd made reservations for the beginning of the following week. Sam Tanner had still not spoken of his daughter. Noah wanted to see if she would speak of him. He worked until 2, when he surfaced briefly to stare, with no comprehension whatsoever, at the television where a giant lizard was kicking the stuffing out of New York. He watched a uniformed cop, who obviously had more balls than brains, take a few plugs at the lizard with his handgun, then get eaten alive. It took Noah a moment to process that he was watching an old movie and not a news bulletin. That's when he decided his brain was fried for the night. There was one more chore on his agenda, and though he knew it was just a little nasty to have waited until the middle of the night to deal with it, he picked up the phone and called Mike in L.A. It took 5 rings, and the slur of sleep and bafflement in his friend's voice gave Noah considerable satisfaction. "Hey, did I wake you up?" "What? Noah? Where are you?" "San Francisco, remember?" "Huh? No. Sort of. Jesus, Noah, it's 2 in the morning." "No kidding?" His brows drew together as he heard another voice, slightly muffled, definitely female. "You got a woman there, Mike?" "Maybe. Why?" "Congratulations. The blonde from the club?" "Ah. Hmm. Okay. Okay. Probably not the time to go into it. I'm going to be gone at least another week. I didn't want to call my parents and wake them up, and I'm going to be pretty busy in the morning." "Oh, but it's okay to call and wake me up?" "Sure. Besides, now that you're both awake, you might get another round going. Remember to thank me later." "Kiss my ass. That's gratitude for you. Since you're so fond of calling my mother, give her a buzz tomorrow and let her know I'm on the road." There were some rustling sounds, making Noah imagine Mike was finally getting around to sitting up in bed. "Listen, I just thought you needed a little interference in my life. Stop pulling on your lip, Mike," he said mildly, knowing his friend's nervous habits well. "I'm not pissed off, particularly, but I figure you owe me. So give my mom a call and take care of my flowers while I'm gone." "I can do that. Look, give me a number where I can—" Whoa, and the low smoke of female laughter had Noah raising an eyebrow. "Later. I don't really want to have phone sex with you and the blonde. You let my flowers die. I'll kick your ass." The response was a sharp intake of breath, a great deal of rustling and whispering. Rolling his eyes, Noah hung up on a wild burst of laughter. Terrific, he thought, and rubbed his hands over his face. Now he had 2 sexual adventures in his head. He decided to take a cold shower and go to bed. The forest enter these enchanted woods, You who dare. George Meredith, 17. He was surprised he remembered it so well, in such detail, with such clarity. As he drove, Noah caught himself bracing for the sensory rush as he came around a switchback. Heartbeats before his field of vision changed from thick wood and sheer rock to stunning blue sky, painted with the dazzling white peaks of mountains. It was true that he'd driven this way once before, but he'd been only 18. It had been only one time. It shouldn't have been like coming home after a trip away, like waking up after a dream. And it had been summer, he reminded himself, when the peaks were snow-capped, but the body of them green with the pines and firs that marched up their sides to give them the look of living, growing giants rather than the cold and still kings that reigned over the valleys. He'd done his research. He'd studied photographs, the brochures, the travelogues, but somehow he knew they couldn't have prepared him for this sweep, for the contrasts of deep, silent forest and wildly regal peaks. He continued the climb long after he'd passed the turnoff for River's End. He had time, hours if he chose, before he needed to wind his way down to the lowlands, the rainforest, the job. Choices again. And his was to slip into a pull-off, get out of the car, and stand. The air was cold and pure. His breath puffed out and had little knives in scoring his throat on the inhale. It seemed to him that the world was spread out before him. Field and valley, hill and forest, the bright ribbon of river, the flush of lake. Even as a car grinding into low gear passed behind him, he felt isolated. He couldn't decide if it was a feeling he enjoyed or one that troubled him. But he stood, letting the wind slap at his jacket and sneak under to chill his body, and studied the vast blue of the sky, with the white spears of mountains vivid against it like a design etched on glass. He thought perhaps he'd stopped just here with his parents all those years ago, and remembered standing with his mother reading the guidebook. The Olympic range, and however vast and encompassing it seemed from this point, he knew that at lower elevations, in the forest, where the grand trees ruled, it didn't exist. You would walk and walk in that dimness, or clatter up rocks on the tumbling hills and not see the stunning scope of them. Then you would take a turn, step out on a ridge, and there it would be. The vast sky-stealing stretch of it, snatching your breath, as if it had sneaked up on you instead of the other way around. Noah took one last look, climbed back in his car, and started down the switchback the way he'd come. The trees took over, became the world. The detour took him a little more than an hour, but he still arrived at the lodge by 3 in the afternoon. He traveled up the same bumpy lane, catching glimpses of the stone and wood, the fairy tale roof lines, the glint of glass that was the lodge. He was about to tell himself it hadn't changed when he spotted a structure nestled in the trees. It mirrored the style and materials of the lodge, but it was much smaller and not nearly as weathered. The wooden sign over the double doorway read River's End Naturalist Center. There was a walking path leading to it from the lane, and another from the lodge. Wildflowers and ferns appeared to have been allowed to grow, as they pleased around it. But his gardener's eye detected a human hand in the balance. Olivia's hand, he thought, and felt a warm and unexpected spurt of pride. It was undoubtedly man-made, but she had designed it to blend in so well, it seemed to have grown there as naturally as the trees. He parked his car, noted that the lot held a respectable number of vehicles. It was warmer here than it had been at the pull-off. Warm enough, he noted, to keep the pansies and purple salvia happy in their long clay troughs near the entrance. He swung on his backpack, took out his single suitcase, and was just locking his car when a dog loped around the side of the lodge and grinned at him. Noah couldn't think of another term for the expression. The dog's tongue lolled, the lips were peeled back and seemed to curve up, and the deep brown eyes danced with unmistakable delight. "Hey there, fella." Obviously seeing this as an invitation, the big yellow lab pranced across the lot, plopped down at Noah's feet, and lifted a paw. "You the welcoming committee, boy?" Obligingly, Noah shook hands, then cocked his head. "Or should I say girl? Your name wouldn't happen to be Shirley, would it?" At the name, the dog let out one cheerful woof, then danced toward the entrance, as if to tell Noah to come on, pal, get the lead out. He was charmed enough to be vaguely disappointed when the dog didn't follow him inside. He didn't see any dramatic changes in the lobby. Noah thought perhaps some of the furnishings had been replaced and the paint was a soft, toasty yellow. But everything exuded such an aura of welcome and settled comfort that it might have been exactly so for a century. The check-in was quick, efficient, and friendly, and after having assured the clerk he could handle his baggage himself, he carried his bags, a package of information, and his key, up 2 squat sets of stairs in the main lobby and down a hallway to the right. He'd requested a suite out of habit, and because he preferred a separate area to set up his work. It was smaller than the rooms he remembered sharing with his parents, but certainly not cramped. There was a nap-taking sofa, a small but sturdy desk, a table where guides and literature on the area were fanned. The art running to watercolor prints of local flora was better than decent, and the phone would support his modem. He glanced at the view, pleased to have been given the side facing the back so it was untainted by cars. He dropped his suitcase on the chest at the foot of the sleigh bed of varnished golden wood and tossed the lid open. As his contribution to unpacking, he removed his shaving gear and dumped it on the narrow shelf over the white pedestal sink in the adjoining bath. He considered the shower. He'd been in the car since 6 a.m. and thought of the beer he might find in the lobby bar. After a mild debate, he decided to take the first, then go hunt up the second. He stripped, letting his clothes lay where they fell, then diddled with the controls of the shower until the water came out fast and hot. The minute he stepped under the spray, he groaned in pleasure. Right decision. Brady, he thought as he let the water beat on his head. And after the beer, he'd wander around, scope out the place. He wanted to get a feel for the owners, to see if he could judge by how the staff and guests spoke of them, which one of the MacBrides would be the best to approach. He wanted to go over to the center, find Olivia. Just look at her a while. He'd do that in the morning, he thought, after he got his bearings and a good night's sleep. He toweled off, tugged on jeans. He gave some consideration to actually putting away the clothes in his bag. He opted instead to just dig out a shirt when there was a hard rap on the door. Noah quickly grabbed a shirt and carried it with him to the door. He recognized her instantly. Later, he would wonder why the recognition had been so immediate and so intense. She'd certainly changed. Her face was thinner, honed into sharp planes. Her mouth was firmer, still full and unpainted as it had been at 19. But it didn't strike him as innocent any longer. And that gave him one hard tug of annoyance and regret. He might have noted it wasn't smiling in welcome if he hadn't been dealing with the ridiculous and completely unexpected flash of pleasure. Her hair had darkened to a color that reminded him of the caramels Mike's mother had always melted down at Halloween and swirled onto apples. And she'd lopped off all that gorgeous shiny hair. And yet it suited her better this way. On another woman, he supposed the short, straight cut with the fringe of bang would have been called pixie-ish. But there was nothing fairy-like about the woman in the doorway with her tall and leanly athletic build. She smelled like the woods and carried a stoneware bowl filled with fresh fruit. He felt the foolish grin break out on his face and could think of nothing to say but, "Hi. Compliments of River's End Lodge." She thrust the bowl at him, straight into the gut, and with enough force to earn a grunt from him. "Ah, thanks." She was in the room in one long stride that had him backing up automatically. When she slammed the door at her back, he lifted his eyebrows. "Do you come with the fruit? They hardly ever give you complimentary women in California. You have a hell of a nerve sneaking in here this way." Okay, he decided, all right. It wasn't going to be a friendly reunion. "You're right, absolutely. I don't know what I was thinking of, calling ahead for reservations, registering at the desk that way." He set the bowl down, gingerly rubbed his stomach. "Look, why don't we take a minute too? I'll give you a minute." She rammed a finger into his chest. "I'll give you a minute. Then you can get your butt back to Los Angeles. You have no right coming here this way." "Of course I have a right. It's a goddamn hotel." He lifted a hand. "And don't poke at me again, okay? I told you to stay away from me. And I damn well did." The flash in her eyes was a clear warning that had him narrowing his own. "Don't hit me again, Liv. I mean it. I'm pretty well fed up with female abuse. Now we can sit down and discuss this like reasonable adults. Or we can just stand here and snarl at each other." "I don't have anything to discuss with you. I'm telling you to go away and leave us alone." "That's not going to happen." Deciding to play it another way, he sat, chose an apple from the bowl, and stretched out his legs as he bit in. "I'm not going anywhere, Olivia. You might as well talk to me. I'm entitled to my privacy." "Sure you are. That's the beauty of it. You don't tell me anything you don't want to tell me." He took another bite of the apple, then gestured with it. "We can start with something simple, like what you've been doing with yourself the last half-dozen years." "See, smug, smirky son of a bitch," she thought, and spun away to pace. She hated that he looked the same. So much the same. The sun-streaked, wind-tossed hair, the full, firm mouth, the fascinating planes and angles of his face. If you were half the man your father is, you'd have some respect for my mother's memory. That edgy little barb winged home and hooked itself bloodily in his heart. Noah studied his apple, turning it around in his hand until he was certain he could speak calmly. "You measured me by my father once before?" He lifted his gaze, and it was hard as granite. "Don't do it again." Olivia jammed her hands in her pockets, shot a withering glance over her shoulder. "You don't care what I think of you." "You don't know what I care about. Money. They'll pay you big bucks for this book, won't they? Then you can bounce around on all the talk shows and spout off about yourself and the valuable insights you dug up on why my father butchered my mother. Don't you want to know why? He spoke quietly and watched those wonderful eyes reflect fury, misery, then snap back to fury. I know why, and it doesn't change anything. Go away, Noah. Go back and write about someone else's tragedy. Live, he called out to her as she strode toward the door. I won't go away, not this time. She didn't stop, didn't look back, but slammed the door smartly enough to have the pictures rattling on the walls. Noah tossed his apple in the air. Well, that was pleasant, he muttered, and decided he'd more than earned that beer. She went down the back stairs, avoiding the lobby and the people who would be milling around. She cut through the kitchen, only shaking her head when her name was called. She needed to get out, get out, get away until she could fight off the hideous pressure in her chest, the vicious roaring in her ears. She had to force herself not to break out in a run, to try to outrace the panic that licked at her. She moved quickly into the forest, into the deep and the damp. Still, her breath wanted to come in pants. Her knees wanted to shake. It wouldn't be permitted. When she'd gone far enough, when the chances of anyone hiking down the path were slim, she sat down, there on the forest floor, and rocked herself. It was stupid. She'd been stupid, Olivia admitted as she pressed her forehead to her knees. She'd known he was coming. Jamie had told her he would, told her what he intended to do, told her that she herself had decided to cooperate with him on the book. That had generated the first genuine argument between them Olivia could remember. Already, Noah Brady and his book were causing rifts in her family. But she'd prepared herself to face him again, to deal with it. She wasn't the same naive, susceptible girl who'd fallen stupidly in love with him. She hadn't expected that rush of feeling when he'd opened the door and smiled at her. So much the way he had 6 years before.